Chapter 1 Darius. In December of the year 1483 of the Sea Circle calendar, a group of pirates arrived at Curlin Island, the second half of the Grand Route. They were the notorious Rox pirates from the New World. At this time, in the bar on Curlin Island, it was full of members of the Rox Pirate 2nd Division. The person sitting in the most prominent position was a man over 2 meters tall with long golden hair. He was the captain of the Rox Pirate 2nd Division, Shiki the Golden Lion. Shurji showed a wild and uninhibited smile on his face, raised his glass and said, guys, drink as much as you want, eat as much as you want. Today is another big victory. Oh. A group of pirates cheered and raised their glasses to drink. Shiki turned his gaze towards a young man with a resolute and cold face not far away and laughed. You performed very well this time, Darius. Thank you for the compliment, Boss Ski. Darius also grinned when he heard it. The pirates next to Darius also smiled and said to Darius, Yeah, I thought it was incredible that we had a monster trainee like Kaido on our ship, but I didn't expect you to be so awesome. You really honored our 2nd Division captain. The 2nd Division is the most elite division of the Rox Pirates. As a trainee crew member of the 2nd Division, I naturally cannot lose face for Boss Ski. Darius was also drinking and laughing carelessly. When Shichi heard Darius's flattery, he came over with a wine bowl and said, that's a good point. Come on, let's clink glasses. Soon Darius and Shichi clinked their glasses, and there was another round of cheers. In fact, Darius is not from this world. 3 months ago, Darius' name was Lu Chuang. When he was playing League of Legends at home, he happened to play the hero Darius, the Hand of Roxas. Then he inexplicably became Darius, came to the world of One Piece, and became a trainee pirate in the Rox Pirates. This year is already 1483. If nothing unexpected happens, next year will be the end of the Rox Pirates. However, Darius was not panicked at all because after he came to this world, he found that he was also a man with a system called League of Legends, and he also had experience points to be while killing enemies. He could gain experience points to upgrade and then learn skills, talents, and summoner skills, etc. A crew member nearby put his arm around Darius' shoulders and teased, a little tipsy, I can only say that the interns nowadays are really scary. They are even stronger than us old crew members. I wonder who is stronger now, Darius or Kaido? Kaido is being trained by Captain Rox as a future cadre, not an ordinary intern, a crew member nearby reminded. No matter what, we have a talented young man in our 2nd squad. Darius, keep working hard. I'm very optimistic about you. After encouraging Darius, Shichi picked up the wine bowl and laughed. Okay, brothers, let's get drunk tonight. Oh, I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Boss Shiki, I toast to you. Brother Shiki is really magnanimous. Soon, one pirate after another began to toast Shiki. Then, at the same time, several pirates teased Darius. Good boy, who would have guessed? You are young, but you can drink quite a lot. Yeah. At this time, Urkong also walked over drunk and said with a smile, Darius, it seemed that you are not even an adult this year. I didn't expect that a little kid like you can drink alcohol. Shouldn't children drink juice? Darius was immediately angrily scolded after hearing this. Stop talking bullshit. I'm a pirate, and I'm going to be 18 soon. Have you ever seen a pirate drink juice? Shiki also continued holding the wine bowl and said with a smile, You are right. What do you mean minors can't drink? We are pirates, and no matter we are adults or not, there is no man who doesn't drink. Come on, let's continue drinking. Boss, you have a good alcohol tolerance. You're right, only women and children drink fruit juice. We are all real men. Come on, drink. The banquet lasted for 3 hours before it ended. Okay, brothers, we've eaten and drunk enough. It's time to go. Shurji said to his subordinates while picking his teeth with a toothpick. Oh. After listening to Shichi's words, the pirates stood up drunkenly one by one. Just as the Rox pirates were about to leave, the bar owner came over with the bill trembling. Well, sir, your total consumption was 81,828,222 Baileys. Let us give you a discount. Let's say it's 80 million Baileys. Hearing the bartender suddenly come out to ask them for money, the pirates laughed as if they had heard a huge joke. He actually asks us for money. I haven't met such a courageous bartender in a long time. Is this after-dinner entertainment? Is this guy an actor hired by someone? You ask us for money. Do you know who we are? The corners of the pirates' mouths curled up ferociously, and the terrifying murderous aura on their bodies pressed towards the wine owner, which frightened the wine owner so much that he fell to the ground. Ordinary people are afraid of pirates, and the bar owner notified the Navy early on. The Navy's request to him was to try his best to stabilize this group of pirates and wait for the Navy to arrive and arrest them. The bar owner also hated pirates very much. These pirates never paid for their meals and also smashed a shop. Naturally, he hoped that those pirates were brought to justice. The owner of the tavern notified the Navy the moment they entered the store, and the Navy should be here soon. Paying for meals, isn't that just a matter of course? The tavern owner also mustered up the courage to say. I haven't seen such a courageous guy in a long time. Damn it, we, the Rocks Pirates, think highly of you by coming to your shabby tavern to eat, and you dare to ask us for money. At this time, one by one the crew members said angrily. No, no, don't kill me, please don't kill me. Facing the murderous aura of these pirates, then owner's psychological defense finally collapsed. Even though these pirates did not take action, the terrifying murderous aura still frightened him to the point of losing control of his bladder. He was scared to death. I'm dying of laughter. He just had the courage to say that it is only natural to pay for meals. How come he peed so soon? The pirates laughed at the owner, who was scared to death. Shurji looked at the innkeeper and grinned. Listen, old man, in this sea, strength is the key to everything, and the law of the jungle is the law of this sea. Since you have treated us with all your heart today, I will let you go. Thank you. Thank you for not killing me. At this time, the owner of the wine shop didn't care about money. The key is to survive. As for the Navy's order, go to hell. These pirates have been drinking here for 3 hours and the Navy hasn't come yet. I don't know if I will be fooled by the Navy. Watching the pirates leave his tavern one by one, the boss sat limply on the ground. After cursing at the Navy for a few words, he decided to close the tavern and never do this business again. The members of the second team walked towards the coast at this time and suddenly found that the surrounding streets were surprisingly quiet. However, a group of people were drunk, still bragging, and did not pay attention to the surrounding situation. But the next second, Marines began to appear in the surrounding streets, houses, and rooftops, surrounding all the members of the second division. All of a sudden, the pirates felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. There was no sign of drunkenness in Golden Lion's eyes at this time, and he looked coldly at the Navy in front of him. A rear admiral in the Navy said, Shiki the Golden Lion and the pirates of the Rocks Pirates, lay down your weapons immediately, or you will be killed without mercy. Navy, brothers, let's have a big fight. Without any nonsense, Shichi directly drew out the 2 famous swords at his waist and rushed towards the Navy. The members of the Rocks Pirates are also a group of desperate criminals, and the battle between the Navy and the pirates quickly broke out on this small island. Darius also fought hard to kill the enemies. For Darius, if he wanted to become stronger, he had to kill people, because this way he could gain experience points. After killing several Navy men in succession, he finally heard a pleasant voice. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have reached level 4, unlocked a new skill, Roxas Guillotine, unlocked a new talent, Grasp of the Undying. Hearing this familiar voice, Darius was overjoyed. He had finally leveled up. He then found a corner and opened his attribute panel to check. Darius, 17 years old, current level 4. Experience points required to reach level 5, 1/800 experience points. Gold coins, 0. Skill, bleeding, passive skill. When Darius attacks the enemy with an axe, the wound caused by the enemy will bleed heavily, and it will be difficult to stop the bleeding in a short time. If the enemy is hit by the axe 5 times in a row, blood rage can be triggered, which can increase Darius's attack power by 20%. Kill all around. In the next minute, use the axe to attack the enemy. If you injure the enemy, the axe can absorb the enemy's blood and heal your own injuries. Cooling time 5 hours. Crippling Strike, Darius' next attack power is increased by 50%. Cooldown time 1 hour. Ruthless Iron Hands, passive skill. Darius's axe-type weapons can increase the armor penetration effect by 10%. Noxian Guillotine, after Darius triggers Blood Rage, he can use the Noxian Guillotine, which has a terrifying slash that can chop down mountains in one blow. Cooldown time 120 hours. After reaching level 16, once you kill an enemy, you can refresh the Noxian Guillotine. Rune Talent, Grasp of the Undying. In combat, your next normal attack on an enemy will deal additional magic damage based on your maximum health and heal yourself for a certain amount of health, and you will permanently gain 1 health point. Cooldown 4 hours. Conqueror, in battle, if you miss an enemy, you will gain a layer of Conqueror. Each layer of Conqueror will provide 1 of 5 attack points according to the level. Up to 12 layers of Conqueror can be stacked. When Conqueror reaches the full layer, you will gain 3% all-around blood-sucking effect and cooldown time. Summoner's skill, Flash, can instantly move a distance of 30 meters. Cooldown time 300 hours. Mark an enemy with blood or saliva. Use Mark again within 3 minutes to instantly come to the enemy. Cooldown time 48 hours. Equipment, Scouting Ward, gain vision of a place within a radius of 100 meters. Lasts for 5 days. Cooldown time 240 hours. Divine Domain Perspective, with itself as the center, a 100-meter radius perspective scan is formed, which lasts for 10 minutes. Under the perspective scan, invisible, lurking, disguised, and changing enemies can be found, cooling time 180 hours. After looking at his basic panel, Darius quietly closed it. Unlike in the game, the panel did not display health points, mana points, armor, magic resistance, etc. It has been 3 months since Darius came to this world, and he has also been promoted from level 1 to level 4. It took 100 experience points to upgrade from level 1 to level 2, 200 experience points to upgrade from level 2 to level 3, 400 experience points to upgrade from level 3 to level 4, and now it takes 800 experience points to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. With each level up, the required experience points increase exponentially. In addition to the passive bleeding skill that is possessed at the beginning at level 1, Darius obtains the innate skill of destruction and the talent of conqueror. After that, he can obtain a skill or talent or summoner skill with each subsequent level. These skills and talents are generally similar to those in the game League of Legends, but there are also subtle changes. For example, the cooling time in the game is measured in seconds, but in reality it is measured in hours. However, over the past 3 months, Darius' strength has indeed been increasing rapidly. After each upgrade, his overall attributes will increase a little bit, and he will also gain skills. Although the increase in data is not much in this One Piece world, Darius only improved his data a little bit, but for ordinary crew members, its strength is a leap forward. However, just like in the game, there are a total of 7 equipment slots. However, here you can buy reconnaissance guards and divine perspective at the same time. The main reason is that these 2 things are free, so Darius can buy them directly, and the rest require gold coins to purchase. The gold coins in a mall are different from those in the game. They cannot be obtained by killing enemies. They need to be exchanged for 100% pure gold. 500 grams of gold is equal to 1 gold coin. This makes Darius completely blind. After all, Darius does not have a single gold coin now. Chapter 2: Kaido's Challenge. After several hours of fierce fighting, the captain of the 2nd Division suffered hundreds of casualties, and the Navy also suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they seized a warship and escaped from Kurlin Island. This time it's really dangerous. It's really all because of drinking. After making sure that he had shaken off the Navy behind him, Shurji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the fact that most of the crew members on the ship were injured, after all, everyone got drunk last night, and their performance was a little unstable under the drunken state. Indigo, who was Shiki's confidant, was also thankful. Fortunately, the Navy didn't send out strong men like Sengoku and Garp. Otherwise, we might have been wiped out last night. Shurji didn't care at all and laughed. Brothers, let's have a party to celebrate our escape from death. Oh. All the pirates cheered when they heard this. Even though they almost lost their lives last night because of drinking, they became excited when they heard that another party was going to start. Hey, you still want to drink? Indigo cursed in despair after hearing this. This group of people is simply hopeless. Although Shiki the Golden Lion has a cruel personality, as a pirate he also loves parties very much. He holds a party almost every day on the ship. Even if there are no activities, he never gets tired of it. The other pirates are the same. As a pirate, they must be very happy to be able to hold parties every day. A few days later. Hey, Darius, come and see, your bounty is out. At this moment, a pirate excitedly shouted while holding this morning's morning paper. His name was Erkong, and he was an old man of the 2nd team. For those who sail on the sea every day, newspapers are indispensable. IT is also the best and fastest way for them to understand the outside world. Darius was a little surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that he would get a bounty so soon, but it was normal. After all, in order to gain experience points, he needed to kill monsters or kill people, so he would definitely be offered a bounty by the Navy. At this time, Erkong came to Darius with a newspaper in his hand, looking very excited. Look, this is your bounty, asked Darius. The bounty is 30 million berries. That's amazing. The first bounty is 30 million berries. Big Axe. What kind of a nickname is this? It's so ugly. After hearing this title, Darius was very dissatisfied. He was so dissatisfied with his title that he would definitely ask the Navy to correct his title when he became strong in the future. The first bounty can get 30 million belly. That's pretty good. At this time, Shichi also came over from behind. When he first received the bounty, it was only 25 million belly. Darius just smiled casually and didn't answer. When Kaido and Charlotte Linlin first offered a bounty, their bounties were higher than his, and when they first offered a bounty, they were younger than Darius is now. Sky stood at the bow and gave orders. All right, brothers, our mission has taken long enough, and we've had enough fun. Let's prepare to return. Don't let that bastard Rox wait too long. Oh. After that, Darius followed Ski back to the Rox Pirates base, Beehive Island, and Darius began his daily training here. After all, this was real life, not a game, so Darius wanted to see if he could improve his attack power through practice. Although the data has not changed in these days, Darius has truly felt his own growth. At least his two-color domineering power has been greatly enhanced. Because he was affiliated with the second squad, in the past few months, apart from practicing, he followed the second squad to collect protection fees or recruit personnel, killing people as much as possible. In fact, Darius would rather kill people and rob than do boring training, because he can directly gain experience points through killing. As long as he levels up, he can become stronger directly. Isn't this faster than slow training? During this period, Rox also heard about Darius, a promising newcomer, and specially asked Ski to bring Darius to meet him. Rox also encouraged Darius and nothing else happened. After all, there were dozens of trainees in the Rox Pirates. Even if Darius had potential, he was not worthy of his attention. In the Rox Pirates, the one with the most potential is Kaido, who is being trained by Rox as his future right-hand man. In addition, the children of Captain Charlotte Linlin of the 3rd Division are actually trainee crew members of the Rox Pirates. Marco, the adopted son of Edward Newgate, Whitebeard of the 1st Division, is also a trainee crew member. Marco is now 7 years old. I heard from the people on the ship that Whitebeard picked up Marco when he was still a baby. Since then, he has always kept him by his side and treated Marco as his own son. On the Beehive Island, on the #1 training ground, Darius wiped the sweat from his forehead. After several months of physical training, his attack power, armor, magic resistance, and health points had not been improved at all, which made Darius a little disappointed. Fortunately, they were indeed improved. It was a pity that the domineering power would not be displayed on the attribute panel. In the Rox Pirates, basically everyone can use hockey, so it is not difficult for Darius to learn hockey. With the instruction of several seniors, he has mastered the basic two-color hockey after a few months. However, Darius has not yet awakened the Conqueror's hockey. At this time, Dryer C felt a brutal aura behind him, turned around and found a 7-meter-tall young man with a pair of horns on his head standing behind him. He knew this man was a trainee crew member of the 3rd Division, Kaido, and also one of the future Four Emperors. Kaido. Darius was a little surprised. Although he and Kaido were both members of the Rox Pirates, they had not met each other many times. After all, the Rox Pirates were the overlords of the New World. There were more than 10,000 people in the group, and there were more than 80 pirate groups under its command, owning more than 1,000 islands of all sizes. Even though he and Kaido were both trainee crew members, they belonged to different groups, so the chances of meeting each other were naturally very rare. Darius, I heard that you offered a bounty of 30 million berries. Kaido looked down at Darius, his tone full of coldness and arrogance. In the Rox Pirates, strength is everything. Although Kaido is a strong crew member, he is stronger than many formal crew members. Darius is the second person among the trainee crew members who has a bounty besides him, which makes Kaido very interested in Darius. Darius was a little unhappy. He was only 196 centimeters tall. Facing Kaido, who was over 7 meters tall, he was like a little man and a giant. He frowned slightly and asked, "So what, you came here to ask this?" "Oh, Lolo, everyone is free anyway. How about it? Let's have a fight." Kaido grinned grimly after hearing this. Darius frowned as he listened. In terms of age, Kaido is only 3 years older than him, and he has not eaten the blue dragon fruit in the original work. Darius only knows that this devil fruit was given to Kaido by Big Mom, but Darius does not know the details. In the original work, Darius only watched the anime of One Piece and did not read the manga, so he was not very clear about the plot. After thinking for a moment, Darius agreed and said, "Okay, let's give it a try." Darius also wanted to see how big the gap was between his current strength and the future Four Emperors Kaido, and also to see the results of his training over the past 3 months. Kaido also took off the mace behind him at this time, grinning. "Oh, Lolo, come on, this happens to be a training ground. Let me see your strength." "Okay, come on." Darius was eager to try at this time. Facing the future Four Emperors of the Pirates, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, Darius wanted to fight him. At the same time, he also wanted to test his own strength, so he picked up the black axe next to him. This axe was given by the system. It is a double-sided axe, 1.5 meters long and 80 centimeters wide. It looks similar to the black cutter, but Darius simply named this axe Black Cutter. The two men stood facing each other on the training ground. Kaido was relatively relaxed, but Darius was a little nervous. After all, he was facing the future Four Emperors, and he had only been in this world for half a year. Although his strength had improved a lot in the past 6 months, he had no idea whether he could defeat Kaido. He clenched the black cleaver in both hands, stared at Kaido opposite him, and looked at his own skills on the panel. To be honest, These skills only took a few seconds in the game, but in reality they took hours, which was simply fatal. He could probably only use them once or twice in a battle. Seeing Kaido still didn't react, Darius made up his mind. Never mind, take the initiative. With a kick of his feet, his body bounced towards Kaido, and the black cut in Darius's hand began to glow red. Crippling blow. Darius plans to use his skills right from the start. He has Conqueror, and as long as he can hurt Kaido, he can start stacking Conqueror at the same time. He can also trigger Grasp of the Undying. Facing Kaido, Darius dare not be careless. Olololo, good thing, but don't fall down all of a sudden. As he said that, Kaido also clenched the mace in his hand and made a baseball posture. Seeing this posture, Darius felt something was wrong. Thunderous Bagua. Crippling blow. Ping. With a violent metal collision sound, the black cut, which was hardened by the armament haki, hit the metal black rod, and suddenly there was a sharp metal collision sound. At this moment, Darius felt the pain in his hand. The recoil force made the tiger's mouth seem to crack because of the previous blow. Under one blow, the axe blade and the mace were still colliding, and metal sparks were jumping on it. Now it has become a theoretical competition. What kind of strange power does this guy have? Darius felt the power of the mace, and the stone slab under his feet began to crack. The crippling blow he just used increased his attack power by 50%, but in the end he only managed to tie with Kaido's random attack. Olololo, not bad. You actually blocked my attack. Kaido was very excited when he saw Darius block his attack. Darius was 3 years younger than him, and being able to block his attack was enough to make him proud. He exerted force in his hands and forced Darius back. Come again, Kaido said, and attacked Darius first. Darius immediately stepped back to dodge. Through the simple fight just now, Darius knew that Kaido's strength was higher than his. If he wanted to defeat him, he had to increase his attack power first. The first thing he had to do was to stack Conqueror. Only with full stacks of Conqueror, maybe he would have a chance to defeat Kaido, but this also meant that he had to hit it took Kaido 12 times to reach the full stack. Why are you running? Stop right there. Kaido was very unhappy when he saw Darius chose to escape, and he cursed at Darius. Stop talking nonsense, I'm just looking for an opportunity. Darius cursed back unhappily. Although there is a gap between him and Kaido, the gap is not to the point of despair. At this moment, Darius spat out a mouthful of blood and spit directly at Kaido. Kaido was also stunned, and a mouthful of bloody phlegm was spit directly on his face, which immediately made Kaido feel deeply humiliated. He did not expect Darius to use such a low-class method to wipe the bloody phlegm off his face, and immediately mocked. This guy's spitting, are you playing house? Originally, Kaido thought Darius was a good person, but now he felt a little contempt for Darius. He even dared to spit at him, and even spit on his face. Although this move was not very harmful, it was extremely insulting. Don't think you can escape. Suddenly, Kaido increased his speed, predicted the direction Darius would retreat through his observation haki, and immediately hit him with a stick. Darius looked at Kaido's attack, a smile appeared on his face, and he thought to himself, Mark? In an instant, Darius' figure suddenly increased dozens of times like a ghost, and he came in front of Kaido as if flying. The black cut, which was hardened by the armament domineering, slashed at Kaido fiercely. What? Kaido was also shocked this time, and had no time to defend himself. Hiss. An axe chopped down, and a streak of blood immediately appeared on Kaido's chest. Conqueror level 1. Attack power increased by 2. Grasp of the Undying triggered. Passive bleeding triggered. All of a sudden, Darius's health increased by 1 point due to the triggering of Grasp of the Undying. At this moment, Kaido also felt the pain of the wound, and at the same time, an inexplicable force seemed to penetrate into his body, making him feel a little uncomfortable, but it was not a big deal for Kaido, and he punched Darius hard. Darius in midair had no way to dodge and could only defend. Kaido punched him directly and sent him flying. He rolled on the ground for several meters before stopping. Olololo, not bad. Darius, I'll remember you. The attack just now was pretty good. I used haki to defend, but it still broke my defense. Kaido suddenly laughed wildly at this time. Although there were many people in the Rocks Pirates who could defeat him, this was the first time that Kaido was injured by someone younger than him, which made Kaido very excited. Come on, let's do it again. Chapter 3 Defeat. Darius and Kaido fought again, and he quickly calculated his skills in his mind. At this moment, the only powerful skills he had left were Destroy All Sides and Flash. As for the Noxian Guillotine, it can only be used after the Blood Rage state is activated. Facing Kaido's continuous attacks like a storm, Darius seemed to be struggling. Kaido's speed and strength were both superior to his. In a fierce battle, there was a loud bang. The impact of the collision between the mace and the black blade caused Darius' body to shake violently. He was directly knocked away. His body drew an arc in the air and finally fell heavily to the ground, flying more than 10 meters away. At this time, blood was oozing from his forehead and mouth, revealing the cruelty and fierceness of this battle. For all, it's pretty good, but it's still not good enough. Kaido grinned, and at the same time, he was a little playful. What about the speed you just used? Why don't you use it again? Can you continue? Darius. Darius quickly wiped the blood from his forehead, and with a mouthful of blood-stained spit, he growled, "This pain is insignificant. It's still far from enough, Kaido." Kaido was also full of fighting spirit, his eyes flashing with a desire for a duel. Darius was determined at this moment. He decided to abandon all his concerns and confront Kaido head-on. He must quickly stimulate the blood rage and make the Conqueror's power reach its peak. Only in this way can he have a chance of winning. Continuing to avoid and fear will only accelerate his defeat. Come on. Darius roared and rushed towards Kaido. Whirl, interesting, come on. Kaido swung the mace again and hit Darius. However, what surprised Kaido was that this time Darius did not dodge, but instead took his attack head-on, looking as if he was risking his life. Puff, Darius forcibly blocked the stick with black cleaver and shoulder and fell to his knees on the ground, spurting out a mouthful of blood. Feeling the pain in his body, he roared and chopped at Kaido with an axe. Hit Kaido again, Conqueror 2 levels, attack power +4, 2 levels of blood rage. Whirl, so cruel. Kaido suddenly laughed and admired Darius's ruthlessness. The two fought again, and Kaido was also infected by Darius' fighting style. The battle between the two was mainly based on offense. This crazy attack and lack of defense also caused Darius' attacks to hit Kaido's body one after another. He soon slashed Kaido 5 times in a row, successfully triggering the blood rage effect, which increased Darius's attack power by 20%. This guy gets stronger the more he fights. Kaido also felt that Darius's strength had suddenly increased, which surprised him a little. But now that his blood had been ignited, Kaido no longer thought about it and grinned. "Lolo, not bad, keep going." Darius felt the pain in his body at this time. Even without looking at the panel, he knew that his current condition was very bad. Kaido was superior to him in terms of attack power, defense power, and speed. Facing Kaido, could he really stack 12 layers of Conqueror? Seeing Kaido suddenly hit him with another stick, Darius no longer held back his skills. Flash. In an instant, Kaido's stick missed. Looking at Darius, who suddenly disappeared and then suddenly appeared in front of him, Black Cleaver chopped down again, leaving a bloody mark on Kaido's body again. Ugh! Kaido groaned in pain, covered his wound, and stepped back a few steps. His eyes were filled with brutality, and he roared, "You damn brat!" Another stick hit him, and Darius was knocked out again, with blood dripping from his body. Huff, huff, huff. Darius was gasping for breath, and Kaido did not continue to attack him as he looked at Darius lying on the ground. After all, he was still a companion, and this was just a competition. Is this the strength of the future Four Emperors? They are already so strong even before they have eaten the devil fruit. Even if they completely abandon defense and attack with all their strength, they can only stack 9 layers of Conqueror. Darius supported himself on the ground and forced himself to stand up. Kaido was also very surprised to see Darius standing up again. They could also see that Darius' body had almost reached its limit after so many attacks from him. Although Kaido was currently a trainee crew member, his strength was almost comparable to that of a wanted criminal with a bounty of 200 million or even higher. Darius looked at Kaido opposite him, his eyes full of determination. If he was an ordinary person like Lu Chuang in his previous life, he might have given up long ago. But after becoming Darius, there was a power called Indomitable in his body. At this time, Darius was not afraid at all. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit because of the battle and facing such a powerful opponent, and the blood in his body was constantly boiling. Can we fight again? Kaido also saw the excitement in Darius' eyes, and he also felt his blood boiling. Ha, of course. Darius grinned. Now he didn't want to keep any skills. After all, he didn't have that much strength, and hiding himself was simply stupid. Killing everyone. Soon, a red light began to appear on the black blade in Darius's hand. Kaido on the opposite side also frowned slightly, but Darius would not give Kaido extra time to think and rushed towards Kaido again. He only had 1 minute to kill everyone. During this time, as long as he attacked Kaido, he could absorb Kaido's blood to recover from his injuries. Conqueror can also be stacked at the same time. Whirl. Kaido was not afraid at all. The two fought again. Just like before, their attacks fell on each other. This time, after Darius's black cutter hit Kaido's body, Black Cutter quickly absorbed the splattered blood and began to heal Darius's injuries. At this moment, Kaido also noticed that a faint green light seemed to appear on Darius' body, and the injuries he had suffered before had miraculously recovered a little. What kind of ability is this? Kaido was very surprised that he had never seen this kind of power before. But Darius didn't answer. He swung Black Cutter again and slashed at Kaido. Kaido would not ask any further questions. He was so eager to fight that he just wanted to have a good fight. Soon, the two separated again. A large amount of blood flowed from Kaido and Darius, staining their clothes red. But both of them were full of fighting spirit at this time, and they seemed not to care about the injuries on their bodies. A minute later, Darius finally stacked 12 layers of Conqueror. The fierce battle was in full swing, and Kaido couldn't help but get excited. He roared, "Voroloro, it's shocking. Even though you are seriously injured, your strength is getting stronger. It's really surprising. However, it is this kind of passionate and exciting battle that makes me feel so happy." Darius, now a conqueror in blood rage, was also full of passion. His attack power soared, enough to confront Kaido head-on, and he no longer had to worry about his mouth being torn apart every time he fought. With a firm look in his eyes, he said in a deep voice, "Kaido, next, I will launch the final attack. If you can still resist, then I really have nothing to do." As he spoke, the black blade in Darius's hand shone again, and a faint red light surrounded it, foreshadowing the powerful force that was about to erupt. Any other tricks? Kaido's blood boiled after hearing that. Seeing a layer of red light appear on Darius' axe, he became alert. He clenched the mace with both hands and hardened the mace with his armed color domineering. He would not dodge. It turned out to be Darius' strongest trick, so he would defeat him head-on. "Woolalolo, come on." Darius leaped high, the axe in his hand filled with 1,000 pounds of force, and roared, "Nukin guillotine." "Great power, thunderous Bagua." The roar echoed, and the clash of the axe and the mace was like a thunderclap, instantly stirring up a violent hurricane. Under the devastating chop of the Roxas guillotine, the stone slabs under Kaido's feet could not bear the weight and broke one after another. The ground seemed to be torn apart and sunk several centimeters. Under this heavy blow, even a powerful being like Kaido showed obvious signs of effort. The axe had already cut deeply into his shoulder. If he had not resisted in time, this blow would have been enough to make him lose an arm. Kaido roared in anger, and the sound shook the whole area. The tremendous power in his hands surged out like a flood, knocking Darius back fiercely. The latter drew a long arc in the air and finally hit the wall in the distance. The wall collapsed under the huge impact force, and smoke and dust rose up, covering everything around. Wow, the trainees on our ship are so strong. At some point, a lot of crew members from the Rox Pirates had gathered around, watching the fight between Kaido and Darius, and they were also shocked. "I know Kaido is powerful, but I didn't expect Darius to be so powerful as well. They are both just interns. How can they be so strong? They are simply monsters. It would be fine to have a monster like Kaido, but now there is another one. When he grows up, he will definitely be at the cadre level. And these two guys fought too hard." The crew members around were also talking about it, looking at Kaido and Darius, who were covered in blood. They also felt a sense of fear. Although they were all formal crew members, some of them really couldn't beat Kaido and Darius. "You win, Kaido." At this time, Darius stood up again. Even the Roxas guillotine could not defeat Kaido. Darius really had no other choice now. After all, reality is not a game. Although this move has the destructive power to split mountains, Kaido still managed to withstand it, which made Darius a little frustrated. Kaido also recognized Darius's strength at this time. Although his strength was not as good as his, Darius was 3 years younger than him. Kaido had never met such a strong opponent among his peers. He laughed and said, "Whirlalol, what a powerful attack. I almost couldn't block it. Okay, I enjoyed the fight today, but I'm leaving now. I hope I can have a satisfying fight with you again next time." As he spoke, Kaido turned and left. Seeing that the battle was over, the rest of the people also dispersed. At tea this time, a pirate came over with a medical box. He was the ship's doctor of the first squadron, Diguli. "Darius, I can't believe you're so powerful without showing off." Diguli teased while helping Darius bandage his wound. Darius did not answer, but sat in a small stool, waiting for Diguli to bandage his wound. "Even if I tried my best, I still lost in the end." Darius was very unwilling. The gap between his strength and Kaido's was still a bit big. Even if he used all his skills, he still couldn't win in the end. "It seems that I still need to upgrade quickly and acquire more skills." Darius thought to himself that the Rox Pirates would be disbanded this year. After the Rox Pirates were disbanded, he would have to improve his strength quickly. Not only would he have to gain experience points, but he would also have to find a way to get money to buy equipment from the mall. Soon, Diguli bandaged Darius's wound, left some medicine, told Darius to remember to take it, and then left. For Chapter 4, The Knights of God. Half a month had passed since the battle with Kaido, and Darius's injuries had completely healed. As usual, he continued to practice on the Beehive Island every day, and at the same time, he would secretly stack the Grasp of the Undying every day. Grasp of the Undying only requires you to attack the enemy once. That IT does not necessarily have to be triggered with an AXE.IT, can also be triggered with your fists. However, Darius still often challenges the crew on the ship. Now he is just a trainee crew member, and there are many people stronger than him in the Rocks Pirates, so he can find different people to fight every day. This also allows Darius to learn fighting skills from them, and at the same time he can also improve his domineering, which are skills that cannot be seen on the attribute panel. It's a pity that you can't gain experience points by fighting. There is only one way to gain experience points, and that is to kill the enemy. Only by killing people can you gain experience points. You can't gain experience points by simply defeating people. At this moment, screams suddenly came from outside. Darius, who was training, was also a little strange. After walking outside, Darius was shocked. It's the world government and the Navy. Damn it, at this time when the main forces are not on Beehive Island, the Navy and the world government actually come to attack us. We can't win at all, retreat first. At this moment, Beehive Island was in chaos, with 10 Navy warships and a world government ship on the coast of Beehive Island, and tens of thousands of Navy soldiers began to slaughter the pirates on Beehive Island. At this time, on the world government's luxurious battleship, a red-haired celestial dragon shouted, "Kill all the trash on this pirate island and take back all the stolen money." Yes, Lord St. Garen. A number of world government officials also saluted and joined in the slaughter of pirates. At this time, Figure Galansheng also joined the battlefield. He easily killed several pirates with the sword in his hand and said contemptuously, the captain and the captains are not here. It's really disappointing. I thought I could fight with the world's #1 pirate group." At this time, a team leader who was stepped on by Galansheng said angrily, "Damn it, at this time if there was a team leader here, you wouldn't be so arrogant." Fegelin Galansheng sneered and slashed quickly with the sword in his hand. An extremely sharp slash fell down, and the strong sword pressure passed through the entire island, directly giving the Honeycomb Island a middle part, shocking the surrounding pirates. Is this the Navy? Why are they here? Darius was shocked when he saw the horrifying slash just now. He also noticed that the Navy and pirates around him were fighting together, but now the pirates were at a complete disadvantage. The cadres are not here. It seems that the other party really knows how to choose the time. Darius also felt palpitations at this time. Darius believed that someone inside the Rocks Pirates must have leaked the information. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that the Navy attacked Beehive Island at this time when the cadres were not there? Darius would not believe it if no one leaked the information. After all, it is now more than 30 years ago that the plot of One Piece began. In other words, the plots of One Piece that Darius knew are basically useless now, and he has no idea who is on the other side. Damn it, I won't surrender. Darius looked at the Navy around him, but he would not turn around and run away. And he might not be able to escape. Now Darius was only a few dozen experience points away from reaching level 5. Now there were Navy coming. He would upgrade first. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Soon, Darius joined the battlefield. His strength was not outstanding on this battlefield, but it was not weak either. At least he had a bounty of 30 million. Kid, you're quite capable, and you're still so young. After Darius hacked to death more than a dozen naval soldiers, he attracted the attention of a naval lieutenant, who walked towards Darius. The lieutenant commander looked at the lost soldiers around him. They were all beheaded by the little devil with an axe. These soldiers were not defeated by Darius directly. They were all injured or defeated by other pirates and then killed by Darius. This made a lieutenant commander a little angry. "You are so cruel and ruthless at such a young age. It seemed that I can't let you live." Darius sneered. Now he only needed to kill a few more people to level up. Besides, this was a battlefield. He didn't have to confront the Navy head-on. He just had to reap the final blow. Because of the chaotic battles, or perhaps because of the characteristics of the One Piece world, neither pirates nor Navy have a habit of finishing off the enemy. It is easier for the Navy, because the Navy will try to capture as many enemies alive as possible and then publicly execute them. But it is a bit confusing that pirates do not finish off the enemy as soon as they knock down the enemy. They will immediately look for the next enemy, but the fallen enemy is not necessarily dead. Many are only seriously injured. For Darius, this is the temptation of the low-health soldiers. They can kill them without much effort to gain experience points. Why bother to go and kill the enemy head-on? Really? I've been so careful, but I still got targeted. This is so frustrating. Darius was a little unhappy, but he didn't choose to escape because it was useless to escape, and the opponent would definitely catch up. Humph, in the name of Lieutenant Commander Zealand, I'm arresting you now, asked Darius, with a bounty of 30 million berries. Surrender obediently. Zealand Major Lien clenched the saber in his hand and said coldly, If you want to arrest me, then come on, Darius said without any fear. Major Lien also smiled contemptuously, then changed it to execution on the spot. As he spoke, Major Lien kicked off and used the 6 styles of shave to rush forward in an instant. Darius was not afraid either. He swung the black cutter in his hand down fiercely. The 2 blades collided, and Major Zealand's face suddenly showed horror. He did not expect that the young man in front of him was so strong. Darius looked at Major Zelian's horrified eyes as if he was looking at a monster and grinned. Ha ha, if you think I can only heal the remaining health, then you are underestimating me. Having just killed a dozen low-health Marines in a row, Darius had already stacked up Conqueror and Blood Raged. In his current state, even Kaido could fight him. A mere Marine lieutenant was not enough to deal with him. Crippling blow. With a fierce chop of the axe hardened by the armament color directly cut off Major Zalian's saber, and the sharp axe blade chopped fiercely on Major Zalian's body. After a scream, Major Zealand fell to the ground. He was frightened and wanted to escape, but Darius stepped on his back and said with a fierce smile, Go to hell. No, stop. Major Zealand looked at the black cutlass that Darius raised high. At this moment, fear was greater than everything. All the naval justice was thrown out of the window. Although he shouted every day that justice must prevail and everything is for the people, when it really comes to sacrificing his life, everyone will be afraid. However, Darius paid no attention to his cries for help. He chopped down fiercely with black cleaver and beheaded Major Zealand, instantly gaining the corresponding experience points. Looking at the head rolling on the ground, Darius' eyes were calm, and he turned to look for the rest of the Navy with low health. On the other side, a CP0 said respectfully to Feigelin Garanshing, Lord Garanshing, we have brought back all the treasures on this pirate island, but there are still many pirates on the island. At this time, Saint Smith, a member of the Knights of God behind Saint Fergelin Gallen, said, This island is full of pirates. Just kill these rubbish. Saint Smith, leave this matter to our Navy. Please leave for the time being. Vice Admiral Old Tay said respectfully. On the other side, a Vice Admiral, Lao Bai, also said respectfully, Yes, Lord Garin, we should retreat as soon as possible. According to the intelligence we have obtained, the main force of the Rocks pirates has already learned about the attack on Beehive Island. I'm afraid they will come to support soon. Feigelin Gallenshang snorted coldly and said disdainfully, It's just a pirate. Is it worth making a fuss about it? He is not one of those pig-like trash celestial dragons. The Feigelin family ranks among the top among the 19 celestial dragon families, and the family also conducts elite training from a young age. He, Feigelin Gallenshang, is the elite among the elites among the celestial dragons. At the age of less than 40, he has already become the leader of the Knights of God. Soon, Saint Feigelin Gallen made a decision. Old Vice Admiral Bai, please order the Navy to take back the treasures collected from the pirate island first. I will stay here to see the strength of that rocks. After hearing what Garanshing said, Lieutenant General Lao Bai did not dare to disobey. They did not even dare to disobey the orders of ordinary celestial dragons, let alone Feigelin Garanshing, the leader of the Knights of God, who had the power to judge the celestial dragons. Watching Vice Admiral Bai leave, a CP0 behind him said, Garland Sama, isn't this a bit risky? I heard that the top officers of the Rocks pirates are strong enough to rival the admirals of the Navy. Humph, the Knights of God cannot be defeated, and Feigelin Gallenshang said this, looking at the 9 members behind him with cold eyes, and asked, Are you afraid of those ants? How is that possible? Saint Smith grinned. There is a pirate group founded by a group of lowly pirates, and they were hyped up by those rubbish in the Navy to become the world's #1 pirate group. Well, I've long wanted to see what they are capable of. St. Paulpock, who was a little old, said, stroking his beard at the back. The other members of the Knights of God are also looking forward to the upcoming battle. The members of the Knights of God are all elites among the celestial dragons. Although there are not many of them, the weakest one has the strength of a vice admiral or above. Because the members of the Knights of God are positioned according to the standards of a Navy admiral, they enjoy the best resources and the most scientific training methods from birth, and can obtain the most advanced weapons and equipment from the world government. They are the sharpest sword that has enabled the celestial dragons to maintain the world for 800 years and remain standing. Report. At this moment, a Navy officer came over, half knelt on the ground, and said, My lords of the Knights of God, a total of 12 pirate ships have been spotted approaching in the southwest and northwest. Among them, the leaders of the Rocks pirates have been spotted, including the captain of the 1st Division, Edward Newgate, the captain of the 5th Division, Silver Axe, the captain of the 6th Division, Wang Ji, the captain of the 9th Division, Giroliosa, and several pirate groups under their command. Feigelin Galansheng and the other members of the Knights of the Nine Lives were a little excited when they heard this. Is it finally here? Where's Rox? Isn't he here? The messenger also bowed his head and did not dare to look at the face of the celestial dragon and reported, Captain Rox and the other officers have not been found yet. Humph, never mind, we can give it a try with just a few of them. Feigelin Galansheng smiled coldly. At this time, on the Whitebeard inside was also very angry. He just received a temporary mission and had to go out for a trip, but he didn't expect that the Honeycomb Island would be invaded by the Navy. He now only hoped that Marco could hide well and not be discovered by the Navy. As for the treasures on the Honeycomb Island, he was not interested in them. Humph, this speed is too slow. I'll go first. As he said that, Whitebeard leaped up and stepped on the moon steps in the air directly towards the Honeycomb Island. He didn't care much about the lives of the other people on Beehive Island, since they were basically villains anyway. However, Whitebeard was worried about his son Marco, and now he just wanted to rush over to confirm Marco's safety. 5. Chapter 5 Whitebeard vs. Garen. Lord Garen, it's Whitebeard, he's coming this way. At this moment, Vice Admiral Olto shouted in a panic. Who wouldn't be afraid of Whitebeard? This is a pirate with a bounty of over 1.5 billion. So strong, just like a wild beast. At this moment, Jialansheng's mouth curled up with a hint of fighting spirit. Looking at Whitebeard, who was coming with moon steps, he drew out the sword, Divine Punishment, at his waist, and also walked towards Whitebeard with moon steps. Oh, here comes a pretty powerful guy. Whitebeard looked at Garansheng, who was rushing towards him, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He held a Kusakum Kirii in both hands, and the blade was wrapped with armed color domineering and domineering color domineering. Ha! With a roar, a violent blow chopped down. The roar was deafening. The two sharp blades, Kusanagi and Divine Punishment, were each wrapped in domineering aura. There was no substantial collision between the blades, but the majestic domineering aura they released pierced the sky like lightning, covering the entire sky above the Beehive Island in majesty and oppression. This wave of domineering aura swept around like a violent storm, whether it was the Navy or the pirates. The weaker ones could not stay awake under the impact of this domineering aura. They fell to the ground one by one like ears of wheat blown down by the wind. The two men fought and were both knocked back by one blow, falling heavily to the ground. At this moment, beads of sweat oozed from Whitebeard's forehead. He thought that his opponent was just a slightly stronger person, and he planned to win with one blow. But he didn't expect that the opponent had the qualifications of a king, and was even surrounded by the domineering color. He underestimated his opponent, and didn't expect that there was such a master hidden inside the world government. Meanwhile, Garansheng on the other side also tightly grasped the Divine Punishment in his hand, with beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. He also did not expect that the strength of Whitebeard, the captain of the 1st Division, would be so strong, far beyond his expectations. It seems that even the smallest ant cannot be ignored in its potential power. Cool, this is really shocking. There are actually such powerful people in the world government. I've never heard of them before. Tell me your name. I will not kill nameless people. Whitebeard is also well informed, having been a pirate since childhood, which made him have a very good character. Looking at the red-haired man in front of him, whose hair is in a crescent shape, he is very recognizable, but he himself has never heard of such a powerful person. How dare you? This is Lord Jialansheng of the Celestial Dragon, Whitebeard. Watch your tone. The CP0 lackey behind Jialansheng immediately stood up and scolded. Shut up. Feigelin Galansheng shouted unhappily. Yes. CP0 suddenly fell silent after hearing this. Celestial dragons. Whitebeard was also a little surprised when he heard this. Although Whitebeard knew that the celestial dragons had been able to rule the world for 800 years, and there must be some elite celestial dragons among them, he did not expect that there were such powerful people among the celestial dragons. I am Feigelin Garen, the leader of the Knights of God. The Knights of God? Hearing this name for the first time made Whitebeard frown slightly, and looked at the several gorgeously dressed celestial dragons behind Galansaint. Although they did not wear bubble hair, they were wearing the clothes of celestial dragons, and the aura of those people was also very strong. At this time, Darius, who was hiding far away, was looking at Whitebeard and Garen in the distance, with a hint of fear in his eyes. Just at that moment, the domineering aura burst out from the two of them, made even him feel fear, panic, and other negative emotions. Although he was not knocked unconscious directly, Darius felt the gap between himself and Whitebeard, Garen, and others. I have to get stronger quickly. Darius thought to himself, his current strength is still too weak. The captains of the Rocks pirates will all be famous figures in the future. Being on the same boat with these big figures, Darius is under a lot of pressure. But Darius didn't think that he would lose to them in the future. He had a system. It had only been half a year since he came to this world, but Darius already possessed quite impressive strength. Although compared with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and others, this strength was still insignificant now. But it had only been half a year since he came here. As long as he was given enough time to develop, he would definitely surpass them in the future. He ignored the battlefield on Whitebeard's side as he didn't want to be affected. Looking at the Navy man who had just been knocked unconscious by Haki, he immediately swung up Black Cutter and beheaded him. After killing several people in succession, Darius finally upgraded. This time, two voices appeared in his mind. Nico is happy to be you. The goddess of luck is smiling. Ding, unlock new skills. The passive skill of Nico, the flower spirit, is the natural illusion. The R skill of the card master Drizzt is destiny. Natural phantom, Darius can transform into someone else. If he uses a skill during the transformation will be cancelled. Being attacked will also cancel the transformation. The transformation can last up to 24 hours, cooldown time 2 hours. Destiny, summon a card teleportation array, with Darius as the center, and randomly teleport to any place within a 5,500 kilometer radius, cooldown time 180 days. Looking at these two skills, although these two skills are not offensive skills, they are very practical for Darius. They are absolute escape skills. If you encounter danger, you can directly use these two skills to run away. However, the cooling time of this destiny is a bit long. Open your own properties panel again. Darius, 18. Level 5 experience points required to reach level 6, 2/1600 experience points, gold coins, 0. Innate skills, bleeding, massive destruction, cooling time 5 hours, crippling strike, cooling time 1 hour, ruthless iron hands, Noxian guillotine, cooling time 120 hours. Other skills, natural charm, cooling time 2 hours, destiny, cooling time 180 days. Talents, grasp of the undying, cooldown 4 hours, conqueror. Summoner skills, mark, cooldown time 48 hours, flash, cooldown time 300 hours. Equipment column, detection guard, cooling time 240 hours, divine domain perspective, cooling time 180 hours. Darius carefully examined his attributes and was delighted to find that his overall strength had indeed improved subtly. When his eyes fell on the experience points, he secretly sighed. As expected, nowadays it takes up to 1,600 experience points to advance from level 5 to level 6, and the experience points required will double after each upgrade. Faced with such a steep upgrade curve, Darius couldn't help but feel daunted by the road to reaching level 18, and could only take it step by step. This time I didn't get any talents or summoner skills, but I directly got the skills of 2 heroes, which is also pretty good. Let's continue to harvest the remaining soldiers. If Whitebeard has defeated the Navy, then use Destiny to teleport away. Anyway, the Rocks pirates won't have many good days left. After making up his mind, Darius ignored the fight between Whitebeard and Garenshin. He couldn't get involved. There were many Navy soldiers who were stunned by the Conqueror's Haki just now. Now he tried to kill as many as possible. On the battlefield, Whitebeard and Garen fought back and forth. Garen's swordsmanship had reached the level of a great swordsman, and he was proficient in the 3 colors of Haki. Whitebeard was also proficient in the 3 colors of Haki. The officers on the other 12 ships of the Rocks pirates also joined a battle, and the two sides were evenly matched. However, after the Knights of God joined the battle, the situation quickly became one-sided. Each member of the Knights of God possessed the strength of an elite Navy lieutenant admiral or even a substitute admiral, except for cadres such as Silver Axe and Wang Ji, who could face the Knights of God without being at a disadvantage. It was difficult for the others to fight against the Knights of God alone. At this time, even the strongest man on Beehive Island, Edward Newgate Whitebeard, was somewhat suppressed when facing the leader of the Knights of God, Fegelin Galen Saint. He had a hideous wound on his body caused by the opponent's sword energy, and Galen Saint on the opposite side was not at an easy time either. Facing such a strong man like Whitebeard, he also had a blood mark on his body. However, even though he was injured, Whitebeard was not afraid at all. He laughed loudly and said, "Cool, you are awesome. I haven't met such a strong opponent in a long time." Saint Fegelin Galen also said contemptuously, "Humph as a bug. You can actually injure this saint. You should be proud of it. Cool, the attitude of you so-called creators is really annoying. Do you really think you are gods? If so, then what I'm going to do today is to kill gods." Whitebeard roared angrily and swung his sword fiercely and domineeringly again. A red light flashed in Fegelin Galen's eyes, and his figure was like a ghost. He quickly distanced himself from Whitebeard. Whitebeard's powerful sword missed again, and Feglin Galen seized the opportunity and slashed at Whitebeard again, forcing Whitebeard to retreat again and again. Damn it! Whitebeard covered his wound with an ugly expression. This weird situation happened again. His observation hockey was completely unable to predict the other party's actions. He said coldly, "What kind of ability is this? Why can't I sense your breath?" Fegalan Galanshang said coldly, "This is called observation killing, a special breathing method that specifically restrains the observation hockey." Observation hockey? Upon hearing this name, Whitebeard's face looked a little ugly. He couldn't help but sigh at the methods of the world government. There's actually an observation hockey that could restrain the observation hockey. You are indeed very good. Without any guidance from anyone, you can cultivate the three-color domineering to such a level by relying solely on your own talent. It would be a pity to kill someone like you. St. Fegalin Galen looked at Whitebeard and also had some admiration for his talent. He said in a cold voice, "I will give you a chance. Kneel down and declare that you will always submit to me. I can promise you to become a member of CP0 and grant you supreme wealth and honor." Hearing this, Whitebeard was stunned at first. Then he laughed out loud and said, "Cool, this joke is funny, cool." St. Figurine Galen thought that Whitebeard didn't believe him. After all, St. Figurine Galen looked very young, but in fact he was already 42 years old. Moreover, he was the leader of the Knights of God and the world government. Even the five elders had no right to order him around. Only that adult could order him around. He spoke again. "Do you think I am joking? Although you are a wanted criminal now, as long as I give an order, I can directly revoke your bounty." "Cool, I'm a pirate. I would rather die in battle than be a dog for your world government." As he said that, Whitebeard swung the Kusakimi key again and slashed towards Fegalan Galen. Fegalan Galanshang also snorted coldly, "Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Then just annihilate it completely." The battle continued, and Darius had been reaping the lives of naval soldiers, always keeping a low profile. Now all he needed to do was to grow slowly. At that time, Vice Admiral Olto came behind Fegalan Garen and shouted, "Garen, the main force of the Rocks pirates will soon arrive at Beehive Island. Let's retreat quickly." "Tisk, you're coming back so soon?" Fegalan Galanshang cursed in dissatisfaction and looked at the wounded Whitebeard in front of him with some fear. He thought that he had the strength to defeat the opponent quickly, but he didn't expect that the pirate in front of him was much stronger than he imagined. "I thought that after seriously injuring Whitebeard, Whitebeard would become weaker and weaker, but I didn't expect that his strength not only did not weaken, but was constantly increasing. Moreover, the opponent's desperate fighting made Fegalan Galanshang a little nervous. His life is precious." You're lucky this time." Fegalan Galanshang didn't want to fight to the death with Whitebeard. These pirates were all crazy and didn't care about their lives when fighting. If he didn't have the observation kill, he might not be able to deal with these monsters. However, after fighting for such a long time, the effect of the observation kill was getting weaker and weaker. If he continued to fight, the observation kill would become ineffective, and then he would be in trouble. "Cool, what, you want to run away? I haven't had enough fighting yet." Whitebeard laughed heroically. Through the battle with Fegalan Galanshang, he was also trying to explore the mystery of the observation and killing, wanting to see if he could learn it. But unfortunately, the battle lasted less than 2 hours, so he couldn't learn the observation and killing from the battle at all. Lowly pirate. Fegalan Galanshang cursed unhappily and then ordered retreat. Chapter 6, The Valley of Gods Incident. Faced with the retreat of Fegalan Galanshang and others, Whitebeard did not try to stop them, and he could not stop them, so he let them leave. At this time, Darius was hiding in a corner and bandaging his wounds alone. There were too many casualties on Honeycomb Island this time. Darius was lucky enough to have only suffered minor injuries. Although Darius is only a trainee of the Rocks Pirates, there are still many people on Beehive Island who are weaker than Darius. Beehive Island is not only the base camp of the Rocks Pirates, but also the favorite place of the 93 pirate groups under the Rocks Pirates, because it is the richest island among all the territories of the Rocks Pirates. Darius's strength is indeed not outstanding in the Rocks Pirates, but if compared with the minions in his pirate groups, he is very strong. By the time the main force of the Rocks Pirates returned to Beehive Island, the ships of the Navy and the Celestial Dragons had already left, leaving Rocks with no place to vent his anger. This time, the Rocks Pirates suffered heavy losses. Beehive Island was their base camp, and all the wealth of the Rocks Pirates for more than 30 years was kept here, but it was all taken away by the Navy. This made Rocks want to attack the Navy headquarters directly. But after being persuaded by his subordinates, Rocks gave up the idea. Darius, as a trainee, was assigned to the lookout tower for guard. After all, as a trainee crew member, he basically had no say in front of the old crew members of the Rocks Pirates and could only obey orders. Beehive Island, meeting hall for senior officials. The Golden Lion Shiki said in a somewhat mocking voice. Newgate, I heard that you were beaten badly by that celestial dragon today. Whitebeard was a little dissatisfied when he heard Ski's voice. He was indeed wrapped in a lot of bandages. He wanted to refute something just now, but Stussy, who had always admired Whitebeard, immediately retorted, Ski, Newgate is dealing with the leader of the Knights of God. If it were you, you would have died long ago. Humph. Shiki snorted coldly. He was very clear about Newgate's strength. Although Shiki had never been convinced by Newgate, his strength was still slightly inferior to Newgate if they really fought. However, I didn't expect that there are such elites among the celestial dragons. Whitebeard also sat down at this time and said solemnly, Indeed, after all, the celestial dragons have ruled the world for 800 years, and there must be some elites among them. At this time, Rox saw that everyone had arrived, so he came out and grinned. Oh, they're all here. Then Rox said seriously, Newgate, Silveraxe, Wangji, I called you here mainly to ask about the Knights of God that you fought today. I have never heard that the world government actually has such a powerful force. In order to conquer the world in the future, we still need to learn more about this team. After hearing this, everyone was silent for a moment. Locke asked directly, Newgate, tell me, the guy you fought seemed to be the leader of the Knights of God. To be able to injure you like this, that guy must be very powerful. Very strong. Whitebeard said solemnly, that guy is called Fergalin Garen and the Rox Pirates. The only ones who could deal with him are me, Shiki, Wangji, Silveraxe, John, and Lingling. Of course, there is also the captain. The rest of us will have little chance of winning against him. Wangji also spoke up at this time. I can prove this point. The one who fought with me at that time was a celestial dragon named Smith Saint. He was the user of the superhuman speed fruit and a very difficult guy. Silveraxe also spoke up. The guy I dealt with at that time was called the Marco Saint. He was the user of the superhuman Zanzan fruit. He was also very powerful, and he was also a master of the three-color domineering. That Saint Smith is also a powerful man with 3 colors of domineering power. Wangji also added at this time. Rox was also a little surprised when he heard it. Oh, so many powerful people with kingly qualities. It seems that this Knights of God are really not simple. In the future, this Knights of God may become a major obstacle for our Rox pirates to conquer the world. Oh. After the Navy's attack on Beehive Island, the Rox pirates became alert, and Darius began training as usual, stacking the grasp of the immortal every day and frequently challenging members of the Rox pirates to hone his domineering power. If there were missions and jobs, he would do them as well, but as a trainee crew member, he would usually be accompanied by old crew members to perform missions. In this era, the Rox pirates are the only overlords of the New World. Even the Roger pirates are no match for the Rox pirates, so Darius has no intention of leaving the Rox pirates now. Unless he joins the Navy, the Rox pirates have influence in every corner of the New World. Moreover, there are also advantages to being in the Rox pirates. There are enough strong people here, and you can fight with different people every day to hone yourself. Although Darius knew the plot and understood that the disbanding of the Rox pirates was only a matter of time, he did not expect that this day would come so soon. Less than a month after the attack on Beehive Island, Urkon came over and shouted, Darius, Bosky is calling us to assemble for a new mission. New mission? Senior Urkon, what is the new mission? Darius asked curiously. Urkon was a middle-aged man in his 30s with a bounty of 72 million Baileys. Not a lot of training and knowledge in the two-color domineering. The person who guided him was a very good pirate senior. Urkon also said calmly, Who knows? You will know when you get there. Let's go. Soon, all the members of the second squad gathered together. Shiki looked at his men and said, Guys, there is a mission next, Captain Rox, and the other captains will also be on this mission together. Urkon asked, Boss, what exactly is the mission this time? Shiki grinned and said, The intelligence department has received news that the celestial dragons seem to be holding some kind of competition in the West Sea God Valley. There are a lot of treasures. IT is probably the treasure that the Navy took from the Beehive Island last time. Rox is going to take them back. Hearing this, the pirates were all excited. Are we going to take action against the Navy and the celestial dragons? Last time they dared to sneak attack our Beehive Island. This time we must also return the favor. And Shiki continued, This time, in addition to the treasure, I heard there seems to be a devil fruit. And no matter what, there will definitely be a big battle next, so get ready. Okay, stop talking nonsense and let's go. Oh. The pirates were also excited after hearing this, as pirates, they all love treasures very much. Darius, who was standing behind him, was stunned. I said finally here. The God Valley incident was followed by the dissolution of the Rox pirates. However, from what Shiki said, it seems that the celestial dragons are holding some kind of competition there. and there are also devil fruits. However, Darius is more interested in treasure than devil fruits. Although devil fruits are powerful, they are still afraid of sea water and sea stone. Darius has a plug-in League of Legends, which allows him to learn skills by upgrading and buy equipment with gold coins. Unless he encounters a powerful devil fruit such as a mythical beast or a natural devil fruit, Darius will not even consider eating an ordinary devil fruit. But if he encounters a devil fruit, he can collect it, which may be useful in the future. Wait, could it be that Shiki got the float fruit here? At this moment, Darius suddenly reacted with a start. As a trainee crew member of the 2nd Division, Darius also knows that the current Golden Lion Shiki is not the admiral of the Flying Fleet in later generations. The most obvious thing is that the current Shiki has not yet taken the devil fruit. His strength all comes from the 3-color domineering and double-sword swordsmanship. Moreover, it seems that Whitebeard Edward Newgate has not taken the devil fruit yet. Could it be that their devil fruits are related to the Valley of the Gods? This also made Darius make up his mind. Since there are devil fruits in the Valley of the Gods, he must snatch them away when he gets the chance. More than 20 pirate ships set out together towards the Valley of the West Sea. This time, not only the entire Rox Pirates headquarters went out, but also brought a number of elite-affiliated pirate groups. Their purpose was not only to seize the treasure, but also to get back the face they lost a month ago. Half a month later, we finally arrived at the Valley of the West Sea God. At this time, everyone has seen the dozen or so warships docked outside the Valley of Gods, which makes Rox very excited. I laughed wildly and said, "Haha, they are really here. That's great. Brothers, prepare to land on the island, destroy the navy, and grab all the treasures." Oh. After hearing Rox's order, the pirates on more than 20 pirate ships cheered. Urkong was also very excited, but looking at Darius behind him, he also reminded him, "Hey, kid, don't rush too far forward in the battle later." Listening to Urkong's caring words, Darius also smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't be stupid enough to fight against those enemies that I can't defeat yet. I will definitely develop slowly." Okay, let's go. 7. Chapter 7 Devil Fruit. After getting off the boat, Urkong and the other pirates rushed towards the Valley of Gods. Darius, who was behind them, looked at Urkong and whispered, "I hope you can survive." Darius still hopes that this senior who has taken good care of him can survive this war. Now the people of the Rox Pirates are very excited, because this time not only the entire Rox Pirates are dispatched, but also more than 20 affiliated pirate groups. It can be said that most of the strength of the Rox Pirates has been dispatched. No matter whether it was Rox or Golden Lion and the others, no one thought that the Rox Pirates would lose, but Darius knew very well that the Rox Pirates would suffer a crushing defeat. According to the plot, Captain Rox will be defeated by Garp and Roger in this battle. At this point, the Rox Pirates will quickly fall apart. Therefore, after this war, Darius was ready to leave the Rox Pirates directly. However, before that, he still had to fight for the treasures and devil fruits on this island. Soon, the Rox Pirates and their subordinate pirate groups, totaling tens of thousands of people, rushed into the Valley of the Gods, and soon encountered the Navy, CP0 organization, and the Knights of God. Cool. I didn't expect to meet you here. Whitebeard was surprised to find that he met an acquaintance here, Fegalin Galansheng. The two of them were like old enemies reuniting, and the spark of battle was ignited immediately. Galansheng roared angrily, "You lowly reptile, you dare to disturb our joy. You are simply courting death." Facing Garansheng's accusation, Whitebeard responded grimly, "Joy? What you call joy? Is it the wanton slaughter of innocent civilians? Although I knew that the celestial dragons had fallen, I never expected them to fall to such a level." Before coming here, as the captain of the first squad of the Rox Pirates, he already knew what happened on the island and was extremely angry. Fegaran Gallon said contemptuously, "Humph, it is an honor for those lowly people to have the honor to please the creator of this world. You lowly pirates should not have come here, but you are here today, so don't even think about leaving here alive." On the other side, Shiki the Golden Lion was killing people all the way. His goal was very simple. He heard that the celestial dragons had prepared 6 powerful devil fruits for this crappy indigenous clearance competition. So his goal was very clear, which was the devil fruit. Not only Golden Lion, but also Big Mom, John, Wang Ji, and others had this idea. "Huh, I found it. This is it." Golden Lion Shiki quickly found a luxurious treasure chest in a room guarded by a CP0. At this moment, several CP0 agents who were defeated by Shiki lay helplessly on the ground. Watching the devil fruit they swore to protect fall into the hands of Shiki the Golden Lion. Their eyes were full of reluctance and anger, and some even grabbed Shiki's trouser legs tightly, shouting angrily, "Shameless! Put it down quickly. That is a treasure belonging to the great creator. You despicable pirate don't deserve it." Upon hearing this, Shichi laughed out loud, his voice full of sarcasm. Ah, what a loyal dog. It's a pity that your master probably can't witness this scene at the moment. After that, he suddenly stabbed the CP0 agent's chest with a dead wood in his hand, sending him to the underworld without mercy. After doing all this, Shiki opened the treasure chest and saw a devil fruit with a blue pattern inside. Looking at this devil fruit, Shiki recognized it instantly. After hearing about the existence of devil fruits in God Valley, Shiki, like the others who had not eaten devil fruits, checked the devil fruit illustrations and recognized this devil fruit at a glance. You lowly pirate, put down the devil fruit in your hand. At this moment, two knights of God appeared and shouted angrily at Shiki. What a pity, you are a little late. Shiki grinned and ate the devil fruit directly. The two knights of God were also shocked. They didn't expect that someone would dare to disobey their orders, which made them very angry. As the celestial dragons, the creators of this world, no one has ever dared to disobey their orders. How dare this lowly pirate do that, and even ate the devil fruit that was given as a prize this time? You damn pirate. Two knights of God rushed towards Shiki angrily. After Shiki ate the devil fruit, he instantly felt a surge of power in his body, and his body immediately floated into the air to avoid the attacks of the two people. Oh, it really flew up. Is this the power of floating? Shiki felt that he could fly freely in the sky now. This feeling of freedom made him very happy. He grinned and said, "Ha, I'll use you to test my new power." On the other side of the battlefield, Rox was not at all inferior to the siege of Vice Admiral Garp and Pirate Roger. He cursed, "Roger, you are really a disgrace to pirates. You actually teamed up with the Navy." Roger also said coldly, "I have no intention of joining forces with the Navy, but Rox, your ambition to conquer the world is too dangerous, and you have troubled us several times before. Now that we have met you today, don't blame me for being ruthless." "Very good, little brat. Since you want to die so badly, just die with this Navy," Rox said. An endless dark power burst out from his body. Yes, Rox also has the ability of a devil fruit. Not only is he a devil, he is also the user of the most evil natural type dark fruit. His ability is the nemesis of all devil fruits. Swallow. The powerful dark force spread around, plunging all the buildings, houses, navy, and even pirates into darkness. "No, Lord Rox, we are still here too. Please spare my life, Captain Rox." Run away, quickly escape from Captain Rox's attack range. The members of the Rox pirates around were frightened by Captain Rox's indiscriminate attacks and fled everywhere. Suddenly, with Rox as the center, the area within thousands of meters around turned into darkness. Roger, Garp, Rayleigh, two members of the Knights of God, and several CP0 members stepped on the protruding rocks and fell onto them, thus avoiding being swallowed by the darkness. Is this the strength of Rox? The people of the Knights of God were also shocked when they saw this strength. On the other side of the battlefield, the fight between Whitebeard and St. Figurand Galen was also going on. Whitebeard suffered a great loss at the hands of St. Figurand Galen last time, so he had to be much more cautious in the battle this time. Even though St. Figurand Galen had the magical skill of seeing and killing, it would be difficult for him to seriously injure Whitebeard this time. "Lord St. Garen, it's bad. The devil fruit has been stolen." At this moment, a member of CP0 suddenly ran over and shouted, "What did you say?" Figurand Galanshang was immediately annoyed. The 6 devil fruits used as prizes this time were all top-grade devil fruits. Losing any one of them would be a huge loss, especially since there was one devil fruit that he really liked among all the devil fruits this time. "Whitebeard will decide the outcome next time." After saying that, Fegaland Galanshang swung out a sword and then retreated directly and ran back. When Whitebeard saw Fegaland Galen running away, he did not chase him. The other party's strength was not inferior to his. Moreover, Whitebeard was now more concerned about the devil fruit. With Whitebeard's strength, he is actually not very interested in devil fruits. His strength is second only to Rox and the Rox pirate group, but he wants to find a devil fruit for Marco, but Marco's strength is too weak now. The Rox pirates are a place without any humanity. Everyone obeys the law of the jungle. That's okay when I'm with Marco, but I can't always be with Marco. And this time is a good opportunity. The devil fruit that the celestial dragons can take out as a prize is definitely not an ordinary devil fruit. Even Whitebeard, who is usually not interested in treasures, is looking forward to the devil fruit at this moment. At this time, Darius, who was hiding in the dark, was constantly reaping the lives of the Navy, pirates, and local natives. As long as he saw someone lying on the ground with low health, Darius would go up and give them a finishing blow and kill them. Okay, let's disguise ourselves as him. At this time, Darius came to a deserted place, activated his skills, and became a natural illusion. In just a few seconds, Darius turned into Fegalan Galinson. Because this guy seems to have a very high status among the celestial dragons, that if he becomes like Figlin Galen, he might be able to come into contact with the devil fruit. Of course, Darius was just trying it out. If there was any danger, he would use Flash and Fate to escape from the Valley of the Gods directly. Soon, Darius ran towards the direction of the Navy and the world government in the form of Fegalan Galen Saint. Lord Jalen. At this moment, several Navy officers ran towards Jalen Saint. At the same time, a member of CP0 also saw Jalen Saint and came over to respectfully say, "Lord Jalen Saint, are you okay?" At this time, Darius, who was disguised as Galen Saint, looked at the people in front of him and was very calm. He said in a cold voice, "The purpose of those pirates is the devil fruit. Take me there immediately. I will protect the devil fruit myself." The Navy and CP0 did not have any doubts and immediately said respectfully, "Yes, Lord Jalen." Soon Darius, disguised as St. Garen, arrived in front of a small house. There were 6 agents outside to protect him. After seeing the arrival of St. Garen, the 6 agents also respectfully said, "Lord St. Garen." "Well, are all the things still there?" asked Jalen Xing in a cold voice. The leading agent also said respectfully, "Yes, our subordinates are guarding the shrine all the time, and no pirates have come yet." "Yes." St. Jalen listened and nodded slightly and ordered, "To be sure, bring it here for me to see." Although the CP0 members were somewhat curious, they did not question the order of Galen Saint and said respectfully, "Yes." Soon, the CP0 agent entered the room and quickly took out a beautiful treasure chest. Galen Xing ordered again, "Open it." "Yes." The agent immediately took out the key from his body and opened the treasure chest. Inside was a devil fruit similar to an apple. It was rose red in color with some strange patterns on it. There were 8 green branches and leaves on the top of the fruit. "Yes." St. Garen nodded, then took it and covered it and ordered, "Now some lowly pirates have come here. Now go and bring the rest of the devil fruits here immediately, and this saint will be in charge personally." "Yes." The agent didn't think much about it and handed the treasure box containing the devil fruit to Thelen Sheng. After taking the treasure chest, Garland Sheng walked towards the small house. When he reached the door, he ordered the Marines and agents, "Guardians, do not allow any insects to get close. Also, bring the rest of the devil fruits here as quickly as possible." "Yes." The agents and Navy officers all responded in response. Although the agents felt that there was something a little strange about Galen Sheng today, they did not dwell on it too much and want to carry out Galen Sheng's mission. And Garland Saint just walked into the small room, holding the treasure chest containing the devil fruit. After entering the small room and closing the door, Galen Sheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, pretending to be a celestial dragon was too tiring. He was afraid that if he didn't pretend well, he would be discovered by the agents and the Navy, and then it would be all over. Then cards appeared under the feet of St. Garen, and the appearance of St. Garen quickly changed into Darius. The skill of Natural Phantom has a very obvious disadvantage. That is, after being attacked or using skills, the true form will be revealed immediately, so Darius can only use Destiny after entering the room. In a few seconds, Fate took effect, and Darius disappeared directly in the room and was then teleported to somewhere in the ocean. Chapter 8 Snake Fruit Yamada no Orochi form. At this time, St. Garen and St. Smith came here to ensure the safety of the devil fruit. "Jalen Xing, why are you here? You just went in." The agents guarding the door were struck by lightning when they saw Jalen Xing, and their faces were full of disbelief. They, the CP0 agents, have been keeping a close eye on the door to make sure no one was going in or out, but Jalen Xing suddenly appeared in front of them. When Fegalan Galen heard this, he frowned and asked in confusion, "What are you talking about?" St. Smith, who was standing by, interrupted impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense and go check if the devil fruit is still there." However, several agents turned pale, obviously realizing something. Seeing this, Galen Sheng had an ominous premonition in his heart. He quickly walked to the door and kicked it open. The room was not big, but the treasure chest that was originally placed on the stone table was gone. Figure and Galen Sheng roared angrily, "Where is the devil fruit?" The agents who had been guarding the devil fruit outside also realized the seriousness of the situation at this moment. They said in trembling voices, "Master Jalen, someone just turned into your appearance and entered the room with the devil fruit." St. Smith asked angrily, "What on earth is going on?" The CP0 agents in charge of guarding the devil fruits reported everything that had just happened to St. Garen and St. Smith truthfully. After hearing this, Fegalan Garen Sheng was extremely angry. His domineering aura instantly erupted, and he clenched the divine punishment in his hand, ready to execute these derelict agents. These agents were so scared that they knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly for mercy. Saint Smith calmed down at this time and said in a deep voice, "Saint Garin, it is obvious that we have encountered a devil fruit user who can transform into our appearance. The most urgent task is to go to other places immediately to recover the remaining devil fruits and never let them fall into the hands of those untouchables." Feigelin Galanshang also regained his composure. He ordered in a cold voice, "Leave your lives for now and immediately retrieve the remaining devil fruits. There must be no mistakes." On the other side, Whitebeard mercilessly defeated several agents and successfully seized 2 treasure chests. He quickly opened the treasure chests and saw 2 devil fruits inside. One of the devil fruits with white patterns immediately attracted Whitebeard's attention. "Is this the tremor fruit that can cause earthquakes?" Whitebeard had seen it in the devil fruit illustrations, and this fruit had always fascinated him. He didn't expect to encounter it here today. Whitebeard, who originally had no interest in devil fruits, made up his mind to eat the tremor fruit the moment he saw it. He was born with supernatural power. If it was coupled with the destructive power of the tremor fruit, its power would be unimaginable. Whitebeard swallowed the tremor fruit in one gulp without hesitation. "Stop, Whitebeard." At this time, an angry voice came from a distance, but Whitebeard had no time to care. The tremor fruit had already entered his stomach. Facing the fierce slash coming from a distance, Whitebeard swung his sword and easily cut it off. At the same time, his blade cut through the air, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Whitebeard felt the blade passing through the air as if encountering a huge resistance. He looked at the distorted space in front of him. Just as Whitebeard was puzzled, there was a sudden boom, and the sky and the earth were instantly turned upside down. The entire ground tilted 30 degrees at an alarming speed. The strong earthquake waves made the surrounding ground concave and convex, and the entire Valley of the Gods was shaking. "What's going on? Is it an earthquake?" "No, it's Whitebeard. His sword moves caused the earthquake." The pirates and the navy were stunned by this scene and panicked. The earthquake lasted for about 30 seconds before gradually subsiding. Whitebeard looked at his hands in disbelief. He was also shocked by the power just now. He originally just wanted to use that blow to block the sword energy, but he didn't expect to cause such a strong earthquake. Is this the power of the tremor fruit? He was filled with surprise. "Cool. It seems like I have really good luck." Whitebeard was very satisfied with the power of the tremor fruit. He believed that if he exerted his full strength, even sinking the island would be a piece of cake. Whitebeard put down the bird fruit quickly. "It is not a treasure you should touch." At this time, St. Feigelin Gallon and St. Smith, who came over, had very ugly faces. They watched Whitebeard eat the tremor fruit, but they could do nothing about it. Now they could only find a way to snatch another devil fruit. "I know this devil fruit, animal type, bird fruit, mythical beast type, phoenix form. Devil fruits are born and raised in the sea, so they should be given to the children of the usse. It would be a waste to give it to you parasites of the world. I've already found a suitable master for this ability, so you won't have to worry about it." As he said that, Whitebeard put the devil fruit directly into his pocket. When Figurain Galanshang heard this, his face immediately turned pale. This was a devil fruit of the mythical beast type, which was even rarer than the natural type. He said coldly, "Then don't even think about leaving here alive today." Whitebeard was not afraid at all. His strength was not weaker than that of Figurain Garin Saint. It was just that the opponent's observation kill was a little tricky. However, he now obtained the extremely destructive tremor fruit, which made Whitebeard fearless. He said proudly, "Cool, if you want to kill me, then come and try. I can use you to test my new earthquake power." Far away, Darius landed on an uninhabited island isolated in the sea. He climbed to the top of the island. It is called the highest peak, but its altitude is only over 100 meters. Looking around, one can only see the vast ocean, with no trace of neighboring islands, no signs of ships, and even flying birds are hard to find. "Is this the arrangement of fate?" Darius sighed. The cooldown time of the skill Fate he mastered was as long as 180 days, which was the longest cooldown time of all his skills. The cooldown time of other skills was mostly measured in hours. Although this Fate was a magical skill to escape from danger, if it were not for it, he would not have been able to take away the devil fruit so smoothly. Next, Darius could only wait for the right time, hoping that a ship would pass by within half a year. Otherwise, he would have to rely on the Fate skill again to leave. Coming down from the top of the mountain, he found that although the island was not big, with an area of only 5 square kilometers, its shape was like a crescent moon, which was quite unique. He had found a mountain spring on the island, so at least he had no worries about drinking water. Moreover, there were no ferocious beasts on the island, and even small animals were extremely rare, which made it difficult for Darius to gain experience points through hunting. However, since there was fresh water, he could go to the sea to fish to fill his stomach. At this time, Darius stared at the treasure chest in his hand. The devil fruit inside had been confirmed through the illustrations, and it was the animal series snake fruit, mythical beast, Yamata no Orochi form. This devil fruit was taken by Kurizumi Orochi in the original work. Although it was a mythical beast, it did not show dazzling abilities. The only thing that attracted attention was its characteristic of having multiple lives. Darius hesitated whether to swallow the snake fruit. If it was an ordinary animal-type fruit, he might not consider it. But this was a mythical beast. Even though in the original work, Kurizumi Orochi was very poor in the development of this devil fruit, it did not mean that the value of the Yamata Naroki fruit itself was not high. In other words, even a loser like Kurizumi Orochi can rely on this devil fruit to save his life several times in a row, which shows that this devil fruit is extraordinary. If you develop it yourself, it will be much better than Kurizumi Orochi. After hesitating for a moment, Darius decided to eat. Anyway, there were no large wild monsters on this island, and he couldn't gain experience points by farming the wild monsters, so the only things he could practice were hockey and devil fruits. As soon as he took a bite, he felt a nauseating taste coming from his mouth. He immediately covered his mouth to prevent himself from spitting it out. Ugh, this taste is really terrible. I suppressed my nausea and had a strong urge to vomit with every bite, but in the end I just forced myself to eat it. After eating the devil fruit, Darius lay directly on the ground. Soon, he felt a force transmitted to his body. The next second, changes occurred in Darius' body. Suddenly, Darius created 8 snake heads, each of which could be controlled individually. At the same time, with 16 eyes, Darius's field of vision became wider, and he could achieve 360 degrees without blind spots. At the same time, his legs turned into 8 snake tails, and his body turned into a snake body, but his hands were still there. It was originally only 2 meters tall, but now it has transformed into the 8-headed, 8-tailed Yamata Naroki, with a body length of over 100 meters, looking extremely terrifying. The color of Darius' Yamata Naroki is somewhat different from that of Kurizumi Orochi's Yamata Naroki in the original work. In Darius' Yamata Naroki form, the snake's body is white, a completely white snake, with white snake scales all over its body. 9. Chapter 9 Destiny. A few days later, a shocking news swept across the ocean. The only overlord of the New World, Captain Rox of the Rox Pirates, was defeated and killed by Vice Admiral Garp in the fierce God Valley War. Tens of thousands of pirates of the Rox Pirates were either killed in the battle or captured. However, in the small town of Siberia in the West Sea, the remnants of the Rox Pirates successfully evacuated from the smoke of the God Valley War. In that brutal war, many people were defeated by the Navy and the world government, and some pirates chose to leave after looting treasures. When Rox was besieged by Garp, Roger, and the Knights of God, no one around him was willing to lend a hand. In the end, the former overlord of the sea died tragically under the beating. At the same time, in the small town of Siberia, the male civilians here were almost slaughtered, and the women who stayed behind became the targets of the Rox pirates' desires. After these pirates had vented their lust, the women would either be killed or sold. All these atrocities were just the Rox pirates' way of venting their anger and frustration after their disastrous defeat in the Valley of the Gods. They could not bear to see their once invincible pirate group suffer such a heavy blow, so these innocent civilians became the victims of their venting of anger. The ordinary pirates of the Rox Pirates were very sad about the death of Captain Rox. After all, most of them truly admired Rox, and they also believed that Captain Rox would lead them to overthrow the world government and conquer the ocean. However, the strongest pirate on the ocean just fell like that. But the cadres disagreed. Just like Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom, Wang Zhi, and others, the reason why they joined the Rox Pirates was because they were restricted by Rox's powerful military force. After all, these people are men with domineering aura, so how could they be inferior to others? The death of Rox can be said to have opened the shackles on them, allowing them to officially leave the Rox Pirates. At this moment, in a solemn conference room, the elites of the Rox Pirates gathered together. Shiki the Golden Lion held a cigar in his hand, looked at everyone with deep eyes, and slowly said, "Everyone, Captain Rox has passed away. How will our future paths unfold?" For a moment, the venue was silent, and everyone had their own plans in mind. Shiki, whose strength increased greatly due to the power of the float fruit, was full of confidence and wanted to replace Rox and become the overlord of the New World. Before taking the devil fruit, his strength was on par with Big Mom, Wang Zhi, John, and others, and now he felt that he had surpassed them. If he could inherit the legacy of the Rox Pirates, he firmly believed that he could quickly become the leader of the New World. Whitebeard said bluntly, "Since Rox is no longer here, there is no reason for me to stay in the Rox Pirates. I plan to leave." When these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Although they all had their own little ideas, and most of them wanted to divide up the legacy of the Rocks pirates, no one had yet broken the window paper. But you, Whitebeard, were not polite at all and directly broke the last layer of window paper right from the start. Wang Ji asked curiously, Newgate, are you really not going to inherit the Rocks pirates? Even though the captain is gone, the pirate's flag is still flying in the New World. Even if you are not interested in the treasure, you should know what this means. Whitebeard responded calmly, what I desire is never power, but family. He picked up the bottle, drank it all, then smashed the empty bottle to the ground and turned away. Seeing this, Shiki hurriedly shouted, Newgate, you got 2 devil fruits in the Valley of Gods. You have already taken one of the tremor fruits, but where is the other one? Since you are leaving, leave that one behind. Whitebeard smiled and said, you mean the phoenix fruit? I gave it to Marco a long time ago. As soon as these words came out, several cadres became angry. What do you object to? Whitebeard's eyes flashed with the aura of a tyrant, and the pressure of the tyrant's aura made everyone's heart tremble. They knew Whitebeard's strength very well. Even if he had not taken the devil fruit, he was enough to be feared. Now that his strength has greatly increased, no one dares to provoke him easily. Seeing this, Shiki had no choice but to give up. Forget it, since the devil fruit has been taken by Marco, then forget it. Oh, you plan to take Marco away with you? Whitebeard replied coldly, of course. Shiki continued to ask, so what are your plans next? Are you ready to return to the New World? No, I plan to travel the 4 seas first. Whitebeard said bluntly. He knew that after Rock's death, the pirate group's territory would be reshuffled. He didn't want to get involved in the dispute, and he didn't want to put Marco in danger. Therefore, he planned to make plans after accumulating strength in the Grand Line and the 4 seas. Shiki and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. Whitebeard's departure meant they would have a chance to carve up more of the Rocks pirates' territory. Shiki looked at the remaining officers and said directly, I will not beat around the bush. The Rocks pirates will be disbanded soon. In order to avoid internal strife that would benefit the Navy or other forces, I suggest that we divide the territory of the New World peacefully. What do you think? John immediately agreed, and the others began to discuss how to divide the Rocks pirates' inheritance. Time flies, and 2 years passed in a flash. At this moment, on that nameless island, a Yamata no Orochi with a body of more than 200 meters was coiled, with 8 snake tails spread out like octopus tentacles. Although it was a snake, its body was extremely large, and its 8 huge mouths opened at the same time, instantly spewing out 8 energy waves of different attributes, bombarding the sea and stirring up layers of huge waves. Ha ha ha, finally I have mastered it completely. I control the power of these 8 attributes. The snake head in the center laughed triumphantly. Then the body of the Yamata no Orochi shrank rapidly. In just a dozen seconds, it changed from a giant beast back to a human being with a height of only 2 meters. Darius. Now he is over 20 years old and has spent 2 years on this uninhabited island. Due to the lack of daily necessities on the island, he can only live a life similar to that of a savage, with messy hair and a full beard on his face. However, these are not important to him. After all, he does not feel lonely on this isolated island. Darius chose to stay here because after taking the snake fruit, he discovered the unique ability of the Yamata no Orochi. Each snake head has an independent attribute. His main body, the head in the middle, first awakened the ability of poison mist. Later, the other heads also awakened their abilities one after another, with a total of 8 attributes: poison, fire, ice, wind, thunder, sand, sound waves, and darkness. Such power is not inferior to Kaido's blue dragon ability, and is even stronger. After realizing the great potential of this god-level devil fruit, Darius decided to stay on the uninhabited island for a while and continue to develop these abilities. He knew his own strength and knew that he could only become stronger through practice. Although 2 years of practice did not increase his experience points, the development of the 2-color domineering and devil fruit made his strength a qualitative leap. It's time to continue my voyage. Darius looked back at the simple thatched hut on the island without much nostalgia. The card under his feet flashed, and he activated the skill called Destiny. In an instant, his figure disappeared on the isolated island. However, when the light of the card faded, Darius found that he did not appear in other places as expected, and there was still a vast ocean in front of him. He was shocked to find that although he successfully activated the Destiny skill to teleport, he seemed to have been teleported to another isolated island. This skill is too unreliable. Darius couldn't help but curse. He originally expected to leave this isolated island, but he was trapped on another isolated island again. However, he quickly calmed down and ran to the highest point of the island and began to observe the situation of this new island. Although this island is slightly larger than the previous one, it may be about 70,000 to 80,000 square kilometers. And the shape is different from the previous island. The shape of this island is oval. However, Darius' eyes narrowed because he discovered that there seemed to be traces of human life on this island. After using his observation hockey again, Darius confirmed that there were indeed people on the island, which made Darius overjoyed. Chapter 10, Snake Island. As Darius hurried down a mountain, he discovered a detail that he had not noticed while climbing up. The island was full of snakes. He saw dozens or even hundreds of snakes entwined on the branches, forming a huge snake swarm. This scene made Darius exclaim, "Is this a snake island?" He carefully observed these black snakes and found that they all seemed to be of the same species. Darius quickly activated his observation hockey to capture the surrounding atmosphere. He clearly sensed several human auras and was sure that there were other people on the island besides himself. This time, in a hidden cave on the isolated island, a man lay pale in a haystack with 3 women beside him taking care of him carefully. Half a month ago, their cruise ship encountered a shipwreck and 4 people escaped to the lifeboat. There were originally 10 people on the boat, but due to the shipwreck, only 7 people survived and came to this island, and the other 3 died in the sea. These 7 people were both lucky and unfortunate, because this island is a snake island, and there are countless black vipers on the island. 3 men were bitten by venomous snakes while catching black vipers, and eventually died. 2 days ago, the last man was also bitten by a black viper while looking for food. Although he successfully killed the venomous snake that bit him and made it into snake soup, the snake venom had spread all over his body in just 2 days. "How is Rossi doing now?" a woman asked anxiously. The other 2 women shook their heads helplessly, tears on their faces, and said in despair, "His breath is getting weaker and weaker. 3 people have died in just half a month on this snake island. Rossi may not survive tonight. The black viper is extremely poisonous. No one can survive more than 3 days after being bitten. They are just ordinary people. Even if they can kill a few poisonous snakes occasionally, there are countless poisonous snakes on this snake island. Once bitten by mistake, it will be a dead end. Now they have lost their boat and cannot contact the outside world. They are trapped on this island full of poisonous snakes. What awaits them is despair and death. When the food runs out, they will have to go out to find food themselves. And the most abundant thing on this island is deadly poisonous snakes. Faced with such a predicament, they have fallen into deep despair. Found it, I didn't expect there are still people alive on this snake island." Just when they were almost desperate, a man's voice suddenly sounded, which surprised the 3 women. They all looked towards the cave where the voice came from. They saw a man with ragged clothes and a full beard who looked like a beggar, but his tall stature made people dare not underestimate him. This was Darius, who had lived alone on another isolated island for 2 years. The long-term life in the wild made him look almost like a savage. "You?" The 3 women looked at Darius with surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that there would be humans on this snake island, and they didn't expect that his appearance would be so rough. However, Darius became interested in their looks. Although they looked a little haggard and listless, he could still see that these 3 women were extraordinary. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes. He hadn't touched a woman for 2 years. Now, after seeing the woman, the fire of desire suddenly appeared in his eyes, but he quickly covered it up. It seems that the unfortunate guy will not live long. Darius noticed the pale and weak man lying on the haystack and sighed in his heart. One of the women anxiously asked Darius for help. "Please save Rossi. He was bitten by a poisonous snake." Darius shook his head and said bluntly, "There's nothing I can do. It's not that he didn't want to help, but he really had no way." "You've been on this island for so long. Is there no solution?" the woman asked anxiously. However, Darius just shook his head. They had actually just arrived at the Snake Island today. The 3 women were disappointed and retreated cautiously, fearing that Darius would harm them. Darius looked at them with a playful smile on his face. "To tell you the truth, I haven't touched a woman for 2 years, but as long as you listen to me, I will guarantee your safety." When the 3 women heard this, their faces suddenly changed, and they glared at Darius. They were all daughters of nobles or wealthy businessmen. How could they accept having a relationship with a savage? "What do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, the Navy will come to rescue us soon. If you dare to come over, we will never let you go." The 3 women picked up wooden sticks and prepared for battle. Darius saw this and chuckled. "Since you don't want to, I won't force you." Then he turned and left. However, halfway through, he suddenly turned around and picked up some clothes on the ground, which frightened the 3 women, and they shouted loudly. Darius comforted them. "Don't worry, I'm just taking something." Then he turned and walked out of the cave. After leaving the 3 women, Darius tied up the sleeves and collar of his clothes to make a simple bag. He walked into the woods and saw black vipers everywhere on the trees and the ground. He sneered and thought to himself, "Are these snakes considered wild monsters? Darius decided to test his idea. After all, he had caught a big fish on an isolated island and gained experience points. He quickly grabbed a black viper and tore off its head. Although the snake was still twisting, Darius stomped it mercilessly. This time, a semi-transparent group of words experience points plus 0.1 appeared in front of him, which made him overjoyed. The black viper was indeed regarded as a wild monster. Although each snake only provides 0.1 experience points, Darius knows that there are a large number of venomous snakes on this snake island. Even if each snake only provides the minimum experience points, the accumulated experience points are enough for him to level up. He did not rush to act because the black viper did not pose a threat to him. He possesses armament hockey, enough to block Snake Fong's attack. Darius quickly hardened his hands with armament hockey, reached out to grab the snake knot, and threw it into his homemade bag. Although there were snakes trying to attack him during this period, he reacted quickly and immediately used armament hockey to protect his body, making the poisonous snakes helpless. Soon he filled several bags and returned with a full load. In a deep and dim cave, 3 women sat around a fire with little snake meat left in their hands. When the last bit of food was consumed, they knew that if they wanted to survive, they had to bravely walk out of the cave and go out hunting. However, the island was occupied by poisonous snakes, and every negligence could lead to death. The atmosphere in the cave was extremely depressing, and the 3 women fell into silence. No one cared about Rossi, the dying man. They were more concerned about their own survival, and each of them had complicated thoughts in their hearts. Suddenly, a sharp hissing sound broke the silence. They were all very familiar with this sound. It was a snake crawling. The women looked over in horror and saw a snake moving slowly a few meters away. "There's one over there, too." A woman screamed and pointed to the other side. "There's one here, too." After a closer look, they were surprised to find that the cave was full of snakes. They wanted to escape, but the entrance to the cave was blocked by more snakes. The 3 women were so scared that they screamed again and again. "What is going on? Why are there so many snakes?" Fear and despair spread in their hearts. At this moment, Darius walked out of the darkness holding a bag. He reached in, grabbed a few more black vipers, and threw them at the 3 women without mercy. There are still a lot here. The 3 women were so scared that they ran around, screaming one after another. Darius followed closely behind, throwing out poisonous snakes continuously, and the 3 women became even more panicked. He looked at their terrified expressions and couldn't help laughing. "Ha, you thought about it. Do you want to be obedient?" The 3 girls had no way to retreat, so they could only beg for mercy. "We are obedient. We are obedient. Please get rid of these snakes quickly. I will listen to you in everything." "Me too, we will listen to you." Darius was satisfied when he saw how scared they were. "That's good." He summoned the axe called Black Cleaver and swung it at the black viper on the ground. This axe was given to him by the system and had its own system space. With just a thought, he could control Black Cleaver freely. At this moment, he was just like cutting vegetables, chopping off the poisonous snakes with the axe. Seeing this, the fear in the hearts of the 3 women finally dissipated a little. After killing all the poisonous snakes, Darius looked at his experience points and smiled with satisfaction. This snake island was much more interesting than the previous isolated island. Although there were no large monsters, at least there were small monsters like poisonous snakes that could give him experience points. Although each venomous snake has only 0.1 experience value, there are venomous snakes everywhere on this island. What we can see are only a small part of them. There must be more venomous snakes hiding in the dark. Rosie. At this moment, the 3 women looked at the unlucky man lying on a haystack. He was very unlucky when the poisonous snake came in just now. He was bitten several times by the poisonous snake. This time he was completely dead. Darius looked at the 3 women and grinned. "Well, forget about that man. There's so much snake meat here. Let's light a fire and get ready to eat." The 3 women looked at Darius with some fear at this time. Darius was different from the men they had been with before, but on this snake island, the law no longer had any binding force, so they had to listen to him obediently. 11. Chapter 11, Black Spear. Afterwards, Darius also learned about the situation of the 3 people. They were tourists who were preparing to visit the food city on a cruise ship, but they encountered a shipwreck. They fled to the Snake Island on a yacht, but the yacht had been scrapped. The youngest girl among them was only 19 years old. Her name was Sarah Mason. She was an aristocratic girl. She had come out to play with her parents, but her parents' lives were unknown. Although she didn't know whether they were alive or dead, she actually knew that they had encountered a shipwreck and were basically dead. The second girl was 25 years old. Her name was Arya Marie. She was also a daughter of a noble family. This time she was on her honeymoon with her fiancé. Her fiancé was Rossi, who had just died. The last one, and the oldest among the 3 of them, is called Harahel, 29 years old. He follows his father and brother in the shipping business. This time he went to the food city to meet clients, but he did not expect to encounter a shipwreck. After listening to their introduction, Darius also found it very interesting. After all, he had not spoken to anyone for 2 years because of his cultivation. Now Darius would have to stay on this snake island for at least half a year. With a company of 3 beauties, he was naturally very happy. "By the way, what's your name? We don't even know it yet," Sarah Mason asked at this time. "Darius." Darius also gave his name directly and grinned, "But I'm not a good person." Then Darius looked at the 3 of them, his eyes showing lust without any concealment. "Okay, everyone knows each other's situation now. So, have you decided who will serve me first tonight, where you 3 can come together?" Hearing this, the 3 women's faces turned pale, but they were already very afraid of Darius. They had just seen Darius kill so many poisonous snakes easily. Several poisonous snakes had clearly bitten Darius, but there were no wounds on his body. "Can I ask you something first?" The oldest one, Heracles, asked. "I clearly saw the snake bite you just now, but you seem to be fine." Hearing this, Darius also explained, "Oh, snake fangs can't bite through my skin. If you wanted to lay time and wait for me to die from the poison, I'm sorry to disappoint you. This snake island is full of dangers for you, but it poses no threat to me." Then Darius burst out with terrifying murderous intent and said coldly, "Or are you biting me and breaking the agreement? Just now you said you would listen to me obediently, so I helped you get rid of those poisonous snakes, and I also invited you to eat snake meat." Suddenly, under Darius's murderous intent, the flowers growing in the 3 greenhouses could not withstand such murderous intent and trembled. Sarah mustered up the courage to say, "It was obviously you who put those poisonous snakes in, and you basically ate all the snake meat." Darius showed a cold smile. "Oh, do you think I am too gentle? Can't tell the difference between the big and small kings? No, we are not going to break the agreement." Hela immediately stood up. She was the oldest, so she could see the current situation clearly. They were now living in the Snake Island, and the only one who could guarantee their survival was the man in front of them. She said respectfully, "Lord Darius, if you don't mind, please let Hel serve you." "Ha ha ha, it turns out that sister is the most sensible." Darius walked straight up and hugged Heracles in his arms. Helitre smelled the masculine scent on Darius. Since Darius had not taken much shower on the previous isolated island, his body was very dirty, which made Helitre feel disgusted. However, he could not break free from Darius's strong arms no matter what, so he had to accept his fate in the end. From then on, Darius lived a very comfortable life. Every night, 3 women took turns to serve him. At the beginning, they were not very willing, but on this isolated island, Darius had plenty of ways to deal with them. During the day, Darius went hunting black vipers. These black vipers not only provided experience points, but also provided food for them. Darius also found honey and asked the 3 women of Heliher to spread the honey on the snake meat and then air dry it. Darius also started to build a raft in his spare time. This time, Darius made preparations for both situations. He built a raft, stored food and fresh water, and sailed away from the island. Although he had no recording needle or compass and could only drift with the wind, it was better than staying on the island. In case he encountered a ship or an island, he could be rescued. Of course, there is also the possibility of encountering a shipwreck after going out to sea, or running out of food and fresh water without encountering any islands or ships. That time, Darius will choose destiny to teleport randomly again. After all, when he was on an uninhabited island before, Darius thought that he could use destiny to directly escape from the island. But he didn't expect that the random teleportation of destiny only teleported Darius from one uninhabited island to another. This forced Darius to make preparations for both situations. For 3 consecutive months on Snake Island, what he had to do every day was to hunt black vipers, practice, and then satisfy the 3 women. Sarah and the other 3 were very afraid of Darius at first, but after getting along with him for a few months, they became more dependent on Darius. At the same time, they also found that Darius was not an ordinary person. After all, even if Darius wanted to conceal it, he would occasionally reveal strength far beyond that of an ordinary person, which made the 3 women even more curious about Darius's identity. On this day, Darius finally reached level 6 and heard a familiar voice, "All betrayers must die." Ding! Level increased to level 6. Unlocked new skills. Spear of Vengeance, Callista skill. Call of Destiny. Unlocked Summoner's skill, Barrier. Fate's Call. Use the Black Spear to sign a contract with an undead who has been dead for no more than 24 hours. The undead will be resurrected and become Darius's contracted servant. The contracted servant cannot disobey Darius' orders. After the contract is signed, no matter how far away the contracted servant is from Darius, he can forcibly summon it to his presence. Cooldown time, 150 hours. Barrier. Open an invincible defense barrier, immune to any physical attack, last for 3 seconds. Cooldown time, 240 hours. At this time, Darius's attribute panel was automatically opened. Darius, 20 years old. Level 6, experience points required to reach level 7. 0.1/3200 experience points, gold coins 0. Innate skills, bleeding, massive destruction, cooling time 5 hours, crippling strike, cooling time 1 hour, ruthless iron hands, Noxian guillotine, cooling time 120 hours. Other skills, natural charm, cooling time 2 hours, destiny, cooling time 180 days, call of destiny, cooling time 150 hours. Talents, grasp of the undying, cooldown 4 hours, conqueror, barrier, 240 hours. Summoner skills, mark, cooldown time 48 hours, flash, cooldown time 300 hours. Equipment column, detection guard, cooling time 240 hours, divine domain perspective, cooling time 180 hours. Darius was delighted when he saw his 2 skills. The barrier could make one invincible for 3 seconds, which was simply a magical skill. And the Call of Fate is also a magical skill. Of course, Darius thinks that the greatness of the Call of Fate is not how awesome it is that it can summon the contractor at any time, but the black spear that is needed to sign the contract is very good. Assuming that he could kill Admiral Kong or the future Admiral Sengoku, and then sign a contract with their souls, he would not only have an extra loyal subordinate, but also control the entire navy. Of course, with Darius' current strength, he is definitely unable to kill Marshal Kong or Sengoku, but that may not be the case in the future. If it really doesn't work, he can find a way to kill future admirals such as Sakazuki or Kazan, and then sign a contract with them. Anyway, as long as he can sign a future Navy Marshal with a black spear, it will be enough to plant a spy in the Navy. After reading all the information, Darius killed another Black Viper. Experience value, plus 0.1. Darius was very happy to see the translucent words EXP plus 0.1 floating up from the Black Viper. He thought that after reaching level 6, he would no longer gain experience points by killing Black Vipers, but he still gained experience points, which made Darius very happy. However, Darius soon discovered that killing smaller Black Vipers would not give him any experience points. Only killing large enough Black Vipers would give him experience points. After Darius came to this world, he knew that as he became stronger, there would be fewer wild monsters in this world. In the beginning, when he was only level 1, he could gain experience points by killing a dog. Now he can no longer gain experience points by killing dogs. Only animals that are deemed dangerous enough will be set as wild monsters by the system, and experience points can only be gained by killing them. Time flies. Half a year has passed quickly, and Darius's destiny skill has finally cooled down. In the past 6 months, Darius has killed tens of thousands of Black Vipers. At the beginning, the ground was full of Black Vipers, but as time went on, the chances of spawning monsters when going out became less and less. However, Darius is now ready to leave Snake Island. 12. Chapter 12 Pirate Ship. On the coast of Snake Island, Darius pulled out a raft. The raft was 8 meters long and 3 meters wide, with a simple cabin and sail on it. "Lord Darius, are you really leaving?" Sarah said to Darius, covering her slightly bulging belly. Now Sarah doesn't want to leave Snake Island anymore. The reason is very simple, because she is pregnant now. Not only him, but Arya and Helical are also pregnant. After all, they were all adolescent boys and girls on this deserted island without any contraceptive measures. After half a year of intercourse, it would be difficult not to get pregnant. "Well, this is what I have decided a long time ago," Darius said with a cold face. He would not change his mind because of a few women, even if these women are now pregnant with his children. "But this boat is too simple," Arya said at this time. "Because this wooden boat is too simple, it is just dozens of large pieces of wood tied together." After all, they were all people who had experienced shipwrecks and had seen the raging waves and storms. If they really encountered waves, a small boat like this would probably be overturned by just one wave. Now, although life on this Snake Island is hard, at least there is no need to worry about their lives. Moreover, due to Darius's large-scale hunting of Black Vipers, the number of Black Vipers on the Snake Island has been greatly reduced, allowing them to walk around the island without worrying about accidentally encountering poisonous snakes. Moreover, although life on the island is a bit boring, it is a rare freedom to be carefree here, not having to care about family or money. Now I suddenly have to give up the stability on Snake Island. It would be good if they encounter a ship or reach the next island smoothly when they went out to sea, but they had no compass, no recording pointer, and not even a compass. After going out to sea, they were in the vast ocean and couldn't even find the direction. Wouldn't that be a dead end? After half a year, they had become more and more dependent on Darius, especially now that the 3 women are pregnant. If Darius leaves, how can they survive on this island? Even though they have mastered some skills to survive on a deserted island, it will be difficult for them to find food as they become pregnant. Now they can beg Darius to stay. Darius looked at the women and said calmly, "I'm going to leave anyway. I've already told you that if you don't want to leave, you can stay on the island. There are not so many snakes on the island now. I've also left you a lot of snake meat. If you want to wait for rescue on the island, you can." The three women fell silent again after listening. Although they had finally adapted to life on Snake Island after half a year and learned the techniques of how to catch snakes without hurting them, and now most of the black vipers on the island had been killed by Darius, the threat to them was much smaller. They really didn't want to leave this comfort zone, or they didn't want Darius to leave. Not to mention that going out to sea is too dangerous. And secondly, they are all pregnant now. How can they leave? Darius looked at the three women. After half a year of getting along with them, he had some feelings for them. However, Darius always had his own ambitions and could not be trapped on a deserted island forever. Finally, Kelleher spoke first. "Okay, if we really have to die in the end, we have to die together." After hearing what Harachel said, Sarah and Arya nodded with determination. After all, if Darius left, even if they had some hunting skills, they would be unable to hunt due to the delivery period, and eventually they and their children would die. They might as well take a gamble. If they win, they can return to the human world. If they lose, they will be buried in the sea. Seeing the expressions of the women, Darius nodded slightly, because Darius understood that after he left, the women who stayed on the island would basically die a slow death. Of course, if Darius had stayed to take care of them, they wouldn't have died, but it was impossible for her to live that kind of ordinary life. The reason why she stayed on Snake Island was, firstly, to wait for the cooling of destiny, and secondly, to kill wild monsters to gain experience points. As for women, as long as you are strong enough, won't you be able to find a lot of them in the future? Soon, Darius moved the food and water onto the raft, and the three women also got on a raft. Then Darius pushed the raft into the sea, and Sarah also pulled down the sail, and the raft officially set sail. The three women stood at the tail of the raft, looking at the Snake Island that was getting farther and farther away. They also understood that after leaving this time, they would never be able to come back. Either they could find an island or a ship to survive, or they would die. Darius stood at the bow. To be honest, this was the first time Darius sailed alone. He had always followed the Rocks pirates before. Looking back at the Snake Island that was getting farther and farther away, Darius felt a little disappointed, but he did not have any nostalgia. He had been preparing for this voyage for half a year, and had prepared a lot of dried snake meat, snake eggs, and fresh water. If he ate sparingly, it should be able to sustain him for several months. Okay, let's just drift slowly from now on. Darius sat back in the cabin and began the boring and long journey. Yeah. After hearing this, the three women came to Darius' side. After all, they were already out to sea, and there was no turning back. They could only move forward. As time went by, Darius did not encounter any shipwreck, but he was still on the sea. They drifted for 2 months. Life on the raft was extremely hard. There was nothing to do every day, and the other three women became even more haggard facing the situation. However, today, they finally saw a boat in front of them. After confirming there was not an illusion, the three women were overjoyed and started rowing towards the boat with oars. At this time in the distance, a lookout on a pirate ship reported, "Captain, we found a small boat in front of us with several people on it. It seemed that they have encountered a shipwreck." Oh. The captain of the pirate ship was a little surprised and immediately took out the telescope and looked forward. That's right, Darius and his crew encountered a pirate ship, but Sarah and the others were so excited that they rowed quickly towards the pirate ship. Finally, I met a living person. Darius was also very happy. Meeting a living person finally allowed him to escape from the life on the isolated island. The pirate captain also grinned and said, "Oh, I think I saw 3 women and a man. Drive the boat over and rescue them." When they got closer, Sarah and her friends realized that it was a pirate ship coming over. This made Sarah and her friends confused. But Darius said calmly, "Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." After hearing Darius' words, the 3 women felt much more relieved. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Are you in a shipwreck?" At this time at the bow, a pirate who looked like a gangster shouted to Darius and others on the small raft below. "Yes, please save us." Sarah didn't care whether the other party was a pirate or not, and asked for help immediately. "Okay, right away." Soon, the other side also threw down a ladder, and the pirate gangster just shouted loudly, "Climb up quickly." Yeah. Sarah didn't care about anything else. She grabbed the ladder first and started climbing up, followed by Arya, Helical, and finally Darius. After several people boarded the boat, a fat man with a face full of flesh and a height of more than 4 meters came over, grinning and looking at the 3 girls with a somewhat obscene face and said, "Ladies, you have encountered a shipwreck. The three Sarah girls looked at the wretched appearance of the man in front of them and shuddered. Yes, thank you for saving us. It's no big deal. The fat man noticed at this time that Sarah's belly seemed to be slightly bulging, which made her look at Darius and said coldly, however, only ladies are welcome on my ship. As for you, go back to where you came from. Hearing this, Darius smiled contemptuously. Was he going to kick him off the boat directly? I refuse that. I've been drifting on this sea for 2 months. The fat man got angry when he heard this and said coldly, Boy, it seems that you don't know what is good for you. Do you think I'm a kind person? Did you see that flag? The fat man pointed at the pirate flag on the ship and grinned. I am the Pig King with a bounty of 5 million Baileys. Now I'm giving you 2 choices. First, get out of here as soon as you can. Second, I'll crush you into a meat pie and throw you down. The pirates around laughed evilly and said, Captain, are you going to crush him to death with a human bomb? Kid, get out of here if you want to live. Darius heard that the other party was just a pirate with only 5 million berries, and that was 5 million of the Four Seas pirates, so he smiled contemptuously. The third choice, I kill you, and the ship belongs to me. Hearing this, the Pig King burst into laughter, but in the next second, Darius summoned Black Cleaver, rushed to the Pig King, and chopped him down with a fierce axe. The Pig King was directly split into 2 halves by Darius's axe and fell to the left and right. Ship captain. The pirates were all shocked. Their captain was killed and split in half by an axe. Who on earth was this person before them? How could he have such terrible power? 13. Chapter 13 Threats. Darius turned to look at the other pirates and said coldly, This ship is mine now. Prepare food and water for me immediately. Also, throw this garbage into the sea. After listening to Darius' words, dozens of pirates on the ship swallowed their saliva and looked at Darius with nervous fear, and no one spoke first. Darius looked at him with a sneer on his face. It seems that he is not very obedient. But it is true, there are too many people here, so let's kill a few more. Darius slashed at the nearest pirate as he spoke. The pirate defended himself with the sword in his hand, but was useless. Black Cleaver easily chopped the pirate in half along with the sword. How could this guy be so strong? Damn it. Go to hell. I don't believe you are not afraid of bullets. At this time, several pirates pointed their pistols at Darius and fired continuously. Darius immediately activated his observation hockey and kept dodging the bullets. At the same time, he quickly approached the opposite side and chopped down with the axe in his hand, killing several pirates. Is this guy a monster? He actually dodged the bullets. At this time, the pirates were completely panicked. They had never seen anyone who could dodge bullets. What kind of monster did they encounter this time? However, at this time, several more alert pirates reacted immediately and ran towards the 3 Sarahs, ready to capture them as hostages. Darius frowned as he looked at him and whispered, Flash. In an instant, Darius came in front of the 3 Sarah women and killed the pirates who wanted to hold them hostage with one axe. Is this guy a human or a ghost? Was that teleportation just now? He's a devil fruit user. All of a sudden, the pirates became even more frightened. No, sir, I surrender. I admit defeat. At this time, one of the pirates finally couldn't bear it anymore and immediately dropped his weapon and chose to surrender. But once the first person surrendered, there would be a second, a third, and soon one pirate after another dropped their weapons and chose to surrender. Darius was also very satisfied when he saw this and said coldly, Now, I have requisitioned this ship. Do you have any objections? Soon, a pirate with a pointed chin and monkey cheek stood up and said, No, from now on, you are the captain of this ship, and we will all listen to you. Seeing the pirates all looking like bootlickers, Darius snorted coldly and said, What a jerk. Wouldn't it be fine if they just listened to me from the beginning? You have to kill a few idiots before they behave. Throw the bodies of those rubbish into the sea to feed the fish. Bring me all the newspapers on the ship and cook a good meal for me. Yes, yes. The leading pirate also said respectfully, but a hint of fear and hatred flashed in his eyes. Darius didn't care about that and walked into the cabin with Sarah and the other 2 girls. Lord Darius, you are so powerful. Although I have known that you are very powerful, I didn't expect that the pirate with a bounty of 5 million could be killed with one blow. You are so strong. Yes, I thought we were dead. The 3 Sarah girls were also surprised when they heard it. Darius ignored the 3 women's praise. He himself had no idea what level of strength he had now, but he was definitely stronger than when he was in the Rocks Pirates. After entering the cabin, Darius sat on the sofa, and the pirates came over with newspapers and said, Here, sir, this is the newspaper you asked for. Leave it there. Darius replied calmly. After the pirates put down the newspaper, Darius picked it up and started reading. Having stayed on the Lone Island and Snake Island for 2.5 years, Darius knew nothing about this sea. Now he could only learn about what had happened in the past 2 years through the newspaper. Soon food and drinks were brought in, and Darius ordered, "Each of you come and have a bite first." "Sir, we dare not put poison in the food." Several pirates immediately felt wronged, but they picked up their chopsticks and took a bite, and drank some wine to prove that there is no poison in the food before leaving. It's not that Darius is cautious, but he has to be on guard against others, especially since these guys are pirates. He just killed so many of their companions. There's no guarantee that they won't retaliate against him. After all, it's easier to dodge a spear than a hidden arrow, and Darius doesn't want to capsize in the gutter. Afterwards, Darius began to feast on the food. Sarah and the other two girls had not eaten proper food for half a year. On Snake Island, the most common thing they ate was snake meat, and it was basically grilled. They were tired of it a long time ago, and now they could finally change their taste. After taking a sip of the wine, Darius was immediately excited and said proudly, "Ooh, cool. I haven't had a drink in more than 2 years. I'm almost forgetting the taste of alcohol. Guys, go and get all the alcohol for me." "Yes, sir, we'll go right away." After hearing this, the pirates immediately ran to the wine cellar to move the wine barrels over. Pirates all have one characteristic, that is, they love drinking. Darius also likes drinking, and he soon started drinking with these pirates. Although they were enemies before, they started chatting happily together after a few drinks. "Lord Darius, it turns out that you were a pirate before." At this time, the pirates were also surprised to hear that Darius was a pirate. Darius was also drunk at this time, a little drunk, his cheeks flushed. "Yeah, but my old pirate group has been disbanded now, and I will establish my own pirate group in the future. Let's not talk about this anymore. Come on, keep drinking." "Lord Darius, stop drinking. You are already drunk." Kelleher pulled Darius and persuaded him. After all, they were on the pirate ship now, and Darius was the guarantee of their safety. What would happen if he got drunk? "Get out of here. I haven't had a drink in more than 2 years. I might as well have a good drink today. Come on, guys, let's drink." Darius raised his glass again. "Boss Darius is so generous." "Big sister, the boss is drinking in a really good mood now. Please don't disturb the boss's mood." The other pirates watched and pulled Sarah and the other girls apart, and then a group of pirates started to drink with Darius. "Come on, let's continue. The banquet shouldn't stop." Darius also grinned. The banquet was still going on, and the pirates were toasting Darius crazily. Darius accepted all the toasts, and soon he felt dizzy and fell directly on the table. The pirates were still toasting, but Darius was already drunk and fell into a complete sleep. "Boss, come and drink." "Come on, Boss Darius, I toast you." At this time, the pirates were still holding their glasses and continuing to toast, but Darius was already lying on the table and completely asleep. Seeing that Darius had fallen asleep, the pirates' banquet suddenly became less lively. On the deck outside, the 3 Sarahs were controlled by the pirates. A pirate ran out and said to the sharp-faced man, "Deputy Captain, that guy is completely drunk." "Well, have you finally gotten him drunk?" Suddenly, the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced man showed a ferocious look on his face and said, "You little brat, you actually dared to kill my brother. Do you really think that our Pig King Pirate King is so easy to mess with?" "That's right. The Captain Pig King today is the younger brother of the pointed-faced and monkey-faced man in front of him. They are 2 brothers, but the younger brother possesses considerable martial arts, and although the older brother does not have much strength, he is very smart. The 2 brothers have been going to sea for many years and have made a name for themselves in West Sea. But they did not expect that the Pig King would be killed by Darius today. So the man with a pointed chin and monkey face came up with his plan. He planned to get Darius drunk and then avenge his brother, the Pig King. At this time, the 3 Sarah girls had been tied up, with rags stuffed in their mouths to prevent them from screaming, but fear appeared in their eyes. The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks grinned at the 3 women and said, "Don't worry, after we kill Darius, we will definitely take good care of you 3 little beauties." The 3 Sarah girls looked even more desperate after hearing this. They had never expected that they had finally escaped for Snake Island, only to end up entering a wolf's den again. Darius was obviously powerful enough, but he was so stupid that he fell into the enemy's trap easily. "Oh, Boss Darius, what are you doing? Have mercy, Boss Darius." At this moment, screams and pleas for mercy were heard in the cabin, which immediately made the pirates on the deck alert. The screams soon ended with a squeak. At this moment, the door of the cabin was pushed open, and Darius' voice came from inside. "Really, I didn't intend to kill you, but some people always seek death this way." Soon, Darius came out holding the black cutter, which was dripping with blood. Obviously, the blood of the pirates in the cabin. The pirates on the deck were shocked when they saw the blood on Darius' axe. The 3 girls, Sarah, were very excited at this time. as their mouths were blocked by rags. They could only make woo-woo sounds. The man with the pointed chin and monkey cheeks was shocked. "Aren't you drunk? You really think I'm an idiot? You must be pretending." Darius rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "After all, if I kill you, there will be no navigator or cook on the ship, so I spared your lives. But now it seems that you are still determined to steal. Then I can't spare you. However, since I have always been kind-hearted, I will give you one last chance. If you lay down your weapons, you will be spared." After hearing Darius' words, several pirates immediately put down their weapons and begged for mercy. "Lord Darius, we absolutely do not want to be your enemy. All this is the order of the vice-captain. Idiot, do you really think he will let us go if we lay down our weapons and surrender? We still have hostages in our hands." The man with a pointed face and monkey cheeks had a ferocious look on his face. He held Sarah hostage with a pistol, and his whole body was shaking with fear. He roared, "Drop your weapons immediately, or I will kill these women." Sarah and the other two who were held hostage were also crying woohoo. Although their mouths were blocked by rags, Darius probably knew what they were saying. When the pirates saw this scene, some of them stood on the side of the sharp-nosed and monkey-faced man, grinning. "Boy, if you don't want your woman to die, just put down your weapon and stand there. Otherwise, your woman will die. You are really courting death." Darius' eyes were cold, and his murderous intent was even stronger. He said contemptuously, "A bunch of rubbish pirates, you dare to threaten me." In a moment, all the pirates felt as if the temperature of the air around them had dropped by several degrees. Seeing Darius approaching them step by step, they said in fear, You stop, don't come over here, or I will kill them." Darius said with cold eyes, "Then why don't you shoot?" After hearing Darius' words, the pirates panicked even more. The three Sarahs were also terrified and kept making loud noises. The pirates also shouted to encourage themselves, "Stop pretending. If you come over again, I will really shoot you." Darius felt very unhappy when he saw this scene. He felt threatened. Although he did not care about the lives of Sarah and the other girls, he still sentenced these pirates to death. "In that case, I'll show you something good before you die." As he said that, Darius began to use the power of his devil fruit. His body quickly turned into a snake. It was a giant Yamadoroki with 8 heads and 8 tails, more than 200 meters in length. The snake soon coiled around a pirate ship. 14. Chapter 14 Separation. At this time, the pirates looked at the 8 huge snake heads and the snake body and tail coiled around Rudenji. It was simply a monster. Wild sand. Suddenly, a large amount of yellow sand gushed out from a snake head. In an instant, the entire pirate ship was caught in a yellow sand storm, blocking their vision. Lightning strike, wind blade. The other 2 snake heads also kept spitting out lightning and wind blades. Suddenly, screams were heard in the yellow sand. At this moment, the pirates witnessed an unforgettable scene before their eyes. The 8 huge snake heads, and the winding snake body and tail that were like a giant dragon, all of which made them feel terrified. It was like a monster crawling out of hell. Wild sand. One of the snake heads suddenly opened its huge mouth and gushed out yellow sand that swept over like a raging tide. The entire pirate ship was instantly swallowed up by the yellow sand. Their vision was obscured by the sand, and they fell into chaos. Lightning strikes, wind blades. At the same time, the other 2 snake heads were not to be outdone. They kept spitting out sharp lightning and wind blades from their mouths. On the battlefield filled with yellow sand, screams rang out one after another. After the yellow sand cleared, all the pirates had fallen down. Some were burned by lightning, and some were cut in half by wind blades. The scene was horrific. Only Darius and the 3 tied-up girls, Sarah, were left. Darius walked over and helped them untie the ropes. The 3 Sarah girls looked at Darius in shock. They had known for a long time that the man in front of them was very powerful, but they didn't expect him to be so powerful. Kelleher hurriedly asked, "Lord Darius, what you did just now, was it a devil fruit?" "Yeah." Darius nodded, looking at the 3 women with a bit of evilness, and said, "There are only 4 of us left on this ship from now on. Cooking and other things will depend on you. Throw these bodies into the sea. I'm so tired of acting with these rubbish pirates. Really, I should have killed them all at the beginning." As he spoke, Darius picked up a corpse and threw it into the sea. After hearing Darius's order, the 3 girls began to clean up the corpses on the boat, suppressing their nausea. After all, they had half a year of survival experience on Snake Island. Although they would be afraid when they saw the corpses, their psychological endurance was much better than that of ordinary girls. "By the way, Lord Darius, who are you? You are not an ordinary pirate." At this time, Arya asked. Darius hesitated for a moment and replied, "I used to be a member of the Rox Pirates, but now the Rox Pirates have been disbanded." Rox Pirates. They were all shocked after hearing Darius' words. Before, when they were at Snake Island, They only knew that Darius was very strong. It was only today that they learned that Darius was actually a pirate. However, they never expected that he was a member of the former Roxas pirates. This pirate group was considered by the world government to be a criminal pirate group that attempted to subvert the world and was the most deserving pirate group at the time. Darius grinned and said, "Okay, stop talking nonsense and get to work. Let's go take a hot bath together after throwing the body down. You probably haven't had a chance to take a bath yet." After hearing Darius' words, the three women nodded. Although they often took baths on the isolated island, they had no chance to take a hot bath. Moreover, they had been drifting on the sea on a small raft for 2 months, and they had long wanted to take a hot bath. A few days later, Darius read all the newspapers on the pirate ship and learned in the Battle of God Valley, Captain Rox of the Rox Pirates was defeated by the Navy hero Garp, and the Rox Pirates disbanded a month later. Shiki the Golden Lion formed a pirate alliance with Wang Ji and took over most of the power of the Rox Pirates, while Big Mom and Silver Axe returned to the first half of the New World and also obtained part of the territory of the Rox Pirates. A year ago, John was killed by his subordinates because he wanted to keep the huge treasure for himself. Thus, a great pirate fell. Many other pirates also got a share of the treasure when the Rox Pirates disbanded. Half a year ago, Vice Admiral Sengoku and Zephyr were nominated to be the new admirals of the Navy and were given the titles of Immortal Stone and Black Arm, while the Navy hero Garp refused to be nominated as Admiral of the Navy. And the latest news is that the great pirate Kaido was arrested by Admiral Sengoku in the Wolf Sea. Darius has no plans to go to the New World for the time being. He just wants to develop himself first, gain experience points, and improve his level. Then he will go to Sky Island and take all the gold there. After all, if I want to buy equipment, I can't be without gold. 500 grams of gold can be exchanged for 1 gold coin, and I don't know if the gold on the Sky Island is enough for me. After a few days of sailing, Darius finally arrived at a small island inhabited by humans. Sarah and the other 2 girls were very excited. Darius looked at them seriously and said, "Okay, let's separate here. From now on, go and enjoy your own lives. Lord Darius, we can be together. I will definitely find a way to let the Navy help Lord Darius to cancel the bounty," Sarah said anxiously at this time. After more than half a year of getting along, Sarah has fallen in love with Darius, and now Darius is very handsome. Darius was no longer a wild man. He combed his hair and shaved off his beard. Also asked the 3 girls, Sarah, to come. I saw a different Darius. Darius looked at the 3 women and grinned. "Don't be ridiculous. We are just friends with benefits at best." Sarah looked at Darius with tears in her eyes. The man in front of her was very cold, except when they were making love. But Sarah was very fascinated by Darius's coldness and said, "Lord Darius, I will definitely give birth to our child." Darius looked even more unhappy and said in a cold voice, "It's up to you. It's your freedom to give birth to the baby or abort it. Don't have anything to do with me in the future, if you don't want to be targeted by the Navy." After listening to Darius' words, the 3 Sarah girls fell silent with some sadness in their eyes. They had long known that they and Darius were definitely not the same kind of people, but when the time really came to part, they still felt reluctant in their hearts. After all, they had been together for more than half a year. After placing the 3 women on the island, Darius did not stay there for too long. After all, he and Sarah were not of the same kind, so naturally he had no attachment to them at all. After the ship left the island, Darius said coldly, "Next, upgrade as soon as possible. I have wasted too much time training the devil fruit on the isolated island for 2 years. Now I have to make up for it as soon as possible." The 3 Sarahs who stayed on the island felt sad as they watched Darius' ship sailing away. Although Darius left them a lot of money on the ship, this man left without any mercy. "Okay, Sarah, let's go." Kelleher patted Sarah's shoulder and said, "Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future." On the pirate ship, Darius looked at the permanent pointer in his hand. The target on this pointer was Burrow City, a paradise for criminals. This is also Darius' goal this time. Yes, he is going to the Flower Kingdom in the West Sea, Burrow City. The Kingdom of Flowers can be said to be one of the most powerful countries in the world. This country has a very strong military force. In this world where island countries are scattered across the ocean, the Kingdom of Flowers is much larger than other small countries. The country's territory is even larger than the desert country of Alabasta, and its population is larger. However, precisely because the territory is large enough and the population is large enough, bandits and gangs emerge in large numbers. It is a powerful country, but it is full of chaos and violence internally, especially in Burrow City, which is full of gangs, and the local police simply cannot handle it. For a pirate like Darius, this kind of chaotic place is good, because this place is within the territory of the Kingdom of Flowers, and the Navy is generally not allowed to enter at will. Chapter 15, Burrow City. The Kingdom of Flowers, Baluo City, Jobao Port. Darius got off the ship here and took all the money and property on the ship. As for the ship, Darius sold it to the Jobao Navy at a very low price. After entering Burrow City, Darius walked on the street and observed his surroundings. The city was very lively, and there were many classic cars, horse-drawn carriages, motorcycles, etc. on the streets. For this ocean world, many countries are island countries, so most of the means of transportation are ships. Only countries with a relatively large land area, such as the Kingdom of Flowers, have vehicles. The shops on both sides of the street sell a wide variety of goods, but there are also a large number of homeless beggars begging on the streets. Darius sniffed, and although the smell was very faint, he still smelled a little bit of blood. Where is the bloody smell coming from? Darius was a little curious, but then he thought, this is known as the most chaotic city in the West Sea. Isn't it normal to have a little bloody smell? Although it looks like a wealthy city now, who knows how much darkness is hidden in this city? Let's go to a tavern and have a drink first, then go collect some information. Darius made a decision quickly. There are usually a lot of gossips in places like taverns, and you can get some useful information more or less. Arriving at the tavern, although it was still some time before dinner time, there were quite a few people in a tavern. Darius went straight to the bar and ordered a glass of wine, then dropped a few tens of thousands of Baileys and asked directly, "Boss, I want to ask you something. Is there anything going to happen in this city recently?" The tavern owner was also a little surprised and asked, "Sir, you must be from another place." "Oh, you can see that," Darius said with some surprise. The tavern owner also smiled and said, "Anyone who can ask such a question is obviously an outsider. But you came at the right time. The Flower Kingdom martial arts competition will be held in a few days. If you are interested, you can go and watch it." Martial arts competition? Darius was a little surprised and asked jokingly, "Competition?" The tavern owner explained, "Yes, this is a competition held every 3 years in the Flower Kingdom. In addition to the powerful local players, there are also many overseas countries and even pirates who come to participate in each competition." Darius was a little surprised, but also interested. "So, there will be many strong people in this martial arts competition." "That's right." The tavern owner also explained to Darius, "This is a super large competition held throughout the Flower Kingdom. There are a total of 16 cities in the country. After the 16 strongest people in the Flower Kingdom are finally determined, the final will be held in the capital of the Flower Kingdom, Los Angeles. The final winner can become a warrior of the Flower Kingdom's Royal Guards. And there are also very generous rewards." Reward. Darius was also a little surprised and asked, "What reward?" The tavern owner said, "I'm not sure about that, but based on the previous champion's rewards, some are Bailey, some are devil fruits, or the latest weapons. Anything is possible." Hearing this, Darius's lips curled up slightly. "This is really interesting. Boss, can we still sign up now? Where can I sign up?" The tavern owner was also a little surprised and asked, "My dear guest, you mean you want to participate in the competition?" Darius said jokingly, "Why is it not possible? I'm still somewhat confident in my own strength." The tavern owner had obviously seen many people who were confident in their own abilities, so he advised, "This competition is not an ordinary one. Every match requires a life and death agreement to be signed. It can be said to be a very dangerous competition." Hearing this, Darius became even more interested. If he had to sign a life and death agreement, then it wouldn't matter if he killed the person openly. Originally, Darius was only interested in the prize for the final champion, but he became more interested in this competition. The reason why Darius came to Burrow City was because he knew that this city was the most chaotic city in the West SEA. As long as there was enough chaos and darkness, he could constantly gain experience points to level up here. Now that there is a competition, he must go and watch it. "Isn't that perfect? Boss, please tell me where I can sign up." Darius looked at the tavern owner seriously. The tavern owner was also a little helpless, and finally told Darius the registration location. When he arrived at the registration point, Darius told the staff there that he wanted to sign up for the competition. The staff member did not hesitate and immediately took out a life and death certificate and asked Darius to sign his name on it. The staff member said to Darius, "Mr. Darius, this is your code number 2276. The competition will not start until tomorrow. You can go into the venue and rest now. There is a lounge for the players. Of course, if you have a place to stay outside, you can stay there, but please be here before 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Otherwise, you will be considered to have forfeited." Darius took the number plate, thanked him, and left. It was still early. Darius wanted to go around, especially since it was almost night. Darius also wanted to see how many crimes would appear in the city known as the most chaotic city in the West Sea at night. Sure enough, after 7 o'clock in the evening, the sky gradually darkened. Darius was walking on the street, wearing a gold ring and a gold necklace and holding a purse in his hand. However, when he was having a meal before, he accidentally let the purse out, revealing the shining diamonds inside. It can be said that Darius has exposed all the money he could show to the outside world. He wanted to see whether the law and order of this city is good or not. As the sky grew darker, there were fewer and fewer pedestrians on the street. Those who dared to walk on the street now either had guns in their hands or were stupid and ignorant people who had not suffered from the beatings of society. At this time, some streetwalkers gradually appeared on both sides of the street, all dressed in fancy clothes. A charming woman came in front of Darius, twisted her body seductively, and said, "Handsome man, you are alone. Do you want to have some fun? It only costs 5,000 Baileys." Looking at the woman in front of him, Darius licked his lips and said jokingly, "Great. It happens that I have a lot of money today. If you serve me well, I will reward you well." The woman was delighted when she heard this. She had seen the diamond in Darius's hand before and knew at first glance that he was a fool who didn't even know the principle of not showing off one's wealth. "Don't worry, handsome guy." The woman pressed her delicate body against Darius' chest with a charming look on her face and said charmingly, "I will definitely make you comfortable. Come with me." As she said that, the woman pulled Darius directly and walked forward. Darius did not resist and was pulled by the woman. He hugged the woman in his arms and put his big hand directly into the woman's clothes. The woman also showed a charming face, but in her heart she had already sentenced Darius to death. Soon, the woman brought Darius to an empty street. Darius's observation hockey clearly sensed the presence of more than a dozen auras in front of him. Sure enough, the dozen people quickly walked towards Darius. This time, the woman broke free from Darius' arms and walked into the team of a dozen people on the opposite side. The leader was a yellow-haired man holding a broken axe, who looked like a typical gangster. "Hey man, do you know whose woman you just touched?" Darius looked at the dozen thugs surrounding him, and the woman just now changed her face and said, "Brother Snake, this guy just took advantage of me and touched my breasts." The gangster named Snake pointed the broken axe in his hand at Darius and said arrogantly, "Damn it, you dare to touch my woman's breasts? Give me the money. If you are short of 5 million Baileys, you can't leave alive today. Is this really a honey trap?" Darius looked at the dozen thugs surrounding him with a joking look, took out a bag from his arms, and said jokingly, "There must be hundreds of diamonds in this bag. I just don't know if it's enough." Snake listened to Darius' words and grinned. "Oh, you're quite sensible." As he said that, he wanted to reach out and take it. Darius looked at it and threw the bag of diamonds into the air. All of a sudden, all the gangsters looked up into the air following the bag. Darius directly summoned out Black Cleaver, rushed forward and beheaded Snake Brother with one axe, then increased his speed and chopped down at the people beside him. The bag gradually fell down, and a gangster stretched out his hand and caught the bag of diamonds. Before he could be surprised, an axe suddenly passed by and chopped off the gangster's hands. Before he could even scream, another axe chopped off his head, making him unable to even scream. Suddenly, a sharp female voice was heard. It was the woman just now, but at this time she was sitting on the ground with her legs limp, because more than a dozen gangsters around her were already dead, and their deaths were very miserable. One by one, their heads were chopped off by axes, and their heads were separated from their bodies. After Darius put the bag back into his pocket, Black Cleaver danced quickly, scattering the blood on it on the ground, and said to the woman, "Why are you screaming? I haven't cut you yet. But it's true, if I really cut you, you won't even have the chance to scream, just like them." The woman's body was shaking constantly. She looked at Darius in fear, tears streaming down her face. She said in fear, "Are you a human or a ghost? So, do you want me to be a human or a ghost?" Darius looked at the woman with some amusement, and the axe in his hand disappeared. Each of those gangsters before could only provide him with 0.3 or 0.4 experience points. Even if he killed this woman, he would only gain 0.1 experience points at most. It was totally unnecessary. Seeing the weapon in Darius's hand disappear, the woman tried to put on a flattering smile. "Sir, please don't kill me. I know I was wrong. These guys forced me to do it. Please don't kill me. I will definitely behave well. Give me a chance." "Okay, I'll give you this chance right here," Darius said, and sat directly on the stone steps. The woman also understood very well what the man wanted, or rather, this was what she was best at. She immediately knelt down at Darius' feet and began to serve him. Chapter 16 Gangster. At this delicate moment, a hurried sound of footsteps broke the silence of the street. Dozens of unidentified people suddenly emerged from the shadows on the side and quickly gathered on this empty street. When they approached, they were shocked to find more than a dozen lifeless bodies scattered on the ground, and Darius and the woman were in an extremely happy state nearby. Almost at the same time, chaotic footsteps were heard from the opposite end of the street, and dozens of unidentified people were running quickly. The two groups of people, together numbering nearly 100, unexpectedly met at this narrow intersection. Darius was in a very irritable mood at the moment. He originally thought that this street was secret and deserted, and he could vent his anger and enjoy himself. However, at this critical moment, a group of uninvited guests broke into his territory. He carefully observed this group of people, and from their behavior and demeanor, Darius keenly realized that they did not seem to be good people either. Sir, this sudden situation also made me panic. The woman's heart was in a mess at the moment. Her clothes had been taken off. As a prostitute, she had seen all kinds of men and experienced countless wild pleasures. However, just when she was about to show her charm, she did not expect to encounter such a dramatic turn. She knew very well that this was not an ordinary romance, but more like a fierce fight between gangs. What bad luck. I don't like being watched in this kind of occasion. Darius was also furious. He stood up while pulling up his trousers. The sudden interruption ruined his interest and filled his heart with irritability and displeasure. Under the dim street lights, a gangster in a black windbreaker, with cynical and mocking smile on his face, slowly walked towards Darius. He laughed sarcastically. "Hey, young man, I'm sorry to disturb your elegant mood. However, it doesn't seem to be a decent behavior to make such a fuss on the street in the middle of the night." He was no ordinary man, but a cadre of the Axe Gang, one of the 8 major gangs in Boluo City. Tonight, he came here with his brothers to wipe out a branch of the Murderous gang and take over a dozen prosperous streets controlled by the other side. "Boss, why are there so many bodies here?" One of his men asked cautiously, his eyes full of anxiety and curiosity. He glanced around and found that all the bodies on the ground were wearing the uniforms of the Viper gang without exception. In his eyes, these people were all faces he had seen before. These people seemed to be from the Viper gang. He answered in a deep voice, frowning, as if he was trying hard to recall something. "How could it become like this? It looks like it was cut in half by a sharp blade." Another person exclaimed with disbelief in his tone. The Axe Gang leader's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he said slowly, "Anyone who could do such a thing is definitely not an ordinary person. It seems that there must be something fishy behind this." At this time, the members of the Axe Gang also noticed the tragic scene on the ground. Although they usually licked blood on the edge of the knife, they couldn't help but feel palpitations when facing such a bloody scene. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, which made people shudder. At this time, the Axe Gang cadre looked at Darius solemnly. There were dead people here, and the young man in front of him could actually do such a thing with that woman here. Could it be that all the people from the Viper gang were killed by this young man? The gang had already noticed the dozens of bodies on the street, which were still warm, but they didn't pay much attention to it. In a place like Boluo City, if there weren't dozens or hundreds of people killed at night, it would be considered a miracle. Every morning, sanitation workers would find some broken limbs in the trash cans, and they were no longer surprised. "The gang is doing business. All outsiders, please leave immediately." At this time, a gang member waved a machete in his hand and shouted at Darius, trying to threaten him. However, Darius just raised a cold smile, as if this threat was not worth mentioning to him at all. "Ha ha ha, that thing isn't meant to scare people, kid." Darius responded calmly, his voice full of disdain. The gang member was enraged by Darius's attitude. He pointed the machete at Darius and shouted, "What did you say? If you don't get out of here, I will be rude to you." However, just as he raised his hand to attack, Darius suddenly summoned the black cleaver in his hand. Before the gang member could react, Darius swung the axe at lightning speed and chopped him directly. In the blink of an eye, the gang member didn't even have time to scream before his head was separated from his body and fell into a pool of blood. This scene happened so fast that everyone present was stunned. Although it was dark at night, under the moonlight, they could still clearly see Darius killing the opponent in an instant. The amazing speed and power shocked and frightened them. They had never seen such a cruel method and such powerful strength. Darius glanced at the 0.3 experience points that appeared on the corpse, and a scornful smile appeared in the corner of his mouth. He sneered and said, "Humph, how disappointing. Such a small character is so stingy that he only gives this much experience points." At the same time, the gang leader Carlo held the long knife tightly in his hand, his face gloomy, because he couldn't even catch the trajectory of Darius's attack. He stared at Darius coldly, and his voice revealed a hint of chill. "Boy, you are also an axe help?" Darius was unmoved. He glanced at the gang members around him. A cruel smile appeared on his lips, and he said with a grin, "No, I'm just a passerby. But you dared to come out and disrupt my work just now, which really affected my mood. However, judging from your current posture, are you planning to take action? That's exactly what I want. I'm in a very bad mood right now." Carlo, the leader of the murder gang, looked at Darius's arrogant appearance, and the muscles in the corners of his eyes twitched involuntarily, but he still suppressed his anger and did not act rashly. He knew that this seemingly young boy was definitely a difficult character to deal with. At this moment, a burly, muscular man stood beside the mess of corpses on the ground, staring at Darius sharply, with a questioning tone. "Boy, these people, are they all your masterpieces?" Darius was unmoved. He glanced at the corpses on the ground and responded coldly. "These bastards overestimated their own abilities and tried to snatch my treasure from me. This is what happened." Darius pulled out a bag of sparkling diamonds from his backpack, shook it in front of everyone, and said provocatively, "How about you try to kill me? I still have a lot of treasures on me. If you think you have the ability, just come and grab them." 17. Chapter 17. The Evil Gang. After hearing Darius's answer, the crowd around him raised their voices of surprise. The muscular man in front of him had a cold expression, and his eyes twitched a little. "You're so crazy, boy." Darius was unmoved. He just wanted to kill these people and continue to provoke. "What, you still want to continue? Or are you just a group of cowards without courage? However, even if you beg for mercy now, I will not give you any more chances. After all, you bastards have disturbed my pleasure. You little brat, you are so arrogant." The members of the gang were enraged by Darius' words and started shouting. The leader, the muscular young man, also known as Brother Snake, stood up angrily and said, "Do you think you are invincible just because you killed a dozen of us? I have seen many ignorant guys like you." "Brother Snake, kill him. Kill him and avenge our brothers." The members of the murderous gang shouted. Darius just glanced at Brother Snake calmly, with a hint of teasing in his eyes. "It seems that you are very confident in your own strength." Snake held a long knife and glared at Darius. "Humph kid, you killed our people. Now I'll give you a chance to join our gang otherwise." Darius sneered. He picked up the black cleaver in his hand and slowly walked towards Snake Brother. "I'm not interested in joining a gang made up of dead people." "Then prepare to die." Snake roared, swung the long knife in his hand, and slashed at Darius fiercely. Darius went forward calmly, and a fierce battle was about to begin. With a ping sound, the axe blade and the knife blade clashed fiercely in the air. The sound of metal collision was particularly harsh in the silent night. Darius' eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised, mocking. "You have good strength, but unfortunately, you can't even use the most basic domineering power. But then again, this is just the West Sea." His words were like a sharp blade, piercing directly into Snake's heart. Snake's face suddenly changed. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes, and he swung his sword frantically. Darius quickly blocked Snake's long sword, and then the black axe in his hand chopped down like lightning. Although Snake tried his best to resist, the axe wrapped in armed color domineering was like a bamboo-breaking force, easily chopped off the long sword, and continued to chop at him with thunderous force. Black Cleaver's axe blade chopped into Snake's body with undiminished force, instantly cutting into half of his body. However, Darius's power did not cut Snake in half, but instead plunged him into endless pain. "Ah!" Snake let out a heart-wrenching scream that echoed in the night sky, making people shudder. Darius had killed Snake with an axe. Perhaps he would have been relieved, but now he was like a tortured beast in unbearable pain. When Darius pulled Black Cleaver out of Snake's body, blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing everything around it red. Snake's body instantly turned pale and weak, and blood continued to flow out from the wound, dyeing the entire ground red. The gang members who saw this scene screamed in horror. "Brother Snake! Brother Snake, are you okay?" Their voices were filled with fear and anxiety. "Who the hell is this guy? Even our brother Snake is no match for him. Damn it! Who the hell are you?" "That's right, even if it's a gunfight, you have to give your names." Some people whispered, their voices full of fear and confusion. They found that up to now, they didn't even know the enemy's name. "My name is Darius, and I'm a pirate." Darius did not hide anything and directly gave his name. Regardless of whether it was the Vicious Gang or the Axe Gang, they all looked confused after hearing this name. They had never heard of this name, and there was no such person among the pirates of the West Sea. But it is true that when Darius received the bounty, that was 3 years ago, and it was in the New World, so it is normal that people in the West Sea don't know him. However, on this dark night, Darius's reputation must be deeply engraved in the hearts of every gang member. Darius's eyes were like the cold wind in winter, sweeping mercilessly over the gang members. His eyes became colder and colder, as if foreshadowing the coming storm. In his eyes, these gang members were nothing more than experience points that were about to be increased. He tightly grasped the black cleaver in his hand and slowly walked towards the other party step by step. At this time, Carlo, the leader of the gang of evils who led this group of people, was also panicked. Although Snake Brother was not ranked high in the gang of evils, he was still considered a master. However, he was killed so easily by the young man in front of him. "Damn it, brothers, don't retreat. Come together and kill him." Carlo, the leader of the gang, roared and gave orders. The name of the gang, as the name suggests, is a group of desperate criminals who ignore life and death and take human lives. Even in the face of such a terrifying existence as Darius, they never retreated. On the contrary, they waved their machetes in their hands, like a group of crazy beasts, roaring and rushing toward Darius. In their eyes, Darius was just a lone warrior, while they were a group of countless brothers. They believed that as long as they worked together, they would be able to defeat this powerful enemy. However, they did not realize that Darius's power was completely different from theirs. Seeing these gang members pouring in like a tide, Darius felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. He knew that if the guy chose to run away, he might have to go through some trouble to catch him. But now they chose to confront him head-on, which undoubtedly made the battle more direct and exciting. On the other side, the Axe Gang had already opened up a clear distance from Darius and the Murder Gang. They watched Darius knock down the Murder Gang members one by one like autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. And oh, it should be said that he killed them. Everything seemed to be chopping melons and vegetables. The effortless sharpness and swiftness made them feel a surge of shock. Originally, they were going to wipe out the gang's branches on these dozen streets and take control of these streets, but the development of the situation far exceeded their expectations. This young man unexpectedly became the focus of the fight and faced the siege of the gang alone. The leader of the Axe Gang was holding a din-din mushy and talking to an important person. His voice was full of tension and anxiety. "Yes, boss, the situation is a little unexpected. We've encountered an extremely strong opponent here. His strength is beyond our imagination." He took a deep breath and reported the current situation in detail, and Din-Din Mushy also gave him an order. After hearing the order, he said seriously, "This person is indeed a strong man who cannot be underestimated, but I am not sure whether I can invite him over. In order to prevent any accidents, please send some people over, boss." In just 1 minute, Darius had chopped down more than a dozen members of the gang. Each swing of his axe seemed to carry the force of thunder, and the gang members finally began to feel unprecedented fear. They found that no matter how they struggled, they could not resist Darius's axe. Faced with this obvious gap in strength, even those gang members who were known for their ferocity and desperateness could not help but choose to flee. However, facing the fleeing gang members, Darius did not choose to chase them. He knew that these people were fleeing in different directions, and he could not chase all of them at the same time. So he stopped and looked at the Axe Gang members not far away again. He walked towards them step by step, and every step seemed to carry a heavy sense of oppression. The members of the Axe Gang were terrified after witnessing Darius's strength. They held their axes tightly, trying to give themselves courage. However, as Darius approached, they seemed to be repelled by some invisible force and retreated step by step. They always kept a considerable distance from Darius, as if they were deliberately avoiding direct conflict with him. At this moment, the leader of the Axe Gang stood up. He held a din-din mushy in his hand, and his voice was trembling. "Wait a minute, Mr. Darius. Our boss wants to tell you something." He tried to ease the tension between the two sides in this way, and at the same time hoped to buy a little breathing space for the Axe Gang, at least until the reinforcement arrived. 18. Chapter 18. Joining the Axe Gang. "Darius, right? I'm the boss of the Axe Gang. I heard that you seem to have easily killed more than a dozen people from the Vicious Gang. I want to meet you. Are you interested in joining the Axe Gang?" A man's voice came from the other end of the phone, enthusiastic and tempting. After hearing this, Darius raised his lips slightly, revealing a scornful smile. "Invite me. Is your Axe Gang very strong? I'm not interested in fighting with small gangsters." At this moment, the forehead of the man holding the din-din mushy was covered with fine beads of sweat. The man on the other end of the phone did laugh and continued, "Young man, you are really straightforward. You must have just arrived and don't know much about Boluo City. Otherwise, you would know that our Axe Gang is one of the 8 major gangs in Boluo City." Darius really knew nothing about the gangs in this city, but he was almost arrogantly confident in his own strength. Even if it was the gangs in the West Sea, what could they do? Compared with the strong men in the Rocks Pirates, they were just a drop in the ocean. Since he left the Rocks Pirates 3 years ago, he has devoted himself to training. Now his two-color domineering has reached a considerable level, and he also possesses the ability of the mythical beast species, the snake fruit. Now he is like a big man entering the novice village. Darius really doesn't think that the gangs in the West Sea are that powerful. Even if he really encounters some civilian strongmen who are difficult to match, he has the skill of destiny to escape at any time. Therefore, he is not afraid of any force in Burrow City. However, Darius knew that he needed to be cautious during his stay in Burrow City, especially since he had signed up for the Flower Kingdom's martial arts competition. It was easy to dodge an open attack, but difficult to defend against an arrow from behind. In order to better integrate into the local environment, he decided to temporarily join a gang as a way to gain experience points. After a round of enthusiastic lobbying from the other party, Darius finally decided to join the Axe Gang. This axe gang cadre was called Liewa, and his subordinates respectfully called him Brother Hua. Darius did not pay much attention to these titles and just agreed lightly. At tea this time, Liewa rode a motorcycle to Darius and greeted him enthusiastically. "Darius, come on up, we will go back to the base camp now." As a pirate, Darius rarely had the opportunity to come into contact with these land transportation tools. Curiously, he got on a motorcycle and drove with Liewa to the Axe Gang's base camp. When Darius stepped into the vast manor, he was amazed by the scene in front of him. The manor was so large that it was comparable to a small town. It took more than 10 minutes to ride a motorcycle in the manor to reach the destination. As the motorcycle moved forward, Liewa led Darius to a picturesque golf course with green grass, which contrasted sharply with the rows of black-clad bodyguards standing around it. After arriving at the center of the court, Liewa bowed slightly and said respectfully to a middle-aged man with extraordinary demeanor in front of him, "Boss, the person has been brought here." The middle-aged man, whom Liewa respectfully called Boss, was sitting leisurely on an exquisite rattan chair at this moment. After hearing Liewa's words, he slowly turned his head and cast a sharp gaze at Darius behind him. He grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and his laughter was as shocking as the sound of a loud bell. "A hero is born young. Ahua has already told me about you. Not only is you very powerful at a young age, but you're also a pirate. To be honest, I admire pirates very much. They are different from us land gangs. After all, the dangers on the sea are not comparable to those on land." His words were full of praise and admiration for Darius. Darius was skeptical about the words of the Axe Gang's boss, and he could not confirm their authenticity. His eyes were calm as he quietly looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. The man was about 1.7 meters tall, not a big man, but with a face full of flesh, making it difficult to judge his true strength. However, as a leader of a gang, he must have some extraordinary qualities, after all. The rules of gangs are completely different from those of pirates. In the world of pirates, the cruel law of the jungle prevails. The strong prey on the weak, and the strong are respected. Some powerful pirates are enough to destroy a country with their own strength. Their power is so terrifying that it makes people shudder. However, gang members are completely different. They live on land and frequently deal with officials from the kingdom and the world government, and are well aware of the complexity and subtlety of the situation. Therefore, when dealing with affairs, they are often more tactful and sophisticated, and know how to maintain a balance in complex politics and interpersonal relationships to protect their own interests. The leader of the Axe Gang, Nancy, introduced herself calmly. "My name is Nancy, friends on the underworld. Please give me face and call me Brother Nan. In the past years, I have had many encounters with many pirate heroes in the West Sea. Each of those pirates is extraordinary in strength and has a distinct personality after all. Pirates who dare to set sail and fight against the wind and waves are by no means ordinary people." Although Darius didn't know whether what he said was true or not, he raised a smile. However, as a pirate, Darius also inherited the characteristics of pirates, had no patience for polite words. He laughed teasingly. Nan, brother, I'm not a person who likes to beat around the bush, and I hate those red tapes the most. Now that I have stepped into your base camp, you might as well be direct, and let me see who is the strongest person in your Axe Gang." As soon as Darius finished speaking, some Axe Gang members behind Brother Nan showed anger on their faces. The Axe Gang was known for being arrogant and domineering on the street, but the pirate in front of them was even more arrogant than them, which was undoubtedly a provocation to them. Young man, it seems he is quite confident in his own strength." Nanji's voice revealed a bit of surprise, and he was obviously shocked by Darius's arrogance. Although he had already seen the unruly pirates, the arrogance displayed by Darius was far beyond any pirate he had encountered before. As a gang leader, how could he tolerate such provocation? But the smile was still on his face, and he called out calmly, "Axing." Following Brother Nan's call, a young man of about 21 or 22 years old walked out of the crowd. He was about 1.9 meters tall, slightly shorter than Darius, but he had an upright posture and a stern face, revealing an aura that should not be underestimated. He saluted Brother Nan respectfully, his voice low and powerful. "Brother Nan." Brother Nan put away his previous gentleness at this moment, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. He stared at Darius with a sharp gaze, and his voice was full of provocation. "Axing is about the same age as you. Since you are so confident in your own strength, why don't you have a fight with him? I only ask you to last 3 minutes under his hands. How about it?" As he spoke, a strong sense of oppression spread, making the atmosphere around him instantly tense. As the leader of the Axe Gang, the young Ashing has won high recognition from the gang with his extraordinary martial arts. As the leader of the gang, Nanga has full confidence in Ashing's strength, and he expects Ashing to use this strength to intimidate the arrogant Darius. Darius, this young man, is arrogant and looks down on others, and he really needs someone to teach him a profound lesson. At this moment, Ashing walked over with a firm step, his eyes revealing an indescribable coldness. he said calmly. Boy, you may not know that I once wandered on the usse as a bounty hunter. I personally killed a pirate with a bounty of 25 million Baileys. Darius was a little surprised to hear this, and he became a little cautious about the young man in front of him who was about his age. Ashing continued his preparations, and he took his iconic double swords from a younger brother. He was a double-sword swordsman, and each sword seemed to be an extension of his arm and a symbol of his strength. However, Nanga stopped him at this time, axing, "This is just a sparring match. There is no need to use real swords and guns. We can just use fists and feet to communicate. Darius, you have no objection to this, right?" After hearing this, Darius firmly inserted the giant axe behind him into the ground and agreed. "Okay, although I can't show my full strength without using weapons, I'm looking forward to seeing how strong you are as a bounty hunter who can defeat a pirate worth 25 million berries." How arrogant! Ashing's face was cold. Although he was somewhat dissatisfied, he had to obey the boss's words. He put down the two swords in his hands, but the determination in his eyes did not weaken. When he learned that Darius was a pirate, he was ignited with rage. He wanted to kill him directly and not give Brother Nan any chance to recruit him. However, Brother Nan had his own plans and considerations. 19. Chapter 19 Akaboshi. Suddenly, Ashing was as fast as a cheetah. He kicked his feet hard and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Darius. His clenched fists were wrapped in strong winds, and he rushed straight to Darius's defense. Darius saw this and was not in a hurry. He mobilized almost 50% of his strength to firmly defend his defense line and did not care too much about the opponent's strength. However, Ashing's speed suddenly increased at this moment. His fists seemed to be endowed with magical power, turning into a continuous rainstorm, hitting Darius fiercely and swiftly. "This is armament hockey." Darius was shocked. He had never taken axing seriously before, even though he knew that he had defeated 25 million pirates, but now he clearly felt that there was a special power wrapped around the opponent's fist. Hockey. He hurriedly adjusted his posture, trying to resist this sudden attack. Although he tried to defend himself, axing's attack was like a bamboo breaking force, making it difficult for him to resist. After a successful block, Darius tried to launch a counterattack, but Ashing seemed to have seen through his intentions and once again resolved his attack with a precise block, and then hit Darius' chest with a lightning-fast elbow. This was so powerful that Darius had to take 2 steps back, and also shocked him again. The opponent had just predicted his attack trajectory, using his observation Hakai in just a few rounds. He was in a passive position. In the next few punches, although Darius tried his best to resist, Ashing's attacks were as dense as raindrops, and he was hit by several heavy punches in succession. He realized that he had spent too long on the deserted island and had not experienced a real battle for more than 2 years. Even if he encountered a battle, it was a one-sided battle. And now that he had met a powerful man with considerable strength, he was unable to adapt to the situation for a while. After a brief confrontation, Darius gradually stabilized the situation. After all, Darius was stronger in overall strength, but the opponent's initial fierce attack caught him off guard. Darius took a deep breath, calmed himself, and began to fight back with all his strength. His fist became harder with the blessing of armament hockey, and he kept hitting axing like a hammer. Under Darius's fierce attack, Ashing began to feel a little powerless. Although he tried his best to resist, he was hit by Darius several times in a row. Every time he was hit, he felt a sharp pain all over his body, making him scream with grimace. However, he did not give up and looked at Darius opposite with a fierce look. After a brief fight, Ashing found that he was no match for his opponent. If he was just an ordinary gang member, he would have lost, but this battle was about his dignity and honor. As a genius since childhood and the #1 in the police academy, he would not allow himself to lose to a pirate. "He's really quite capable," Darius commented to Ashing in his heart. Although he suffered a small loss at the beginning, the strength he showed now was completely overwhelming Ashing. Even in this unarmed duel without weapons, Darius was still able to continue to stack Conqueror, and his strength was continuously increasing. If he used weapons, he would have already stacked up Blood Rage. Ashing's face was as solemn as a dark cloud at this moment. He had never expected to meet such a strong opponent. Close combat was not his forte, but Darius in front of him was also unarmed, and the two seemed to be standing on the same starting line. However, Ashing soon realized that Darius not only knew how to use domineering power, but his two-color domineering power was even better than his own, which was really beyond his expectations. How could this be possible? In the 4 Seas and the first half of the Grand Line, strong men with domineering power were extremely rare, but today he encountered one here. This made Ashing feel an indescribable astonishment in his heart. This guy is definitely not an ordinary pirate. Ashing was horrified, and at the same time, he was a little worried about his undercover plan. Yes, it was not accidental that Ashing chose to join the Axe Gang. A more far-reaching plan. Although he did work as a bounty hunter for a period of time in the past year, that was just a stopgap measure he took to cover up his true identity. His true identity was a policeman who graduated with honors from the police academy and was highly regarded by his superiors. He was entrusted with an important task and went undercover to investigate the Axe Gang. In the Axe Gang, Ashing gradually gained a firm foothold with his own strength. However, just when he was about to get more information, he unexpectedly encountered Darius, a real pirate. This pirate was no ordinary person, and his strength shocked Ashing. Facing such a powerful enemy, Ashing was filled with mixed emotions. He was eager to notify the Navy to arrest Darius, but he was worried that this move would expose his undercover identity and affect the progress of the entire mission. Moreover, Burrow City is an illegal place, belonging to the Kingdom of Flowers. Even if there are pirates here, it is usually the army of the Kingdom of Flowers that is responsible for arresting them, not the Navy. Unless the Kingdom of Flowers actively invites the Navy to enter Burrow City, it is difficult for the Navy to carry out arrest operations here. However, Ashing is well aware of the corruption and incompetence of the Flower Kingdom army. Except for a few important economic cities, most cities have the phenomenon of collusion between officials and gangsters to exploit the people. This is especially true in Burrow City, which is almost completely ruled by gangs and the order is in chaos. Therefore, he is not sure whether the Flower Kingdom army can successfully arrest Darius. This puts Ashing in a dilemma. What he has learned in school makes him want to fight for justice, but he is also worried about his own safety and the success or failure of the mission. Darius saw that the other party was standing there without reacting, and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He said provocatively, "What, you don't plan to take the initiative to attack? Then I won't be polite." Before he finished speaking, Darius swung his fist and rushed towards Axing. Facing Darius's violent attack, Ashing could only defend passively. Every time he blocked, his arm felt as if it was burned by fire. Finally, Darius's heavy punch hit Ashing's shoulder hard. The force directly made his left arm lose consciousness instantly. He was forced to stagger back, looking at the punch, his eyes full of shock and unwillingness. After Darius punched Ashing with a powerful punch, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly froze. At this moment, Brother Nan stepped forward and shouted, "Stop it!" His words were like an order, instantly easing the tense atmosphere. Darius turned his head and saw the bodyguards raise their guns in unison, aiming directly at him. He frowned slightly, knowing that unless these bodyguards had mastered the armament hockey, his armament hockey would be enough to block any bullet attack. However, despite such confidence, Darius still chose to stop. After all, he had already chosen the Axe Gang and decided to join them, so there was naturally no need to make things too awkward. Nanji's face also changed at this time. He knew Ashing's strength very well. He was a strong man who could defeat hundreds of Axe Gang members. He was so fast that he could even split bullets with a knife. After joining the Axe Gang, he defeated all the masters of the Axe Gang and became the undisputed #1 master of the Axe Gang. However, it was such a strong man who was defeated by Darius, which made Nangu feel unbelievable. At this moment, Nangu had a new understanding of Darius's strength. He looked at Darius seriously and said with emotion, "I never thought that you were so young, and yet you have such profound strength. It seems that our Axe Gang, this small temple, really can accommodate a great god like you." Nanji's tone was full of admiration and emotion for Darius. He knew his own weight. He couldn't control a person like Darius. Darius was much stronger than him, and it was too dangerous to control such a person, so he just gave up. Darius raised a playful smile and said leisurely, "No, your gang is actually quite strong, and I don't have anywhere else to go at the moment, so I decided to join you." After hearing this, Brother Nan couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but then he was overwhelmed by great joy and asked, "Really?" Darius raised his lips with a wicked smile. "No way. Then I will just have to join another gang." Brother Nan walked quickly to Darius, hugged his shoulders warmly, and laughed. No, brother, I'm just too happy. Brother Darius, welcome to join us. Brothers, get ready quickly. We are going to hold a grand banquet for Brother Darius tonight to welcome him back." The bodyguards around him smiled happily when they heard this. They gathered around and expressed their welcome to Darius. Darius smiled and responded to everyone, but his eyes accidentally swept over Ashing, the young man who had just fought with him. He was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and endured the pain, but his eyes were shining with an unyielding light. Darius thought to himself, "This guy is indeed quite strong." He was able to stand up after taking so many punches, but if Brother Nan hadn't called halt, it would not be difficult to defeat him. Nangu had already walked aside, and the shock in his heart had not yet subsided. He had never thought that Darius was so powerful, which was undoubtedly a huge surprise for him. Although most pirates have rough personalities and are difficult to control, Nango knows that as long as they can be used well, they can become the sharpest blades. Now that Darius has joined, Nango has undoubtedly seen more possibilities and hopes. He wants to make good use of Darius's force to make the Axe Gang the most powerful gang in Burrow City, and even in the Kingdom of Flowers. Darius turned his gaze to Ah Xing at this time. His eyes revealed a bit of admiration, and he slowly said, "Your strength is really impressive. What is your name?" Qi Xing. Qi Xing endured the pain in his body and tried to appear calm. Seeing the other person trying to endure the pain, Darius felt a little amused. "I'm sorry. I was a bit too heavy-handed just now. If there is a chance, I really look forward to sparring with you and seeing how superb your swordsmanship is." Darius' voice was calm and firm, as if he was issuing a challenge. Ah Xing was attracted by Darius' words, and he responded, "Okay, but Darius, with your strength, you are unknown in the Kingdom of Flowers. I think you must have come from overseas. The purpose of coming to the Kingdom of Flowers should be to participate in a martial arts competition, right?" Darius nodded slightly, looked directly at Chixing, and said, "You too." Although the question was asked in the form of a question, his tone was full of affirmation. The previous battle with Chixing gave Darius a deep understanding of Chixing's strength. After all, Chixing was an expert who had defeated a bounty hunter with a bounty of up to 25 million. Facing Darius's question, Qi Xing just smiled faintly and did not answer directly. His smile seemed to hide some deep meaning that was hard to understand. Chapter 20 Glaze. The next morning, Darius slowly woke up in the soft duvet. His eyes inadvertently fell on the side, and he saw a childish girl sleeping quietly. She should be young. Recalling the banquet last night, Darius remembered that when he returned to the room, the woman was already waiting quietly. He knew that this was carefully arranged by Brother Nan for him. Looking at the woman next to him with many red marks on her body, Darius' eyes flashed with pity. He knew very well that this was her first time, but because he drank too much last night, he was a little rough with her. "Sir, you're awake." At this moment, the woman next to him was also awakened. There was still some fear in her eyes when she looked at Darius, but she had to endure the fear in her heart. After all, she was ordered by Brother Nan to serve Darius well. If she made the sir in front of her unhappy, she would definitely be dealt with by Brother Nan. The woman wanted to get up, but Darius stopped her and said, "Just continue sleeping." Then Darius got up and put on the clothes next to him. The woman immediately got up from the bed, completely ignoring her own exposure. "No, sir, the master asked me to serve you. If you don't accept, Brother Nan will definitely not forgive me. She won't blame me." Darius said calmly, looking at the girl in front of him, and said, "Lioli, this is your name, right?" "Yes, sir," Lioli said respectfully. Looking at the red marks on Lioli's body, Darius felt a little guilty and asked, "How old are you?" 15 years old, Lioli said timidly. Darius was a little surprised. Although he knew that the other party was not very old, he didn't expect him to be so young. "I'm going to have breakfast now. Do you want to join me?" Darius invited. "Yes." Lioli put on her clothes immediately after hearing that. During this time, Darius was a little curious and asked, "By the way, Lioli, why are you here? Where are your parents? Are they also members of the Axe Gang?" Lioli also showed a sad look when she heard this. "My family is very poor, and my father owed money to the Axe Gang, so..." Darius listened and continued, "So they sold you to pay off the debt. Why is it always this old-fashioned plot?" Lioli listened in silence. Darius felt that he had gone too far and said, "Okay, let's go." Walking out of the room with Lioli, a uniformed guard stood straight outside, the gun in his hand glowing coldly in the sun. The guards of the manor should not be underestimated, and each guard is equipped with a gun, which is enough to show that Brother Nan attaches great importance to the safety here. Darius walked towards the restaurant of the manor and saw Chixing already having breakfast there. In addition, there were several Axe Gang cadres whom he had met at the banquet last night. They sat around the table, chatting and laughing. When they saw Darius coming, they greeted him, and Darius also exchanged a few words with them. "Darius, come here, sit here." Akahoshi's voice revealed a relaxed and friendly tone, and he waved to Darius. Darius nodded slightly, holding the breakfast, and walked over calmly, and Lioli followed Darius obediently. He sat down steadily next to Chixing. Chixing had a playful smile on his face. Looking at Lioli, who was sitting next to Darius, he asked in a teasing tone, "Hey, brother, how did you sleep last night?" Darius put down the cutlery in his hand and replied lightly, "Fortunately, I slept well." There was no emotion in his words, as if he didn't care about Chixing's ridicule. However, Chixing's eyes became complicated at this moment, and his eyes stayed on Darius's face for a moment, as if he was exploring something. At the banquet last night, Nan had asked Darius about his past. especially which pirate group he had been in. Darius did not hide anything and directly told Nan that he was once a member of the Roxas pirates. But that moment, the atmosphere in the entire banquet hall froze, and everyone was so shocked by the news that they were speechless. At this moment, Nango was holding a glass of milk. The sweet smell of milk filled the air, and he walked over with steady steps. He greeted Darius and Qi Xing. "Brother Darius and Ah Xing, how was your rest last night?" Darius remained calm and composed, not showing much emotion even when facing the nominal gang leader. He simply responded, "Not bad." Nango didn't care about Darius's indifferent attitude. Yesterday, after learning that Darius was a member of the Roxas pirates, Nango knew that the Axe Gang, a small temple, might not be able to accommodate a giant like Darius. Even though Darius was now his nominal younger brother, Nango never dared to truly treat him as his younger brother. At this moment, Lioli saw Brother Nan coming. She stood up in a panic, lowered her head slightly, and said, "Master." Nange nodded calmly and turned his gaze to Darius. He noticed that Darius actually brought Lioli down to eat with him, and he couldn't help but feel satisfied. He said to Lioli gently, "Lioli, from now on, you should concentrate on serving Brother Darius." Lioli responded respectfully, "Yes, sir." Her voice was full of obedience to the order and respect for Darius. Brother Nan continued, "Today is the official opening day of the martial arts competition. Although we can't go to the preliminaries to watch the game in person, I have confidence in your strength. I believe that you'll be able to pass the preliminaries easily, and I will definitely cheer for you then." In the early morning sunshine, Darius and Akahoshi quickly finished their breakfast, and then they headed to the martial arts competition venue together. When we arrived at the competition venue, it was already full of people, but these people were not spectators. They were all contestants who were going to participate in the preliminaries. Shixing looked around, his eyes swept over the many contestants. A cynical smile appeared in the corner of his mouth, and he said softly, "It seems that this competition has attracted many masters. Darius, have you heard what the prizes prepared by the Kingdom of Flowers are this time?" Darius frowned slightly, his curiosity aroused, and asked back, "Oh, do you know anything?" Akahoshi approached Darius mysteriously and said in a low voice, "I heard that the prize for this competition is a devil fruit, and it seems that it is not an ordinary devil fruit." Darius' eyes immediately became hot when he heard the word devil fruit. Although he was already a superpower, he knew how precious the devil fruit was to pirates. Thought to himself that although he didn't need it now, if he formed a pirate group in the future, this devil fruit would definitely play a huge role. At this moment, the lights on the stage were focused, and the host's voice was loud, beating the heartstrings of every contestant present like a drumbeat. "Dear distinguished contestants, the preliminaries of the martial arts competition that the Flower Kingdom has been looking forward to every 3 years are about to kick off at this moment. The 1,089 warriors standing on this stage have solemnly signed a life and death agreement, which means that in the next competition, you will not only fight for honor, but also for survival. Since you have chosen this path, then in this arena, there is only the choice of victory and defeat, life and death. The rules of the competition are also very simple. Except for the prohibition of using hot weapons, you can freely choose to use any cold weapons, including various weapons that we have carefully prepared for you at the venue. The competition is conducted in a one-on-one format, and each match lasts 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, your goal is to knock your opponent off the ring or force the opponent to surrender. If the time runs out and the winner is still not determined, experienced referees will make a fair decision. Although we understand that each player has signed a life and death agreement, I still want to emphasize that if we can avoid killing each other during the competition, that is the most ideal result. However, in martial arts competitions, accidents are inevitable. If casualties occur, we will be deeply saddened. But according to the regulations, we will not pursue any legal responsibility at this moment. I ask for the last time, does anyone want to withdraw from this life and death contest? The venue was completely silent, and the contestants' breathing sounds intertwined. Obviously, no one chose to back down. Seeing this, the host nodded and continued, "Very good. It seems that every warrior has made up his mind to fight for honor and belief. Then please come to draw lots in order, and we will assign you to your respective competition areas based on the results of the draw. I hope you will show your style in the competition and win glory for yourself, your family, and the Kingdom of Flowers." 21. Chapter 21 Qualifiers. Qi Xing had a sly smile on his face, his eyes flashing with determination, and he said, "Anyway, we all have to work hard in the next game. This time, not only our gang as contestants, but the other 7 major gangs have also sent experts to participate. There will also be many civilian experts and experts like you who come from overseas. Remember to be careful and don't take it lightly." Upon hearing this, Darius just nodded slightly and responded with a calm. Soon, the draw ceremony was over. Darius was assigned to the first group, and Qi Xing was assigned to the 8th group. Qi Xing said with a wicked smile. It seems that our fate has separated us temporarily in the preliminaries. This is also good. At least we will not meet in advance in the preliminaries, and each of us will have the opportunity to show our strength. Darius nodded slightly and came to arena number 1. The arena was 8 meters long and wide, and the size was moderate. Because the rules of the competition stipulate that it is a one-on-one competition, even if there are 8 arenas competing at the same time, the progress of the entire competition still seems relatively slow. Darius stood at the side of the ring watching the fierce battle, but his heart was not surprised. Although these contestants all had certain strength in Darius' eyes, their strength was not fast enough. So far, Darius had not seen anyone who could use domineering power, which made him a little disappointed in this game. However, he also understood that this was just a preliminaries, and there must be a lot of guys who were just filling in the numbers. For the next match, please invite contestants Darius and Gorilla to stage number 1. An excited voice echoed over the radio. Darius, who was sitting in the audience, gradually focused his eyes from the haziness. He had watched several matches, and the fatigue at the moment seemed to be dispelled by this sudden call. Hearing his name, he immediately stood up and walked slowly towards the ring with firm steps. Across the ring stood a burly contestant. He was the gorilla. The gorilla is about 2.5 meters tall, as majestic as a mountain, with exaggerated and powerful muscles, giving people a strong sense of oppression. However, in sharp contrast to his tall body, his relatively short legs seem a bit out of proportion. The gorilla looked at Darius with a flash of disdain in his eyes. He grinned, revealing a mocking smile, and shouted loudly, "Hey, shorty, if you don't want to be beaten black and blue in this ring, then be smart and get out of here now." Darius is not short, he is 2 meters tall, but compared with the gorilla, he is indeed a dwarf. Standing on the ring, facing the provocation of the gorilla, he was much calmer. He looked at the gorilla and secretly assessed the strength of his opponent. He smiled contemptuously and responded, "People who say such things are usually small fry." When the gorilla heard Darius' words, his eyes widened in anger. He waved the machete in his hand, pointed it at Darius, and roared, "Boy, how dare you look down on me like this? Do you know who I am? I am the 3rd in command of the murderous gang, the gorilla. Who cares who you are?" Darius' voice was cold and resolute. He glanced at his opponent with contempt, raised a trace of disdain at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "Referee, hurry up and start." The referee saw that both sides were ready, so he announced loudly, "Okay, 2 players, the game officially begins now." As soon as he finished speaking, the gorilla let out a deafening roar like an enraged beast, and the muscles in his thick arms instantly tensed. He swung the heavy machete in his hand and rushed towards Darius swiftly. However, Darius did not show any fear. He held the black cleaver tightly and calmly faced the gorilla's attack. The collision of the 2 weapons made a crisp ding sound. At the moment of metal collision, Darius' eyes flashed with surprise. He found that the gorilla's machete was wrapped with a mysterious airflow that was domineering. There were actually people in the West Sea gang who could use domineering. The gorilla also showed an expression that was more shocked than Darius. Domineering. This kind of power was purchased from the police academy at a huge cost by their gang. It was said that only a very few people could master this power, and at this moment, this young man in front of him actually had this kind of power. The gorilla thought, "Who on earth is this guy? It took me several years to barely master this power, and this man showed the same ability so easily." The gorilla knew very well that his elder brother had used a lot of money and connections to get the manual on how to practice domineering from the police academy. It was said that the practice of domineering was only available to very outstanding geniuses in the police academy. After one move, the 2 separated. The gorilla tightly grasped the heavy machete in his hand, frowned, and asked, "You can be domineering?" "I'm the one who's surprised. A plain-looking guy like you actually knows how to be domineering." Darius responded with a grin, his smile revealing a kind of unruly and arrogant attitude. The gorilla's palms were shaking, which were the marks left by the clash with Darius's thunderous axe. He thought he could compete with him in terms of strength, but reality cruelly told him that he was wrong. Darius' eyes were as cold as ice, and he swung the black cleaver again, slashing at the gorilla. The blades of the 2 men collided violently with the axe blades. Sparks flew everywhere, and every collision made the gorilla feel more exhausted. Blood began to seep from the gorilla's mouth, and a noticeable gap appeared on his machete. Roared and through all the strength was poured into this attack, and he chopped at Darius again. However, Darius did not dodge, and his left hand was instantly hardened by the armament hockey, as hard as steel, and he directly grabbed the gorilla's machete. The gorilla's eyes widened, unable to believe what he saw. His machete was clearly wrapped with armament hockey, but at this moment, it was like being attracted by a magnet, and Darius held it tightly. Your strength is far from enough, Darius said coldly. He raised the black cleaver high, and a ball of fiery red light condensed on the axe blade. Skill, crippling strike. Stop, referee, ah. Before the gorilla could finish his words, Darius's axe had already chopped down. The gorilla's armament hockey seemed so fragile in front of Darius, and his body was split in half by the blow. Blood gushed out like a fountain. Although the gorilla's body was cut in half, his consciousness still remained. He wailed in pain, and the sound was creepy. This scene was bloody and shocking. Even the audience present were all strong men in Burrow City, and they were deeply shocked by this scene. Orangutan was the third in command of the Gang of Heroes. He was very powerful, second only to the second in command of the Gang of Heroes. However, he was defeated so miserably by Darius. The referee was stunned for a moment before announcing, "The winner is Darius." The players around witnessed this scene and started whispering to each other. "Who on earth is this guy? He doesn't look like someone from Burrow City." Someone speculated, "Is there any need to say this? The other party doesn't know the gorilla, and the gorilla doesn't know him either. If he is a strong man from Boluo City, we should have heard of him." Another person analyzed, "Maybe he is a master from overseas." Everyone's eyes were focused on Darius. After all, the Flower Kingdom martial arts competition attracted not only local warriors, but also many top masters from all over the world. Darius turned a deaf ear to the discussions around him and walked directly off the stage. Sure enough, not long after, the system prompted him that he had gained 28 experience points, which proved that the gorilla did have some strength. It could only be said that Darius was too strong. Not long after, Akahoshi also finished his game. The two exchanged a few brief words and decided to leave the noisy arena together. In the camp of the evil gang, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. When the leader of the gang, Ape, learned the death of the third brother, he was filled with anger and grief. He sighed and said, "I have warned him many times not to participate in this competition. There are not only the top masters from Boluo City, but also strong men from overseas. If he can't win, he should just admit defeat earlier, and he won't end up like this." The second-in-command, Crocodile, added angrily, "Brother, we can't just let this go. I already know everything. The third brother wanted to surrender, but that guy, Darius, didn't even give him a chance to surrender and killed him directly. This Darius is the one who killed more than a dozen of our brothers last night." After hearing this, the ape sighed again. No matter what, the third brother also signed a life and death agreement in the competition. Then the ape sighed and said, "The Axe Gang is really in a good mood. First, that monster Red Star joined, and now there's Darius' second brother. Go and investigate in depth to find out who Darius is." The second-in-command, Crocodile, replied respectfully, "Yes, big brother." 22. Chapter 22, Red Star's Purpose. In the next few days, Darius and Chixing participated in the competition during the day and won victory after victory. When night fell, they returned to the gang disputes. Nango was also a very smart man. Now that the Axe Gang had the strong man Darius joining, he also began to expand outward, recruiting those small gangs and forces and gradually encroaching on the territory of the fierce gang. The evil gang would naturally not sit idly by. After all, Darius had killed their third-in-command, the gorilla, in the game, which was undoubtedly a great humiliation and provocation to the evil gang. Although killing the gorilla was Darius's personal act, the gang viewed it as a humiliation to them. Moreover, Nango was also an ambitious man. As the last of the 8 major gangs, he would take the initiative to attack now that Darius had joined. During this time, Akahoshi was by Darius' side, and after a few days of getting along, the relationship between the two had become very good. As a pirate, Darius liked to be straightforward and did not like to beat around the bush, while Akahoshi was also young and frivolous, and he got along very well with Darius. These days, through Chixing's introduction, Darius has a deeper understanding of the gang forces in Burrow City. There are 8 major gangs in Burrow City, namely the Snake Gang, the Fierce Gang, the Dragon Gang, the Phoenix Gang, the Axe Gang, the Bird Gate, the Rat Gang, and the Thunder Gang. Among them, the Phoenix Gang has the largest number of people and the greatest power, and is the leader of the 8 gangs, followed by the Dragon Gang. Before Darius and Red Star joined, the Axe Gang had always been at the bottom of the 8 major gangs, almost on the verge of being forgotten. However, since Red Star joined the Axe Gang 3 months ago, the situation has changed dramatically. Red Star's strength has given the Axe Gang a rare high-end combat power in a fight between the Axe Gang and the Killer Gang. The Axe Gang defeated the Killer Gang and jumped from the first place in swordsmanship among the 8 major gangs to the second to last. Later, Darius joined the Axe Gang. The status of the Murder Gang, which was originally at the bottom, further declined due to Darius's killing of the third in command of the Murder Gang and the encroachment of the Axe Gang, and it became the real bottom of the 8 gangs. However, Darius was not very enthusiastic about the fight for these territories. His main goal was always the same, which was to gain experience by killing people in order to continuously improve his strength. As for the so-called expansion of sphere of influence, for him, it was just some extra gains in the process of achieving the main goal. If Darius stayed in Burrow City long enough, he would probably integrate all the gangs in Burrow City, and then use these gangs as the basis for the future pirate group to go out to sea. Darius is not Luffy, who only needs a few companions. What he needs are subordinates, not companions. Now Darius was in a room in a manor in Burrow City. He didn't have his own residence in this city, so Brother Nan invited him to live in his manor. Darius naturally accepted this kindness. Nanji's manor is huge, covering an area of more than 30 square kilometers, and is home to many gang cadres, numbering more than 1,000 people. However, most of them are not gang members, but maids and servants who are responsible for the daily operation and maintenance of the manor. In Darius' room, he was enjoying a comfortable life. Lioli prepared food for him carefully, and 2 maids provided him with massage services. This was one of the reasons why Darius chose to join the gang. After spending more than 2 years on the deserted island, he longed for a better life. The gang could just meet his needs and provide him with such a comfortable environment. In addition, Burrow City is one of the most chaotic cities in the West Sea. Even if the Navy knows about Darius's existence, they often turn a blind eye to him for various reasons. This allows Darius to move freely in this city and continue his killing spree. Hey, Axe, you are so relaxed. Just as Darius was immersed in his thoughts, a slightly frivolous voice came from outside the door, and then the figure that appeared was Chixing, who walked into the room. His eyes lingered on Lioli and the 2 maids and waved to them. You guys go ahead and do your work. Axe and I have something to discuss. In the Axe gang, members like to call him Axe Brother because Darius' nickname on the bounty list was called Big Axe. After the members of the Axe gang knew about it, the nickname Axe Brother naturally fell on him. Darius looked at Chixing with a hint of displeasure, frowned, and asked, "What's the matter?" Chixing seemed not to notice Darius' displeasure. He walked to the sofa and sat down. He unceremoniously picked up the coffee pot on the table and poured himself a cup of coffee. Then he smiled and said to Darius, "Don't be so cold, Axe. We have known each other for some time. Now we're partners fighting side by side, right? You are really outgoing." Darius looked at Akahoshi. During the few days in the Axe gang, Darius had come to understand the strength of the so-called gang members. The Axe gang had about 3,000 people, but the strength of these gangsters was far inferior to that of pirates. With Akahoshi's strength, he was definitely the #1 in the Axe gang, and of course, with Darius joining, he could only be second. Darius also sat directly on the sofa and poured himself a cup of coffee. Although he prefers to drink alcohol, it is also nice to drink coffee occasionally. Seeing Darius not speaking, Qixing did not feel awkward at all and continued. "Now we have passed the qualifiers, and the official competition will be tomorrow. What do you think of those opponents?" "Humph, what can you think of that?" Darius said contemptuously. "You are really confident." Qixing also complained after listening to it. Darius listened with a teasing smile on his face and asked, "So you came here hoping that I would go easy on you?" Akahoshi did not answer this question, but asked in return, "By the way, I am very curious. How could someone like you join the Axe gang? You used to be a member of the Rocks Pirates. Why did you join such a small gang?" Over the past few days, the Axe gang, or the 8 major gangs in Burrow City, have already investigated Darius's background. After all, Darius is also a pirate with a bounty, so it is easy to investigate. A small gang. This is one of the 8 major gangs, Darius said jokingly. Akahoshi sneered, "To a former member of the Rocks Pirates like you, isn't the Axe gang just a small gang? After all, the Rocks Pirates were a pirate group that once tried to overthrow the world, and in your eyes, the Axe gang is probably just a small gang." Darius took a sip of coffee, looked at Chixing, and said jokingly, "Do you want to know?" Chixing nodded seriously. "Then take your time to guess," Darius said jokingly. Hearing this, Qixing was speechless and continued to ask, "By the way, the last time you fought me, you probably didn't use your full strength." "Yeah." Darius admitted it directly. After all, up to now, he has not met an opponent who can make him give his all. Although Qixing has some strength, he is not qualified enough to compete with him. Darius was also a little curious and asked, "What about you? Why did you join the Axe gang? With your strength, you should be able to join a stronger gang. Why did you join the Axe gang, which is the lowest among the 8 major gangs?" "That." Chixing smiled. He joined the Axe gang for another purpose, but he couldn't tell Darius, the pirate, about this. He just made up an excuse and said, "Because I'm tired of living in fear all day long, so I want to find a comfortable place to eat and wait for death. Moreover, after I joined the Axe gang, I was indeed promoted very quickly. If it weren't for you, I would still be the strongest fighter of the Axe gang." Darius did not show much interest and just looked at Chixing coldly. Qi Xing was also a little frightened by Darius's look, so he stopped beating around the bush and said directly, I watched your game carefully. Since you defeated that gorilla, your subsequent opponents chose to surrender without hesitation. Obviously, they are afraid of you. Darius sipped his coffee gently and did not respond immediately. Instead, he waited quietly for Qi Xing's next words. Seeing Darius so calm, Chixing also said straight to the point, I want to make my intentions clear. You heard the three major families in the Kingdom of Flowers? Darius shook his head slightly, indicating that he had not heard of it. Seeing Darius's reaction, Akahoshi nodded secretly in his heart. He knew that Darius's strength was unfathomable. Although the bounty was 30 million berries, his real combat power was far beyond the reach of those pirates in the West Sea. So Qi Xing further explained, the three major families in the Flower Country are the Ning family, the Wang family, and the Murong family. These three families play an important role in the Flower Country. Darius looked up at Chixing, his eyes revealing a hint of doubt. Why are you telling me this? Qi Xing smiled with a bit of cunning. To be honest, I want to join the three major families and become a noble. His eyes were fixed on Darius, as if waiting for his reaction. 23, Chapter 23. The Combat Strength of Burrow City. Want to become a noble? Do you have a way? There was an indescribable coldness in Darius' voice. After hearing this, Qi Xing frowned, obviously a little dissatisfied. Do you think this matter is that simple? He explained. Originally, I planned to stand out through the martial arts competition held by the Kingdom of Flowers and join the three major families. However, your unexpected appearance completely disrupted my plan. Darius did not respond immediately, but just listened quietly. Seeing this, Akahoshi continued, this martial arts competition will be held in the 16 cities of the Kingdom of Flowers. Each city will select the most outstanding warriors, and eventually these 16 top masters will gather in the capital of the Kingdom of Flowers for the final showdown. I originally thought I could handle it easily. But now, if you can, let me off a little in the competition and let me take the championship spot in Burrow City. I would be very grateful. After hearing this, Darius raised a scornful smile. He looked directly at Qi Xing and said calmly, so you really want me to let you win? What good will it do me to do this? Qi Xing knew very well that it was extremely difficult to get Darius to give up the competition. Originally, he was confident that he could win the championship in Burrow City with his own strength and represent the city in the finals of the triennial martial arts competition held in the capital. However, Darius's sudden appearance made him feel unprecedented pressure. He was confident that he could defeat other opponents, but he had no confidence in facing Darius. Qi Xing took a deep breath, and a hint of temptation was revealed in his tone. There must be benefits. As long as you can let me go a little in the competition and let me advance smoothly, I will not only offer you the devil fruit with both hands, but also give you an extra 100 million Baileys as a reward. How about it? After hearing this, Darius raised his mouth slightly, his eyes revealing a bit of disdain. Akahoshi, you seem to underestimate my strength. I am naturally capable of fighting for the devil fruit with my own ability, and I don't need you to give it to me. Besides, are you so confident that as long as I quit, you can firmly take the championship? Qi Xing was silent for a moment after hearing this and then smiled. You are right, the competition is full of unknowns after all. Even if I can really represent Burrow City to compete in the capital, it is still unknown whether I can be valued by the three major families. However, people always have to have dreams, don't they? Darius raised an eyebrow and asked curiously, are you so eager to join those families? Qi Xing no longer concealed anything and said frankly, of course, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places. Although the Axe Gang is one of the 8 major gangs in Boluo City, it is only a gang after all, and it is difficult for it to enter the upper class, and my goal is to join the Murong family, one of the 3 major families. The Murong family? Darius was slightly stunned. Qi Xing continued to explain. The Murong family holds a pivotal position in the Kingdom of Flowers and controls more than half of the country's military and political resources. Moreover, I heard that the daughter of the Murong family has reached the age of marriage. I am quite confident in my appearance. If I can marry into the Murong family, I will naturally have no worries for the rest of my life. After hearing this, Darius couldn't help but look at Qi Xing with new eyes, but he was also a little disappointed. He originally thought that Qi Xing was an ambitious young man, but he didn't expect that he wanted to be a gigolo. He sighed and said, since you have decided on your own path, then work hard. I wish you can get your beauty soon. If I can beat you, maybe I can still have a chance to win the beauty. Qi Xing also sighed and stopped thinking about it. He could only try his best. Moreover, among the 8 people who could stand out from more than 1,000 people in the preliminaries, except Darius, the other 6 were also masters among masters. Darius ignored him, stood up and walked out the door. Hey, where are you going? Chixing looked at Darius and asked loudly, "Since we have time today, let's go see how powerful the strongest of the 8 major gangs in Burrow City is tonight." Darius said jokingly, turning his head to look at Chixing, and said, "How about it? Are you interested in going together?" Xing also became a little serious after hearing this. "No, are you serious? Just ask you whether you want to go or not." Darius asked directly without any hesitation. He had long been very interested in the strong men in Burrow City. "Go, but let me make it clear first. If I encounter any danger, I will just run away." Xing immediately became interested after hearing this. He was also very curious about how powerful the masters in Burrow City were. At the same time, he wanted to know how strong Darius was. He immediately went up and said, "By the way, Darius, where are you going?" Darius also said immediately, "Of course it is the Tian Feng gang, aren't they the leader of the 8 major gangs? And you also said that they have the 7 ghosts of purgatory? I am very interested." "Okay, I also want to know how strong they are." Xing was also looking forward to it. Previously, he met Quang Long, who was ranked 6th among the 7 ghosts of purgatory of the Tian Feng gang in the competition. It was very difficult for him to win the battle with Quang Long. The two of them did not tell Brother Nan about their actions this time. They rode their motorcycles directly towards the headquarters of the Tian Feng gang. Sitting on a motorcycle, Darius sat on the back of the motorcycle. Chixing also introduced Darius. "Before you go, let me introduce you to the powerful people in Burrow City. Although I know you are very powerful, you still have to be careful when you meet these people." Then Xing thought for a moment and said, "To put it simply, the strongest fighting force in Burrow City is divided into 3 kings, for generals, 5 dragon heads, 6 demons, and 7 ghosts. This is Burrow City, the strongest fighting force in the city." Then he explained seriously, "The 3 kings are Shin, the boss of the Tian Feng gang, the tyrant, the boss of the Tian Long gang, and the rat king, the boss of the rat gang. The 4 generals refer to the crow in the east of the Fanio sect, the Sea of Purity in the west of the Thunder gang, the jade in the south of the Snake and Scorpion gang, and the crocodile in the north of the Fierce gang. As for the 5 dragon heads, they are all from the Tian Long gang. The Tian Long gang has a total of 13 dragon heads, but 5 of them are extremely powerful. The 6 demons behind are the black and white impermanents of the usse sect, the wind and lightning of the Thunder gang, the rattlesnake of the Snake gang, and me of the Axe gang. The 7 ghosts are the 7 ghosts of purgatory, and all 7 of them are members of the Tian Feng gang." Darius listened and said jokingly, "You gangsters like to give people nicknames no matter what. The names are quite interesting, but I don't know their true strength." Xing said with a bit of seriousness, "Don't underestimate them. These people are quite powerful." "Have you ever fought with these people?" Darius also asked. Xing said, "Well, Crocodile among the 4 generals is the second in command of the Xiong gang. He is also the strongest fighter of the Xiong gang. I fought with him a month ago. He is very strong." "So, did you win in the end?" Darius asked curiously. Xing also smiled and said, "Just barely. In the end, I nearly won by half a move." Darius also became interested and asked, "So, the most powerful ones are the 3 kings?" "Yes and no." Xing replied, "The 3 kings are all the bosses of the gangs, and their combat power is extremely high. But the 4 generals, 5 dragon heads, 6 demons, and 7 ghosts behind them are also very strong. It's not the case that the smaller the number, the stronger it is. I guess we can only know their specific strength after fighting them." After an hour, Darius and Chixing finally arrived at the Tian Feng gang's territory. Looking at the large manor in front of them, which was more magnificent than the Axe gang's base camp, Chixing said, "This is it. How are you going to get in?" "Why don't we just go in?" Darius said. Xing listened and shook his head and said, "If we get any closer, the people from the Tian Feng gang will come closer. If we force our way in, we might be killed before we even see their boss." Darius listened and stroked his chin and said, "Then let's use courtesy first and force later. Go and try to talk to them and see if you can meet them." "Okay, leave it to me. Wait here for me," Xing said as he walked towards the gate of the manor. Darius did not go over. After watching Akahoshi walk over, he quickly started talking to the people from the Tenho gang. The other party also made a phone call using Den Den Mushi, probably to report on the situation on their side. 24. Chapter 24. Tian Feng gang. A moment later, Chixing walked steadily towards Darius, his eyes flashing with evil charm and confidence. He said loudly, "Done, let's go. But we have to take their car to get there." Darius nodded his head to show that he had no objection. Soon, a convertible as black as night slowly drove up, exuding a low-key and luxurious atmosphere. The members of the Tian Feng gang politely signaled the two to get in the car. Darius and Chixing stepped into the car without hesitation. As the car started smoothly, an unknown meeting was about to begin. Although the journey was short, It seemed as if they had crossed the boundaries of time and space. A few minutes later, they arrived at a secret training base deep in the manor. Outside the base, a member wearing the uniform of the Tianfeng gang stood solemnly and reported in a steady voice. "The boss is waiting for you two inside. Please follow me." His words revealed an unquestionable majesty. Darius looked at the members around him. Each of them had a strong aura, as if they had practiced some special skills. Qixing looked around, and his eyes fell on the towering stone door. He couldn't help but chuckle, with a bit of teasing and curiosity. This place is definitely a military stronghold. Darius, once you go in, whether you can get out safely is really unknown. Darius heard this. A playful smile appeared on his lips, and he responded, "Why, you are scared at this time? How is it possible?" Akahoshi is a pure person. Although he knows that what's coming next is very dangerous, he still chooses to follow Darius in. However, what Akahoshi doesn't know is that Darius dares to enter because he has absolute confidence in his own strength. Darius has never revealed the fact that he is a devil fruit user from beginning to end, because these gangs in the West Sea are too weak and are not worthy of Darius using his ability. The moment I stepped into the base, it was as if I had traveled through another world. The outer area was filled with various arenas, each of which witnessed the collision of sweat and effort. The trainees were either sweating profusely or concentrating their minds. Every punch and kick they threw revealed their extraordinary skills and tenacious will. Darius, with his keen insight, quickly assessed the strength of these trainees and secretly admired them in his heart. At this time, Qixing seemed to have become Darius' guide and whispered, "There are 8 top masters in the Tianfeng gang. The leader is naturally Shen, followed by the 7 ghosts of purgatory. These 7 ghosts are Red Chain Snake, Explosive Ghost, Silver Wolf, Yellow Dragon, Blue Crystal, Mad Dragon, and Blue Sky." Following the guidance of the Tianfeng gang members, Darius and Qixing went deeper into the base step by step, and they began to feel a little nervous. Qixing stepped heavily onto the stairs leading to the underground, and ripples appeared in his heart. Although he looked very handsome just now, he was still a little afraid to face the 7 demons of purgatory and Ashen. After all, he had fought with Quanglong before, and Quanglong was only ranked 6th among the 7 demons of purgatory. If he faced the number 1 Red Chain Snake, or even the stronger Ashen, could he still win? Thinking of this, Qixing couldn't help but turn his head to look at Darius and found that he was still calm, which made Qixing even more curious about the strength of the speedster and asked, "Next, are you going to challenge Shen directly?" "It depends on whether he gives me this opportunity or not." Darius's answer was brief and firm, but it made Qixing feel inexplicably nervous. This was undoubtedly stepping into a dangerous place. Now that Qixing's passion had worn off, he became more nervous. But then he thought, if he couldn't win, could he still join the gang? He didn't have any sense of belonging to the Axe gang, so at worst he could just switch to the Phoenix gang. As the two of them stepped into the huge underground arena, the scene before them was shocking. The venue was vast, and the audience seats were large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people. Several members of the Tianfeng gang were exchanging martial arts here, but it was just a brief contest, and there was no trace of blood in the air. At this time, a middle-aged man in his 40s with sharp eyes came slowly with several men and women. They were the core members of the Tianfeng gang. Darius only took a glance and felt the strong aura emanating from this group of people. He had seen 2 of them before, Quanglong and Huanglong, who had participated in the competition. "Red Star of the Axe Gang, Big Axe Darius, I didn't expect you to dare to come." Ashan's voice was deep and full of authority, his eyes scanning the 2 of them, as if assessing their strength and courage. "You are so young, yet you have made a name for yourself in the martial arts world. The Axe Gang is so lucky that I heard that you are here to challenge us." Darius remained calm and responded calmly, "Well, I heard that you seem to be one of the 3 strongest fighters in Burrow City, so I couldn't help but come here to challenge you." Kid, you are so arrogant." Huanglong, the middle-aged man who also stood out in the preliminaries, sneered. "I wanted to compete with you in the competition tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to be so impatient to come to me." Darius looked straight at Huanglong with sharp eyes. "Of course I remember you. Huanglong, and you, Quanglong, I remember you lost to Qixing in the preliminaries." His words were straightforward and sharp, making Quanglong's face turn pale in an instant. Mad Dragon glared at Darius and gnashed his teeth as he said, "You are really a young and inexperienced person who is not afraid of tigers. Do you know that the gorilla is the 3rd in command of the evil gang? You actually killed him without any hesitation. You don't follow the rules of the underworld at all." Darius sneered, "Life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by heaven. In the competition, the life and death agreement has been signed, and the loser must bear the consequences. And I am here to challenge all of you. According to the rules of the martial arts world, it will be a one-on-one fight. Do you dare to accept the challenge?" As soon as these words came out, Quanglong and the others' faces suddenly changed, and they were furious. This kid is too arrogant. However, Chixing reminded him in a low voice, "Hey, don't forget, we are now in their territory. Can you speak more tactfully?" Darius shook his head helplessly. "In that case, then go and negotiate." At this moment, Shin's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip from it. Hearing the news that Xing and Darius dared to challenge the Tianfeng gang, his mood instantly fell to the bottom. The Tianfeng gang, as the unrivaled gangster giant in Burrow City and even the entire Flower Kingdom, had never suffered such a blatant provocation. This insult pierced their dignity like a sharp blade. Even Xing, who was known for his calmness, could not help but show some nervousness after entering the oppressive underground arena. In contrast, Darius remained calm from beginning to end, as if everything was under control. Such performance was either from a young man who was not afraid of tigers, or a strong man with extraordinary strength and full of confidence. Darius was obviously the latter. Had the strength to easily kill the third leader of the murder gang, the gorilla, so Shin had to regard him as an opponent of the same level as himself. "Humph, as expected of a former member of the Rocks Pirates, your confidence is truly impressive." Shin's voice was as cold as ice, with a challenging look in his eyes. "In that case, let me, the boss of the Tenho gang, personally test the strength of you, a former member of the Rocks Pirates." As soon as these words came out, Huang Long, one of the 7 ghosts of Purgatory, immediately exclaimed, "Boss, are you going to personally fight this kid?" At the side, the lady with dazzling white hair, about 27 or 28 years old, also tried to dissuade him. "Shin, why do you need to do such a small matter yourself? Leave it to us." However, Shin's eyes were unusually firm. "This is my decision. Moreover, I would like to take this opportunity to personally weigh the weight of this young man." There was an imperceptible solemnity in his words, and it was obvious that he attached great importance to Darius. Hearing this, the red-chained snake could only remain silent. Although he was unwilling to accept IT as a member of the gang, they would also face harassment from pirates in the chaotic city of Burrow City. In addition to the fights between local gangs, the invasion of pirates is also commonplace. The reason why the Tianfeng gang can stand firm is that they have enough strength to resist foreign enemies. As for Shen's strength, the entire West Sea is looking at him with. He once defeated a pirate with a bounty of 77 million berries, while Darius in front of him has a bounty of less than half of that. But Red Chain Snake knows that Shen's true strength is far more than that. He has always deliberately concealed his edge, maintaining a superficial balance of power with the Tyrant Rat King and others, but actually accumulating strength in secret. The reason he did this was to prevent other gangs from joining forces to deal with the Tenho gang, because they were afraid of him. Although the current Tianfeng gang is strong, it has not yet reached the point where it can dominate the area. If the other 7 gangs really unite, even the Tianfeng gang will find it difficult to resist. Therefore, Shin must act cautiously, both to show strength to deter opponents and to avoid unnecessary conflicts that may cause greater crises. Darius's eyes were fixed on the red-chained snake and the blue crystal. He was keenly aware that the woman with flowing white hair was surrounded by a powerful aura that could not be ignored. Even if she was standing aside, the sense of power seemed to penetrate the air and hit people's hearts, and next to her, the woman with blue hair like a waterfall also revealed extraordinary strength. Her existence was like a deep sapphire, shining a light that could not be ignored in the dark. Darius couldn't help but ask curiously, "You're also the 7 ghosts of Purgatory?" Although it was a question, it was said in a very affirmative tone. After all, Darius was very concerned about the fact that a woman could have such a strong temperament. As soon as these words came out, a trace of displeasure flashed across the faces of Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal, but was immediately resolved by Red Star in a calm tone. "They are Red Chain Snake, who ranks first among the 7 ghosts of Purgatory. She is not only the leader of the 7 ghosts, but also the most powerful woman in Burrow City. The other beauty is Blue Crystal, who ranks 5th. Darius looked at the 2 beauties again. He saw that the red-chained snake had an upright posture, sharp eyes, and a queen-like demeanor in every move. Her beautiful and cool temperament made it impossible to look away. And the Blue Crystal, although about the same age as the red-chained snake, had a gentle and mature charm, like a considerate sister who could touch the softest part of people's hearts inadvertently, causing ripples in Darius' heart and gave rise to an indescribable emotion. 25, Chapter 25 Challenge. Shin keenly caught the flash of emotion in Darius' eyes. As a gangster boss, his observation ability was extraordinary. It was a desire that was difficult for a young man to conceal, a hateful and greedy desire for the red-chained snake and Blue Crystal. This undisguised desire was almost about to overflow. Darius licked his lips, turned his gaze to Shin, and said with a tone that left no room for doubt, "Can we start this competition now?" Hearing this, Shin slowly smiled meaningfully, and he replied leisurely, Of course, let's do as you suggested, one-on-one, just the two of us. However, if Brother Qixing also wants to try, why not have a fight with the red chain snake? Upon hearing this, Qixing quickly waved his hands with an awkward but polite smile on his face. Haha, I came here mainly to cheer for Darius, so there is no need for me to make a fool of myself. There was a hint of self-mockery in his words, but he also cleverly avoided the proposal of a head-on confrontation. Upon hearing this, Darius could not help but cast a slightly mocking look at Qixing and said teasingly, "When did you become such a coward? Remember in the preliminaries you defeated Quanglong. Although the red chain snake is stronger, you gave in too quickly." As soon as these words came out, the face of Quanglong, who had been silent at the side, suddenly changed, and he looked a little embarrassed. He knew very well that he had lost to Qixing, but being mentioned in public at this moment was undoubtedly rubbing salt into his wounds. Upon seeing this, Qixing quickly changed the subject and said in a relaxed and happy manner, "Hey, I didn't say I was afraid of it. It's just that I want to witness the duel between you and a Shen with my own eyes." The Shen, I have to remind you that this guy is very powerful, and I have no confidence that I can beat him. In short, you all should do your best. There was a hint of cunning in his laughter, and he was obviously making excuses for his caution. This is the enemy's base camp, and Qixing didn't want to waste his energy on unnecessary things. What's more, he came here just to see Darius's true strength. Okay, let me see your true strength. Qixing looked forward to the next battle between Darius and a Shen. If it was a Shen, he should be able to see Darius' true strength. After Qixing finished speaking, Shen's expression unconsciously became more serious. He once again focused his deep gaze on Darius, and his tone was filled with unquestionable indifference. "In this case, you, Darius, are the only one who dares to challenge me. Okay, I accept your challenge, but the conditions must be clear. If I win, you and Qixing must unconditionally join the Tianfeng gang." Qixing was also surprised when he heard it. "No, I didn't even challenge you." Shen was silent. "What do you really think his Tianfeng gang is? Is it a place where you can come and go as you please? How can you do this without paying a price?" Darius smiled playfully when he heard this and asked, "Sure. So, what if I'm lucky enough to win?" Qixing was immediately unhappy, feeling as if he was offended, and said, "I say, Darius, is it really okay for you to talk to yourself like this? I haven't agreed yet." Darius sneered. "Does it matter whether you agree or not now?" Qixing was also unhappy and said no more. Shen responded calmly, "If you win, I promise to let you leave safely and give you an additional 300 million Baileys as a reward for the brave." However, Darius shook his head slightly, his eyes flashing with disdain for ordinary wealth. "I don't have much interest in money. If I win, I want them." He stretched out his hand and pointed at the red chain snake and the blue crystal. As soon as these words were spoken, a hint of anger and coldness suddenly appeared in the pretty faces of red chain snake and blue crystal. They had never thought that they would become the stakes of this gamble. Although they were women, they were also very competitive. How could they allow themselves to be bought and sold like goods? This was undoubtedly a huge humiliation for them. Blue Crystal couldn't help but throw the flying knife in his hand directly at Darius. Just when the flying knife was about to land on Darius' face, it was caught by a hand. Darius played with the flying knife and said jokingly, "You have such a fierce temper. I thought it would be the red-banded snake that couldn't help but attack first. I didn't expect it to be you. You look so gentle on the outside, but you have such a cruel heart. You're trying to sneak attack me." The next second, Darius quickly threw the flying knife wrapped in domineering power towards Blue Crystal. Blue Crystal subconsciously dodged it with a bang. The flying knife pierced into the wall, just like a cannonball, and immediately blasted a big hole in the wall. Seeing Darius's move, Ashen and the 7 ghosts of Purgatory were also surprised. They knew that this was domineering power. Be able to have such destructive power, one can imagine how domineering Darius is. Ashen's face was extremely gloomy at this time. He had never expected that Darius would challenge his authority so directly and try to poach his right-hand men. He secretly complained in his heart that the pirate style of doing things was indeed rough and direct. Ashen's voice was as cold as ice as he refused firmly, "Impossible. Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal are not only my right-hand men, but also indispensable core members of the Tianfeng gang. There is no way I would use them as a bet." Darius's momentum suddenly rose when he heard this, like a beast about to be released from a cage, and he grinned fiercely. "There is nothing I cannot get if I set my eyes on it. Since you think the bet is not tempting enough, I will raise the stakes and bet my life and Qixing's life as well. If I win, we will let you do whatever you want. But if you lose, both of them must belong to me." Once this statement is made, the whole scene fell silent, and everyone could feel the strong killing intent emanating from Darius. Even the battle-hardened gang members couldn't help but feel a chill. Akahoshi shouted anxiously, "Darius, you have to risk your life. Don't drag me down with you." Darius just smiled coldly, his tone full of determination. From the moment we set foot here, we have been placed in a life and death gamble. Either you win and leave as a winner, or you lose and become his dog or be killed. There is no other way. His words revealed a deep understanding of the law of the jungle, which is a cruel logic that the strong are respected and the weak are preyed upon by the strong. Finally, Darius declared in an unquestionable tone, "It is settled. If I win, they are mine." Ashen's face became colder and colder. He realized that he was intimidated by the young man's aura. This was undoubtedly a shame for him. He said coldly, "That depends on whether you have the life to enjoy this victory." He secretly made up his mind that for the sake of the Tianfeng gang and his own dignity, he must defeat Darius no matter what. 26. Chapter 26 Interference. The two quickly stepped onto the ring, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Ashen slowly drew out his saber Yulu, a sharp sword famous in the West Sea. The blade flashed with cold light, revealing an extraordinary aura. Darius, on the other hand, stood at the end of the confrontation with his giant axe, Black Cleaver, with a deep and calm look in his eyes as if he had everything under control. Below the stage, Qi Xing and the 7 demons of purgatory were watching the battle intently. At this time, they were all very curious. Darius was a former crew member of the Roxas pirates, and Ashen was the boss of the Tenho gang and the best master in Burrow City. Who would win the battle between the two of them? Although the 7 purgatory demons have confidence in Ashen, they are also cautious. They know that there are always people who are better than you. Darius is a pirate from the Grand Line and a former member of the Roxas pirates. In addition, Akaboshi personally admitted that he is no match for him, which makes Darius's strength seem unfathomable. Therefore, the 7 purgatory demons have secretly decided that if the situation changes, they will intervene without hesitation to protect the dignity of Ashen and the gang. Just as everyone was holding their breath, Darius suddenly attacked, swinging his giant axe Black Cleaver down with a whistling sound. Ashen reacted quickly and drew his sword to meet the attack almost at the same time. The blade and the axe collided violently in the air, sparks flew, and a deafening sound was made. In the interval between the confrontations, Darius raised a grim smile at the corner of his mouth. "Sure enough, you have also mastered the domineering power. In this sea, hockey is a sign of strength. Although not everyone can obtain it, it is not difficult for some wealthy gang leaders to obtain the method of cultivation through special channels. Although hockey is extremely rare, it is still rare in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. Generally, few pirates in the Four Seas have hockey. However, the gang world is different from pirates. Although they are in the gray area, they often have inextricable ties with the White Way and maintain a delicate balance through money and power transactions. Because of this, although the gangs have no way out on land, they can still find a way to survive in a complex social structure. In contrast, pirates are more free and unrestrained, but they also bear huge pressure from the Navy and the world government. Today's battle in the ring is not only a contest between 2 strong men, but also a fierce collision between people from 2 different worlds. This is a leaping slash. He has already entered the ranks of sword masters. Darius couldn't help but blurt out when fighting with Ashen, his tone full of amazement. Ashen's swordsmanship was so sharp that he had to grin bitterly and was secretly shocked in his heart. As expected of a pirate from the Great Channel, although he is young, he is so domineering. It is rare. Facing Ashen, Darius did not dare to take it lightly. He knew very well that this man's strength was far above that of Red Star, which could be seen from the 2-color domineering aura he displayed. The domineering aura was much stronger than that of Red Star. Moreover, as a leader of the 8 major gangs, Ashen had experienced countless life-and-death battles and had already integrated the swordsmanship into his bones, forming a unique and deadly combat system. Under the ring, Red Star and the 7 purgatory demons watched the duel intently. They saw that under the blessing of armament hockey, each confrontation between Yulu and Kurojiri produced dazzling sparks, and the air was filled with a cold breath unique to pig iron. Just as the battle was getting intense, Ashen suddenly lost his concentration, leaving Darius with a fatal flaw. Seeing this, the 7 purgatory demons were all terrified, and Darius keenly captured this opportunity and chopped Ashen with his giant axe like lightning. However, at this critical moment, the corner of Ashen's mouth curled up with a mysterious smile. Darius' heart trembled, and he had a bad feeling. As expected, his axe hit nothing. Ashen quickly counterattacked, and the tip of the rain-dew sword was raised. Approaching Darius, Ashen thought that this attack would definitely hit, but unexpectedly, Darius used his hardened palm of armament hockey to grab the rain-dew and firmly control it in his hand. This, as the god was shocked, Darius grinned and said, "Uncle, you underestimated the enemy." After saying this, he raised his axe high, ready to give Ashen a fatal blow. At this critical moment, a flying knife appeared out of nowhere and hit Darius's axe accurately. causing his attack to deviate from the track. Ashen took the opportunity to turn sideways and cleverly avoided the fatal blow. Darius was furious and was about to fight back, but he saw several figures rushing towards him. The 7 ghosts of purgatory held sharp blades and attacked him together. Darius had to give up chasing Ashen and deal with this sudden siege. He swung the black cleaver, and the powerful axe energy forced the 7 ghosts of purgatory to retreat again and again, and finally they gathered around Ashen. At this time, the wavy silver snake sword in the hand of the red-chained snake trembled slightly. It was obvious that Darius's axe just now made him feel unprecedented shock and pressure. He looked at Darius' figure, and his fear of this powerful enemy became even greater. Hey, we had clearly agreed before that it would be a one-on-one duel, but you guys actually broke your word and attacked us in unison. Darius stared at the formation of the 7 ghosts of purgatory with sharp eyes. He keenly realized that each of these 7 people possessed domineering power. The red-chained snake angrily shouted, "You clearly intended to kill Ashen with that axe just now. If you really let it fall, even Ashen would be severely injured, and even his life will be hanging by a thread." Although the red-chained snake was angry, it was now very calm. The power of Darius's axe just now made the red-chained snake very afraid of Darius. Darius raised his lips in disdain, looking down on the gangster's behavior. "Oh, is this your gang's survival philosophy? Once the situation is unfavorable, you immediately choose to bully the minority with your numbers? However, I won't blame you. I had anticipated the situation before I came here." Ashen's face was so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out. He had never underestimated Darius's strength, but he had never expected that the other party would be so desperate. The madness and determination unique to pirates made him sigh inwardly. In the past, Ashen himself was also a ruthless character who fought for his life in the streets and alleys, but time has passed, and now he is over 40 years old. As the boss of the Tianfeng gang, his youthful arrogance has long been replaced by calmness. He claims to be the strongest in Burrow City, but in the previous confrontation, he was unprecedentedly timid towards Darius, and even had the idea of escaping, which made him feel unprecedented shame and unwillingness. "Back off," Ashen suddenly shouted, his voice filled with unquestionable majesty, the veins on his forehead bulging, revealing the anger and determination boiling in his heart. Seeing this, the 7 ghosts of purgatory were all startled and quickly stepped aside, leaving the duel stage completely to Ashen and Darius. The air between the two seemed to freeze, and a more intense contest was about to begin. 27, Chapter 27, Dog Fruit, Gray Wolf Form. Darius stared at Ashen's appearance at the moment, and the corners of his mouth could not help but slightly rise, outlining a playful smile. He said leisurely, "That's more like it. As the leader of the Tianfeng gang, and one of the 3 most famous strong men in Burrow City, I want to witness your true strength with my own eyes. Come on, use all your strength to fight." Upon hearing this, Ashen's face suddenly became ferocious, with a resolute light flashing in his eyes. He had already made up his mind that he must kill Darius today. As for the previous talk of recruiting Darius, if he could still survive by chance, it would not be too late to make plans later. "Humph, I will fulfill your wish," he growled, and the muscles all over his body seemed to be stimulated by an invisible force and swelled up. Then Ashen's body underwent an astonishing change. His body, which was less than 2 meters tall, seemed to be injected with infinite power and expanded rapidly. In just a few seconds, he had turned into a terrifying half-human, half-beast creature. His human face was covered with the ferocity of a wild beast. While his body was covered with thick animal hair, his limbs became strong and powerful, clearly in the form of an extremely mighty wolf. The power of the animal-type devil fruit? Darius saw this, and a hint of surprise and excitement flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that devil fruits were rare treasures in the sea, which could give people extraordinary power. What Ashen showed at this moment was the power of the animal type, and its form should be the wolf fruit. At this moment, the corners of Ashen's mouth were drawn with a ferocious arc, and his sharp fangs were looming. The momentum emanating from his body was like a violent storm, several times more powerful than before. He laughed wantonly, and his voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. "That's right. This is the animal-type devil fruit that I snatched from a pirate group 2 years ago, the dog fruit, Gray Wolf Form. As a gangster boss, I have long been craving for devil fruits, but the secret treasures of the sea and the source of power are usually in short supply. As a former member of the Roxas pirates, you must have heard of the existence of devil fruits. Then you should know that the strength of those who eat devil fruits will increase dramatically." Darius' eyes flashed with excitement when he heard this. He tightly grasped the black cleaver in his hand, pointed the axe directly at Ashen, and said in a sonorous and powerful voice, "Well, of course, I know this. Then let's continue this unfinished contest." Ashen's heart was also filled with an unprecedented fighting spirit. This was the first time he had fought with all his strength since he obtained a Grey Wolf fruit. Before that, only the 7 purgatory demons could witness his devil fruit ability, because in Burrow City, no one was worthy of his all-out effort, not even the Tyrant and the Rat King, who were also the 3 kings of Burrow City. Ah Shen was very confident in his current strength. He said contemptuously, "After seeing my Grey Wolf form, you still dare to fight an old man like me? Your courage is commendable. If you can survive this trial, Ah Shen will grant you the position of deputy leader of the Tianfeng gang." After speaking, he moved, like a gray wolf ready to launch a more fierce attack on Darius. "Boss, take it," Guanglong shouted at Ah Shen, and then he suddenly threw a 3-meter-long giant sword and went straight to Ah Shen's height was only 1.9 meters, not yet reaching the 2-meter mark, which was perfect for controlling the short and powerful rain-induced sword. However, after he used the power of the devil fruit, his body suddenly grew to a huge 5 meters. The rain-induced sword that was once in his hand now seemed extremely thin, like a fine needle to a giant. The 3-meter-long sword slashed at him, but Darius was not afraid at all. In an instant, the two of them were caught in a fierce battle again. Under the catalysis of the devil fruit, Ah Shen transformed into a human beast form. This power gave him unprecedented speed and strength, and every inch of muscle contained explosive energy, different from the fantasy and changeable superhuman and natural devil fruits. The animal fruit is based on pure physical strength, and it is straightforward, but also shocking. Swords flashed and swords clashed continuously. As the battle continued to heat up, both sides were left with scars of varying depths. Darius, a veteran on the battlefield, wielded the black cleaver while skillfully incorporating punches and kicks, layering on the Conqueror effect. Time passed like water, and in a blink of an eye, he had accumulated to the 12th level of Conqueror and his attack power soared, like a tiger with wings. Ah Shen was even more anxious. He thought that the blessing of the devil fruit was enough to make him invincible, but he never expected that Darius's strength was beyond imagination. Even after transforming into a human beast form, he still couldn't gain any advantage. Instead, he felt the opponent's increasingly powerful aura. At the beginning, the two were evenly matched, and Ah Shen was full of confidence, thinking that his opponent was just a spent force. After all, as an animal-type ability user, his physical strength recovery speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. A protracted war would undoubtedly be beneficial to him. However, the development of the situation far exceeded his expectations. Darius did not show any signs of fatigue, but became more and more courageous, and his strength seemed to grow as the battle progressed. This change made Ah Shen feel frustrated. He no longer insisted on defense, but instead adopted a head-on strategy, slashing out with the long sword in his hand like a storm in his human beast form. His strength was no longer comparable to the past, even if Darius used the armed color. Domineering to protect himself, it was difficult to withstand this overwhelming attack. "Ha ha ha, it's so good, so good. I haven't felt so good in a long time. Let's see who will have the last laugh." Darius laughed wildly, his face filled with bloodthirsty excitement. Although he was seriously injured, the blood seemed to be the catalyst for his strength, allowing him to find unprecedented pleasure in this battle. He abandoned all his skills and the power of the devil fruit and fought the most primitive battle with Ah Shen with only his body and will. Black Cleaver whizzed down again, hitting Ah Shen accurately, and the axe blade flashed red, which was a sign that Blood Rage was activated. After 5 consecutive axe attacks, Blood Rage fully erupted, and Darius's attack power once again reached a new peak. This time, when Darius activated the power of Blood Rage, red flames appeared on the axe blade. Suddenly, his heavy and sharp axe, with destructive power, ruthlessly chopped down Ah Shen's abdomen again. This blow not only sent Ah Shen flying like a kite with a broken string, but also caused a stream of blinding blood to gush out of his mouth. His eyes turned white due to severe pain, and he almost fell into the abyss of unconsciousness. However, Ah Shen, who had experienced life and death time and time again, had a strong willpower like an unyielding flame burning in his heart, supporting him to barely stand firm. He staggered back a few steps, holding the shocking wound on his abdomen tightly with both hands, staring at Darius with disbelief in his eyes, and uttered with difficulty, You guy, you actually hide such an amazing power." "Ha ha ha, I only just finished warming up." Darius laughed up to the sky. A ferocious arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and his bloodshot eyes flashed with crazy fighting spirit. Since leaving the Roxas pirates, he hasn't encountered such a hearty and exciting battle for a long time. Even though he had several knife wounds on his body at this moment, the pleasure from the battle was like strong liquor, making him intoxicated and his blood boiling. He longed for such a duel and enjoyed this ultimate release. "Come on, don't stop. Keep fighting." Darius roared, like an enraged beast, and charged towards Ah Shen again desperately. Facing Darius, who had almost turned into a fighting machine, Ashin couldn't help but feel a little fear in his heart. The opponent in front of him seemed to be getting braver and braver with each fight. Every time he swung his axe, his strength surged, which was beyond common sense, making people wonder if he was still a human being. The axe blade and the knife blade collided fiercely again, sparks flew everywhere, and every collision made the air buzz. Ashin could clearly feel that Darius's power was rising at an alarming rate, and he was becoming more and more powerless. He could only barely maintain a defensive posture and was completely trapped in a passive situation. This battle had become extremely difficult for him. Chapter 28, Yamada no Orochi form. Staring at the burning enthusiasm in Darius' eyes, Ashin's thoughts drifted to the distant past involuntarily, and his heart was overwhelmed by deep memories. He recalled his youth, when the fearlessness and passion for challenge drove him to embark on a legendary journey to challenge the current pillar of the Babao Navy, Qingjiao. For him, that duel was not only a contest of skills, but also a test of faith and limits. However, reality was like a cold tide, washing away his former confidence and pride. In that tragic defeat, Ashin deeply realized for the first time that there were such unimaginable strong people in the world. They seemed to be the warrior souls nurtured by nature, possessing physiques and talents that are unattainable for ordinary people. They can quickly master any martial arts, and even without years of hard training, they can surpass those martial arts masters who have practiced for decades. Facing such a monster, Ashin felt for the first time how insignificant and powerless he was. He realized that in this vast world of warriors, the real strong ones were those warriors born with extraordinary physiques and talents, and their existence seemed to be the division of human beings by God. At this moment, looking at Darius's eyes full of fighting desire again, Ashin's heart became more certain. He was sure that Darius was such a natural monster, a strong man who was destined to set off a huge wave in martial arts, and he had been practicing since he was a child. For decades, even after becoming a gangster boss, he still trained day after day, thinking that he could make up for the gap between him and those monsters. But the result was like this. After the fierce battle, Ashin's body was covered with scars, each of which seemed to tell of his indomitable spirit and exhaustion. He knew that his physical strength limit and the bottleneck of his skills had put him at a disadvantage in this contest, so he resolutely announced loudly, "Enough in this contest, I admit defeat." As soon as these words came out, the air was filled with a complex atmosphere of unwillingness and relief. Darius's face flashed with surprise and dissatisfaction when he heard this. He had just been immersed in the excitement of the battle, and his opponent's sudden surrender undoubtedly broke his interest, causing him to reveal obvious displeasure in his tone. "Are you going to give up just like that? How boring." Ashin stared at Darius in front of him, his deep eyes flashing with determination and insight. He realized that such an unruly and powerful guy could not be easily tamed. Since he could not use him for his own benefit, he had to make a decision for the Tianfeng gang and for himself. So he said in a cold tone without any hesitation, "Indeed, I lost. But today, don't even think about leaving this underground arena easily." Seeing this, Qixing suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart. He was extremely anxious and began to think about how to escape from this dangerous situation. He tried to ease the atmosphere with words, "Hey, this is not in line with our previous agreement." However, his words revealed his inner panic and helplessness. Darius just smiled contemptuously, as if he had expected this result. "Had you finally revealed your true intention?" Ashin's eyes became extremely cold at this moment, revealing his murderous intent. He could no longer conceal his determination and anger. "If I let you escape unscathed today, how can I, Ashin, gain a foothold in Buyuo City? Your arrogance and conceit are digging your own graves. I can't blame anyone else. I can only blame you for stepping into my territory. Come here." Following his order, hundreds of guards dressed in black and armed with guns suddenly appeared around the underground arena. They were well-trained and quickly surrounded Darius and Qixing. Hundreds of guns were pointed at the two of them, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Qixing was terrified at this moment. He no longer cared about his face and dignity. It was obvious that Ashin was really angry. He regretted it so much now. If he had known, he would not have followed him. He knelt down and begged for mercy. "Wait a minute, Lord Ashin, I was wrong. I am willing to surrender to the Tianfeng gang. Please give me a chance to make a new start. Besides, I really didn't do anything this time." Faced with the hundreds of guns and the powerful pressure from Ashin and the seven ghosts of purgatory, Qixing had completely given up the idea of resistance. This situation was simply a dead end, and even if he joined the Tianfeng gang, it didn't matter to him. He just hoped that Ashin would not get so angry that he would kill him as well. Darius looked around. Those black holes of gun muzzles seemed like countless greedy eyes trying to devour him, but he just smiled contemptuously, with a disdainful arc on the corner of his mouth. "Oh, it's true. Whether it's the gangs entrenched in the streets or the pirates roaming the seas, they are all just loyal believers of the law of the jungle. It should be said that this law, like the iron law of nature, is quietly operating in all fields all the time. Seeing Darius' extraordinary calmness and composure, Ashin could not help but feel furious. He could not understand how the other party could maintain such inexplicable confidence in such a desperate situation. He longed to see Darius show weakness and beg for mercy like Qi Xing, so that he could regain his pitiful self-esteem. However, the other parties seemed to be out of the matter, and that calmness made Ashin feel unprecedented frustration and anger. "Are you still pretending there?" Explosion's voice was as cold as ice. He was also extremely dissatisfied with Darius's indifference. "Your strength is indeed beyond a measure of the mere 30 million Bailey's reward 3 years ago. But so what? Today, no matter how powerful you are, you will never leave here alive. This is your burial place." Facing the threat of the explosive ghost, Darius there was no fear at all, but instead his sneer became even stronger. His eyes suddenly glowed with a strange red light, as if flames were jumping in them. Then his body began to undergo amazing changes. His muscles expanded rapidly, and his body size increased dramatically. What was even more shocking was that 8 winding snake tails grew out of his back and 8 ferocious snake heads appeared on his head. Every detail revealed his overwhelming majesty and power. This sudden transformation not only shocked the enemies around him, but also enveloped the entire space in a depressing and terrifying atmosphere. When this shocking scene suddenly unfolded before everyone's eyes, the air in the underground arena seemed to freeze. Every pair of eyes widened, staring in disbelief at Darius' incredible transformation. He turned into a giant with 8 heads and 8 tails. His body was as majestic as a mountain and was still expanding endlessly. It was so majestic and awe-inspiring. Even the experienced and powerful 7 ghosts of purgatory couldn't help but exclaim in shock, whispering to each other in fear of the unknown. What kind of monster is this? Is it the power of a devil fruit? But why is this completely different from Ashan's? What kind of devil fruit is this? Shoot him to death. Panic spread rapidly like a plague. Shen's face was as pale as paper, his legs were shaking, and he almost collapsed to the ground. The fear and despair in his heart intertwined into an airtight net, binding him tightly. Recalling his previous arrogant thoughts, he actually wanted to tame such a shocking monster. Shen couldn't help but smile bitterly. What ignorance and arrogance! Now facing this almost invincible existence, he deeply realized how small his power was in this vast world. Even if the entire Tenho gang and even all the power of Burrow City were gathered together, it would be difficult to shake it. Is this the horrible remnant left behind by the Rox pirates who once intended to shake the foundation of the world? Ashin's heart was filled with unprecedented frustration. He realized that there was an insurmountable gap between him and the real strong. Those seemingly powerful bullets rained down on the indestructible scales of the Yamada no Orochi, but they only sparked sparks and were easily bounced away. Without the blessing of domineering, these guns were nothing more than children's toys in the eyes of the real strong. Even if domineering was integrated into the bullets, their power seemed so pale and powerless in front of the masters who were proficient in cold weapons or fists and feet. 29. Chapter 29. God Surrenders. Darius's bloated body came to an abrupt halt, replaced by the terrifyingly huge body of Yamada no Orochi, which completely occupied the entire ring space, with a body length that was terrifyingly over 200 meters, like a giant beast awakened from ancient times. Lying across the ring, the 8 heads were all raised high, and the snake tongues were moving frequently, revealing endless majesty and coldness. One of the heads uttered in a low and powerful voice, "Sound waves." Just as he finished speaking, a snake head suddenly opened its huge mouth, as if the door to the abyss was suddenly pushed open, and an extremely sharp sound wave tore through the air like a sharp blade, instantly filling every corner of the underground arena with the frequency of ultrasound. The sound waves not only penetrated the steel-like walls, but also struck the souls of everyone present. People covered their ears in fear, trying to block out the terrifying sound that could almost tear their eardrums. But all these efforts seemed so futile. The vibration force of the ultrasound was pervasive, making everyone's body feel as if they were in a storm, and the pain and fear were intertwined and difficult to describe. Only those who have mastered the armament haki, such as Akahoshi, Asami, and the 7 demons of purgatory, were able to barely stand firm under the impact of the sound wave with their extraordinary physique and willpower. But even so, they could not hide the pain on their faces, and their brows were furrowed, showing that the power of this sonic attack was beyond imagination. Wild sand, wind blades, ice spears. 3 more huge snake heads suddenly appeared, each of them exuding a completely different natural force. Wild winds, sandstorms, and ice cold intertwined into a doomsday-like catastrophe. The underground arena instantly became a purgatory, and screams came one after another. This was not only the rampage of elemental magic, but also the violent and direct physical attack. Darius transformed into the Yamada no Orochi, whose body was more than 200 meters tall, like a moving mountain. His huge snake tail was like a giant whip, and every swing brought destructive power, whipping away groups of black-clad men standing with guns like autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves, or being hit hard by the ruthless snake tail, turning them into pools of blood and flesh. The sound waves and wind and sand intertwined into an impenetrable net, covering the entire underground arena, making the vision of everyone present blurred, and their ears were assaulted by the deafening sound, almost causing them to become deaf. At this moment, vision and hearing, the two portals to the world of perception, seemed to be ruthlessly deprived. However, for Darius in the form of Yamada no Orochi, his eyes seemed to be endowed with the ability of thermal imaging after the transformation, which could penetrate the heavy wind and sand and directly lock onto the heat of every living target. At this moment, Ashen, Qixing, and the seven ghosts of purgatory, their eyes were focused on Darius, who was raging in the wild sand. He transformed into the Yamada no Orochi, and his 8 ferocious snake heads were looming in the wind and sand. Each of them sprayed colorful elemental power, like the end of the world, and its might was terrifying, faced with such a shocking monster. Everyone had no intention of fighting against it, and the only way left was to escape. Ashen's heart was in turmoil. He had never expected that Darius's power was so strong, far beyond all his imagination. Now he just wanted to escape. However, Darius would never let go of any prey that tried to escape. His voice was as cold as ice, piercing through the wind and sand. Want to escape? Humph, wishful thinking. Before he finished speaking, a flawless white snake tail shot out like an arrow, piercing the sky. Its speed was as fast as lightning and struck Ashen directly. Facing this sudden attack, Ashen was unable to put up even the most basic resistance and was easily pierced by the sharp snake tail. Pain and despair intertwined on his face. But even so, the fire of life of Ashen has not been extinguished. In the world of One Piece, there are many strong people, and their vitality is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. As an animal-type ability user, even if he has not reached the awakening state, his vitality is enough to make ordinary people far behind. At this moment, after Ashen's body was ruthlessly pierced by a snake's tail, the 8 hideous snake heads were raised high, each emitting a frightening pressure. Darius's eyes were like torches, and he said in a deep voice, "If you want to break the agreement, you must first have the strength to break the rules. Strength is the yardstick for measuring everything, and you obviously do not have this power." As he finished speaking, one of the snake heads suddenly opened its bloody mouth. It was dark and deep inside, and a strong dark energy gradually gathered and took shape, as if it could devour all light. When Ashen saw this, fear surged into his heart like a tide. His life's glory and achievements flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. How could he, who had become the most powerful person in Burrow City, be willing to fall like this? So he tried his best and shouted loudly, "Stop, Lord Darius! Please spare my life. I am willing to offer my loyalty. The entire Tianfeng gang will also submit to you. I only ask you to show mercy and spare my life. I am willing to submit to you." Darius heard this, a hint of surprise flashed between his brows, and he quickly calculated in his heart. Although Ashen's strength was insignificant in his eyes, this person was proficient in 2-color domineering, and as a devil fruit ability user, if he could use it for his own benefit, he would also be a force that could not be ignored. Moreover, Darius is now penniless. He originally intended to build his own empire based on the mafia in Burrow City. Ashen's voluntary surrender undoubtedly saved him a lot of trouble. So Darius raised a playful smile and said jokingly, "Your behavior has really put me in a dilemma. I originally planned to kill you and then conquer the Tianfeng gang by force, but I didn't expect that you would choose to surrender before me. Killing you seems inappropriate. If I don't kill you, it would be too easy to let you go." Seeing this, Ashen quickly seized the opportunity and said in a hurry, "Sir, not only can I be loyal to you, but I can also bring you endless wealth. I will do my best to earn a lot of money for you to show my loyalty." Darius's interest increased when he heard this, and his killing intent suddenly decreased. He flicked his tail lightly, throwing Ashen out like discarded garbage, and he fell heavily to the ground, but his life was not hurt. When Ashen fell heavily to the ground, he did not try to get up and escape. His mind was as clear as a mirror. Escaping was futile in the face of such a huge gap in strength. He knew that the gap in strength between him and his opponent was like a natural chasm, and escaping was nothing but a pipe dream. At the same time, the 7 ghosts of purgatory saw this, and without any hesitation, they quickly surrounded and helped Ashen up carefully. The fear in their eyes still did not dissipate. At this moment, Darius' huge body was undergoing amazing changes. The more than 200-meter-long Yamato Naroki that he had originally transformed into was shrinking at an alarming speed, and his body was gradually shrinking until it completely recovered into a human form. Ashen clutched his abdomen tightly, where there was a shocking wound. Blood continued to seep out from between his fingers, staining his collar red. Although he had turned back into a human, the hole left by the piercing wound was still eye-catching, as if silently telling of the brutality of the battle just now. Fortunately, at that moment, he was in human beast form, and his huge body brought him a glimmer of life. Otherwise, the fatal blow would have killed him. Although he was seriously injured at this moment, he was extremely respectful to Darius. Chapter 30. Prepare to attack the 7 major gangs. Ashen covered his torn wound, his face twisted, but he still whispered respectfully, "Thank you for showing mercy, sir." Darius slowly walked towards Ashen, his eyes flashing with admiration for the amazing vitality of the animal-type ability user. It is really extraordinary. Even with a hole in the body, it still shows amazing vitality. At this moment, the 7 ghosts of Purgatory and the remaining members of the Tianfeng gang all had expressions of horror on their faces, their eyes closely following Darius' every move, as if he was the invincible god of death in the desert. Although the wind and sand had subsided, the underground arena was still covered with a thick layer of yellow sand. Witnessing the cruelty and bloodshed just now, in just a few minutes, more than 100 cold corpses were lying here, and the survivors were also covered with scars and gasping for breath. Darius raised a playful smile, fixed his eyes on Ashen, and asked with his thin lips, "You just said that you can make money, so how much wealth can you bring to me in a year?" Ashen hesitated for a moment, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he answered cautiously, "It's hard to say, it depends on the situation. Generally speaking, billions of Baileys can be easily obtained every year, and if there is an opportunity, tens of billions of Baileys are also possible." Darius's interest grew stronger as he leaned forward, as if he was curious about how Ashen made money. "So, how do you make money? Do you make money by collecting protection fees?" Ashen did not hesitate at all and immediately elaborated in detail. "In fact, collecting protection fees is only the most basic thing. On the surface, we run legitimate businesses such as bars, casinos, and cinemas, and in secret, we are also involved in gray areas such as arms trading, distribution of various drugs, and even slave trade." Darius secretly approved of what he said. He had already thought of carving Ashen into a character like Doflamingo, who was good at both the black and white worlds. Doflamingo in the original work relied on his ability to control both black and white to travel across the seas and great waterways, and to get along well with the Navy and the Four Emperors. Ashen currently has some connections in both the black and white worlds. The reason why he can get both the black and white worlds now is mainly because his business is not very wide and his strength is still weak, so he cannot get the attention of those big shots. Now that Ashen was over 40, his cultivation was limited to this level. He might be the most powerful person in Burrow City, but looking at the West Sea and even the entire sea area, his strength seemed insignificant. However, Darius was not in a hurry to achieve success. He knew that everything could be done step by step. Moreover, being slightly weaker also had its advantages, which made it easier to control. Then Darius glanced at the 7 ghosts of Purgatory with a playful look and said calmly, "Your boss has decided to be loyal to me, so what about you? If you don't want to join, you can leave on your own." Faced with Darius' question, none of the 7 ghosts of Purgatory dared to leave. They knew very well that refusal would mean death. Darius' statement that they could leave on their own was just a test. The power Darius had just displayed was a terrifying existence that they could not reach. Red Chain Snake took the lead and half knelt on the ground, saying respectfully, "I, Red Chain Snake, am willing to follow Lord Darius until death." Then the other 6 ghosts of Purgatory and members of the Tianfeng gang followed suit, kneeling on the ground to express their loyalty. Qi Xing, who was not far away, witnessed the whole incident, and his figure seemed particularly out of place in the scene at this moment. Not long ago, when Ashen was defeated by Darius, he was so angry that he planned to kill Darius and Qixing in one fell swoop. Faced with this situation, Qixing chose to betray without hesitation and turned to the arms of the Tenho gang. However, what he had not expected was that Darius' strength was so unfathomable that he defeated everyone easily and even incorporated the Tianfeng gang, showing his terrifying strength. Darius' eyes were like torches and finally fell on Qixing, and Ashen and others could not help but follow his gaze, focusing their anger and dissatisfaction on this traitor. And no matter who it was difficult to tolerate such a betrayer. It was Red Star who led Darius into this land of conflict. They were helpless in the face of Darius' power and could only vent their anger on Red Star. Now even Ashen has surrendered to Darius. If Red Star has other ideas, then they will definitely use Red Star's head to express their loyalty to Darius. However, Qixing had obviously seen through the subtle changes in the situation, and he quickly knelt on the ground and expressed his submission to Darius. At this moment, he deeply realized that the situation in Burrow City was about to change dramatically. Darius smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. He had originally planned to gradually expand his power based on the Axe Gang, but now that he could directly control the Tianfeng Gang, his plan would undoubtedly become smoother and more unimpeded. Sure enough, strength is the cornerstone of everything. As long as you are strong enough, you can easily recruit a large number of subordinates. He looked at Ashen and the others, his tone full of temptation and promise. Your choice is wise, and you will be glad for your decision today and the future. With your own strength alone, you may be able to dominate this small Baluo city, but follow me. I will take you to appreciate the vastness and magnificence of the world and take you to stand on the top and overlook all living beings. Upon hearing this, Ashen and others nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with longing and expectation for the future. Darius was no longer hiding at this time and ordered, Ashen, the Tianfeng Gang is still under your full control. At the same time, immediately prepare to assemble troops. Our goal is to integrate all the underworld forces in Burrow City. As soon as these words came out, Ashen and the 7 Ghosts of Purgatory were all surprised and asked, Sir, do you want to take all the Dao forces will be brought under your command? Darius raised a faint smile and slowly explained the whole story. I had this idea when I joined the Axe Gang. Now I just found a more suitable opportunity and method. After that, a trace of barely perceptible contempt flashed in his eyes, as if asking everyone, Do you doubt my ability? Ashen was so excited when he heard this that he bowed and responded quickly. Your Excellency is too kind. With your extraordinary strength, it is only a matter of time before you unify Baluo into the underworld. To be honest, I, Ashen, have had this dream for a long time. But I am not strong enough, even though the Tianfeng Gang has reached the top of the 8 major gangs. It is difficult to compete with the other 7 gangs. But if you personally lead the way, this wish will surely come true. After hearing this, Darius became more decisive. In that case, this matter is settled. Tell me, how long will it take to gather all the forces of the Tianfeng Gang? Ashen thought for a moment, and actually he had made up his mind, but he still answered humbly. 1 day, it only takes 1 day. In fact, what Ashen said was still conservative, because most of the brothers in the gang gathered in Baluo City. With just one order, all members would be together and ready to go within a few hours. But Ashen was worried that someone might fail at a critical moment, so he extended the time to 1 day. 31. Chapter 31 Decision. Darius raised a cold smile and said in a deep and firm voice, Very good. Then we will immediately gather all the available troops and formally declare war on the 7 gangs tomorrow. As soon as these words came out, not only Ashen, but also every member of the 7 Ghosts of Purgatory could not help but stare in amazement, with waves of disbelief in their hearts. They had never expected that Darius's decision would be so decisive and swift, like the calm before the storm, foreshadowing the great changes that were about to sweep across. Why? Do you have any doubts? Darius keenly caught the astonishment on their faces, and his tone revealed unquestionable majesty. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate people's hearts and look directly into everyone's soul. Lord Darius, your strength is indeed unmatched, but please allow me to speak frankly. The red-chained snake mustered up his courage, his voice trembling but firm. Although our Tianfeng Gang has more than 10,000 people, if the 7 major gangs join forces, their power is far beyond our ability to easily shake, with such a huge disparity in military strength. Even a peerless powerhouse like you may find it difficult to deal with it. Moreover, even if we want to unify the Baluo city gangs, we have to discuss a plan first. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to act rashly like this? Her words were full of worries about reality. Red Chain Snake was very confident in her own strength. As the strongest woman in Baluo City, she had the ability to fight against 100 people alone. However, the number of people and high in combat power are still far behind the 7 major gangs. Darius is indeed very strong, but it is still difficult to swallow up the 7 major gangs at once, and no matter what, he should join forces with several of them first. If he declares war on the 7 major gangs at once, I am afraid that even if the Tianfeng Gang is the strongest gang in Baluo City, it will be destroyed. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, secretly wondering how the coming storm would affect their fate. War has always been a melting pot of blood and life. How can sacrifice be avoided? And this is precisely the most direct and cruel way to select elites. Darius's mouth drew a meaningful smile, and his eyes swept over the red-chained snake and other subordinates, revealing an unquestionable firmness in his tone. I have high hopes for you. I am a pirate. What I know is that on this sea, The strong will always survive and the weak will die. This is an iron law that has never changed. But you can rest assured that with me here, the Tianfeng gang will never lose. Shin felt mixed emotions when he heard this and could not hide his hesitation. The Tianfeng gang, the fruit of his hard work over the past 20 years, has grown from a small gang to the top of Boluo City. How could he dare to throw the hardships and efforts he had made in the gambling table? However, Darius' words were like a sword hanging over his head, making him feel suffocated. Why? Do you have any other opinions? Darius' eyes suddenly turned cold, as if he could see through the deepest fears in people's hearts. There was a threat in his words. If the god dared to disobey, then there would be no need for him to exist. Darius had already planned everything in his mind. The reason why he did not directly seize the control of the Tianfeng gang was because he knew that he had no reputation in Boluo City, and it was difficult to convince the people. Therefore, even if Shin and the 7 ghosts of purgatory submitted to him, he still chose to let Shin continue to be the leader of the gang as a chess piece in his hand. When the Tianfeng gang and the other 7 gangs were at war, it would be the perfect opportunity for him to show his true strength and unify the underworld of Boluo City. Feeling the fierce murderous aura emanating from Darius, Shin instantly came to his senses. As a battle-hardened gang leader, he was very familiar with this aura. He knew that resistance at this moment will be tantamount to seeking death, so he quickly adjusted his mentality and responded respectfully. No, sir, I did not hesitate. I was just thinking that if we want to unify the underworld of Boluo City, the choice of the first enemy is crucial. Even if we declare war on the 7 major gangs at the same time, it will be difficult to suppress them completely with the current strength of the Tianfeng gang. Therefore, our first attack must be accurate and powerful, and we must choose the most suitable opponent to lay the foundation for victory. The answer of Shin not only shows his wisdom and determination, but also reveals his recognition and obedience to Darius' authority. In this game of power and survival, he seems to have found his place. Well, in that case, our primary target will be the Tianlong gang, which is second only to the Tianfeng gang in power. As for the Axe gang, when the time is right, we will try to recruit them with gentle means. Darius's decisions were never vague. Only after eradicating the other 7 gangs and unifying Boluo City could he make plans for the next step. Therefore, in Darius's eyes, complicated plans are nothing but a burden, and only action is the hard truth. With his strength, there are few things in the world that can make him afraid, unless he faces a top-level strongman at the level of a Navy admiral. Even if he really encounters such a strong enemy, Darius also has the unique skill of destiny in his hand, which can travel through space in an instant. This is his most solid backing and safety guarantee. Moreover, for Darius, the members of the Tianfeng gang are still loyal to Shin. He wants to take this opportunity not only to eliminate the other 7 gangs, but also to severely damage the Tianfeng gang, so that Shin and others can only rely on himself. Then Darius turned his gaze to Akahoshi, and his tone was firm and unquestionable. Akahoshi, the next game will be entirely in your hands. Remember our agreement. Bring me back the devil fruit. Chixing was also surprised. Didn't Darius refuse the previous agreement? However, now that Darius actually mentioned it again, Chixing immediately responded, "Yes, Lord Darius." Then a trace of doubt arose in his mind. "Sir, are you not going to participate in the competition yourself?" Darius' mouth Jiao raised a meaningful smile and explained, "There is no need for this. Besides, haven't you always wanted to stand out in the competition and represent Borough City to participate in the competition in the capital of the Kingdom of Flowers? Now this opportunity is in front of you." After that, Darius said no more. Compared with the devil fruit, he now wanted to quickly deal with the 7 gangs to obtain the massive amount of experience points, and at the same time unify the underworld forces in Borough City to help himself go further. Qi Xing heard this, a solemn look flashed in his eyes, and he solemnly promised, "Please rest assured, sir, I will do my best." After he finished speaking, a hint of determination appeared in Qi Xing's eyes. He always kept his mission in mind. Joining the Murong family was his ultimate goal, and the Axe gang, the Tianfeng gang, and even Darius were nothing more than trials and tribulations and stepping stones along the way. However, as he became more and more familiar with Darius's strength, Akahoshi felt that this man was more and more terrifying. He was so young but had such terrifying strength. If he did not restrain himself, he would definitely become a criminal that endangered the world in the future. As a policeman, Akahoshi wanted to arrest him, but he knew very well that there was an insurmountable gap between him and Darius. 32. Chapter 32, Attacking the Tianlong Gang. Afterwards, everyone dispersed like a tide. Darius and Chixing also stayed in the Tianfeng gang. Now Darius is the new gang leader of the Tianfeng gang. Originally, Darius planned to let Shin manage the gang first, and then take over the Tianfeng gang after he unified the underworld in Borough City. However, in order to show his submission, Ashen has announced to the cadres of the Tianfeng gang that Darius will be the gang leader. He will be the deputy gang leader. Although Darius had some doubts about Ashen's behavior, he didn't know whether he was truly surrendering or just wanted to endure it and wait for the right opportunity to act. But Darius firmly believed that as long as the other party still had some intelligence, he would be able to understand the insurmountable gap between him and him. If the god dared to betray him, Darius was confident that he could take his life at any time. Therefore, even if Ashen really had some hidden agenda, Darius was not afraid. He did not have the leisure to guess what the psychology of those weaklings was like, because he knew very well that only absolute strength could be the solid backing for him to stand out from the crowd. As he entered the room, the two beauties, Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal, followed closely behind him, with a bit of obedience and awe in their steps. They were just pawns in the game, ruthlessly placed on the negotiation table. The tea first, anger burned like a flame in their hearts. After all, as members of the Seven Ghosts of Purgatory, their strength and status in Burrow City should not be underestimated. However, when Darius's powerful strength was revealed in front of them like a storm, the anger was instantly replaced by deep AW. In front of Darius, their glory and pride seemed so insignificant. Under Darius's gaze, the two women showed unprecedented ease and calmness. As women, they instinctively admired the strong, especially Blue Crystal. As one of the only two women among the Seven Ghosts of Purgatory, although her strength is not as strong as the Red Chain Snake, her weakness has become her unique weapon. In front of Darius, she has brought this weakness to the extreme, showing her charm, gentleness, and intelligence in every gesture, as if all the beautiful words in the world are not enough to describe her grace. Every smile and every look of hers seemed to silently tell of her admiration and submission to Darius. However, the Red Chain Snake still had some hesitation in accepting Darius, which was due to her long-standing, deep-rooted pride. She claimed to be an unrivaled heroine in Burrow City, and she had trampled countless men under her feet. Ashen was the most powerful man she had ever seen, and the man she had always secretly loved in her heart. However, what happened yesterday was like a bolt from the blue. Darius defeated Ashen with a thunderous force and ease. Then, she was given to Darius by Ashen as if she were a commodity being given away casually. This sudden change instantly destroyed Red Chain Snake's worship of Ashen, and she was deeply attracted by Darius's unimaginable power. He was young, powerful, and far superior to Ashen, and was exactly the ideal partner she had always dreamed of. However, the emotional balance suddenly tilted, making it difficult for her to adapt to this sudden role change. Even though her worship of Ashen collapsed, she still had the shadow of Ashen in her heart for a while, but she had begun to work hard in her heart, trying to please Darius, her future leader, in her own way. As night fell the next day, Ashen quickly assembled more than 10,000 elite members of the Tianfeng gang and delivered an impassioned mobilization speech to boost morale. Afterwards, except for a small number of troops who stayed behind at the base, the remaining more than 10,000 people, led by Darius and Ashen, launched a general attack on the lair of the Tianlong gang. 7,000 members were led by Ashen and Darius to charge from the front, while the Seven Ghosts of Purgatory each led more than 1,000 people to guard the lair, cutting off all possible retreat routes of the Tianlong gang and blocking their advance, forming an impenetrable net. On the front battlefield, 7,000 elite soldiers rushed towards the Tianlong gang's base camp like a tide, and the hundreds of people guarding the periphery were swallowed up by this unstoppable force in an instant. Darius gently shook off the bloodstains on his battle axe, showing a trace of disdain for those insignificant experience points. Most of these gang members are only slightly stronger than ordinary people, to him. They are just like ants, and their experience points are pitifully small. However, little by little, he can just take it slow and everything will be fine. Continuing to advance the offensive, the Tianlong gang, like the Tianfeng gang, had a base as grand as an independent kingdom, with all the necessary facilities inside. Like another city within the city, facing the sudden provocation, the Tianlong gang responded quickly. At this moment, they have been urgently mobilized, and the base camp is crowded with people. The gang members are fully armed. Some are wielding sharp machetes, and some are holding guns, ready for battle. The leader of the Tianlong gang, known as the Tyrant, was furious at the moment, and his voice was filled with unquestionable majesty. Ashen, you're playing with fire. Is the Tianfeng gang going to declare war on our Tianlong gang? Do you know what this will end up like? Ashen did not back down and said firmly, Tyrant, the balance of the 8 gangs can no longer continue. Your Tianlong gang is destined to be annihilated here today. This is the highest order issued by the new leader of our Tianfeng gang. New gang leader. The Tyrant heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and his eyes immediately fell on a figure beside Ashen, Darius. Although he had never met him, he was deeply impressed by the face on the bounty order. Shen introduced him at the right time. "That's right, Lord Darius, the new leader of our Tianfeng gang. It's you." The tyrant's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Shen's strength very well. He was on par with himself, and the undisputed overlord of Burrow City. He couldn't understand why Shen was so powerful. Why would Shen be willing to submit to someone else, even if that person is a former member of the Rox Pirates, even if he has a bounty of 30 million? However, the tyrant did not take the mere 30 million bounty seriously, but he was able to make Shen give up the position of the leader of the Tenho gang to him, which shows that his real strength is far more than 30 million. Darius looked at the tyrant calmly. The burly man was about 50 years old, more than 2 meters and 3 meters tall, with a bald head and muscular body. He exuded a sense of oppression that could not be ignored. Darius said slowly with a slightly joking tone, "Although it is a bit redundant to say this now, I still want to ask, what is your choice, to disobey me or to submit to me?" Upon hearing this, the tyrant sneered, his eyes full of disdain and arrogance. "Humph, you immature brat, how dare you speak so arrogantly here? I don't know why Shen would submit to a stinky brat like you, but the elites of the Tianlong gang are rushing here. If you know what's good for you, leave quickly to avoid humiliation." Upon hearing this, Darius was not angry, but laughed out loud. His laughter revealed an indescribable confidence and expectation. "Ha ha ha, just as I expected. I ask this your final answer. This is also good. Whether it is you or the guys behind me, you're all a bunch of frogs in the well. You fight in the small city of Boluo all day long, thinking that you are the strong ones. In fact, you don't know what real strength is. Today, let me tell you what real power is." After saying this, he turned to Shen with a sharp gaze, his tone full of determination and command. "Shen, pass on my order. Everyone retreat immediately. Your duty is to block the retreat route and ensure that these rabble of the Tianlong gang have nowhere to escape. As for the Tianlong gang, leave it to me alone to put an end to their arrogance once and for all." "Yes, Lord Darius." Shen responded solemnly and respectfully, then turned around and loudly conveyed the order. The members of the Tianfeng gang retreated quickly and orderly, while remaining on high alert to prevent any accidents. 33. Chapter 33, The Collapse of the Tianlong Gang. Although all members of the Tianfeng gang were full of confusion and bewilderment, after all, at today's gathering, Shen announced that Darius would succeed him as gang leader, and he himself would be the deputy gang leader. This sudden news was like a bolt from the blue, catching everyone off guard. After all, the Tianfeng gang was founded by Shen himself, so why would he give away his hard work to others? Now Darius's behavior was even more puzzling. But in the next second, in front of everyone's astonished eyes, his body shape suddenly changed, and in the blink of an eye he expanded into a horrifying giant beast, the Angaroki, whose height soared into the clouds, reaching 30 meters, and its body length stretched for more than 200 meters. Its power was so strong that everyone from the Tianlong gang, the Tianfeng gang, was terrified, and they screamed and called it a monster. Could it be the power of the legendary devil fruit? Tyrant, as the leader of a gang, was experienced and quickly saw the truth. He forced himself to remain calm and shouted loudly, "Brothers, don't panic. This is just the power of a devil fruit. This form should be an animal-type devil fruit. Shoot him and kill him." After that, gunshots rang out and countless bullets rained down on Darius. However, those seemingly fierce bullets were like hitting a solid wall when they came into contact with his indestructible snake scales. They could only spark a few sparks and could not cause any damage to him at all. When Shen saw this scene, he sneered and whispered, "It's useless. Bullets can't penetrate that snake scale." Darius saw this and sneered. He spoke slowly, his voice full of unquestionable majesty. "Let me show you ants what real overwhelming power is. Sound waves." As he finished speaking, a snakehead suddenly opened its huge mouth and emitted a deafening ultrasonic wave. This indiscriminate attack instantly swept the entire place. Members of both the Tianfeng gang and the Tianlong gang felt unprecedented pain, as if their eardrums were about to be torn apart. The Tianlong gang was the first to bear the brunt, because the sound waves were spreading with them as the main target. Next, a thrilling scene took place. Hurricane Flame. With this shocking call, a raging hurricane and blazing flames suddenly ejected from the mouths of the two giant pythons, intertwining and entangled, as if the power of nature was ruthlessly twisted at this moment, forming a devastating flame shock wave. The deafening bangs sounded like the end of the world, instantly hitting the front of the Tianfeng gang members. The aftermath of the explosion was raging, and everything within a few dozen meters was ruthlessly devoured by the flames. The flames illuminated the area like daylight, and dozens of members died in the sea of fire in an instant, and were burned to charcoal in an instant. "Monster! This is simply a monster!" Desperate cries rang out one after another. The power of the bullet seemed so small and powerless in the face of this terrifying force. How could it be? How could there be such a horrifying existence in the world? Is this the power of a devil fruit? No, even a devil fruit can't be so strong. Fear spread like a plague, eroding everyone's defenses. Retreat! Retreat quickly! The rational defense line completely collapsed. Faced with this unimaginable terrifying force, they could not even think of resisting. The only way out was to escape. However, in this chaos and despair, an unyielding rage burned in the tyrant's chest. With his eyes wide open and an angry roar coming from his mouth, he rushed towards the Yamada no Orochi, holding the sword tightly. The blade was covered with armed color domineering, flashing with a cold light, like the sickle of the god of death, vowing to cut off all obstacles. Darius looked at the figure rushing over, but did not attack. The tyrant's eyes were full of determination and madness, and he roared, "Don't underestimate me, pirate. I am a tyrant." He leaped up, and his blade cut through the air like lightning, pointing directly at the huge body of Yamada no Orochi. However, Darius was not so easy to deal with. The snake scales were instantly covered with an indestructible layer of armament haki. As if wearing an invisible armor, the blade fell, and only a loud ping sound was heard. Sparks flew from the collision of metal, but it failed to hurt it at all. Just as the tyrant was astonished, a huge snake tail swept over like a mountain collapsing. He had no time to react, and his whole body was blown away by the huge force. It fell heavily to the ground, and his clothes were stained with blood. Then another snow-white snake tail coiled around him, lifted him up high, and hung him in the air like a lamb to be slaughtered. Boss! Tyrant boss! The members of the Tianlong gang were all shocked when they saw this scene. In their minds, the leader who was once invincible in the world was so vulnerable at this moment. In just one move, he was defeated by the unknown, terrifying existence. How fragile! Darius smiled coldly, and the snake tail behind him twitched suddenly, instantly yanking the tyrant wrapped in the snake tail and flying into the sky. Then, one of the Yamada no Orochi spewed out a freezing cold air from its mouth, which turned into countless ice cones and quickly froze the tyrant's body until it became a crystal-clear ice sculpture. When the ice sculpture fell from the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar, the tyrant's frozen body fell to the ground and shattered into pieces in an instant. Finally, a heavy blow from the Yamada no Orochi's tail ruthlessly crushed the broken ice debris into dust. Then Darius saw the words plus 82 experience points floating on the body that had turned into ice chips, which made him feel pleasantly surprised. Since leaving the Rox Pirates' protection, Darius has been practicing on an isolated island. Even when he came to Burrow City, he was very cautious, as if he was wandering on the edge of the novice village. The gangs that were hunted were all insignificant, and the experience points gained were pitifully small. Now, to kill this tyrant, one of the three kings of Buyuo City, he only needed a flick of his hand to wipe him out, and he could gain 82 experience points. The people of the Tianlong gang were all dumbfounded when they saw the tragic state of their leader, and their hearts were filled with despair and fear. The huge disparity in strength made them deeply realize that the monster in front of them was absolutely beyond human power, and its existence had surpassed the scope of mortals. Boss. How is this possible, boss? Wailing and shock intertwined. The morale of the Tianlong gang collapsed in an instant. However, Darius's killing spree was not over yet. His eyes flashed with a desire for power, and he opened his lips slightly. A ball of blazing flames condensed in his mouth, and then turned into a pillar of fire, ruthlessly devouring several stunned Tianlong gang members. At this moment, the remaining gang members finally recovered from their shock and fell to their knees, begging for mercy at the top of their lungs. "Please spare our lives, Lord Darius. We are willing to surrender. Yes, we are willing to join the Tianfeng gang and become your subordinates." But Darius remained unmoved, with a cruel smile on his face. "You want to surrender now? It's too late. I will not show mercy until I have fully released my killing intent." After saying this, the 8 heads of the Yamada no Orochi surged with terrifying energy at the same time. Poisonous fog filled the air, dark shock waves raged, flames and hurricanes intertwined into a web of destruction, and natural forces such as ice spikes, raging sand, thunder and lightning, and sound waves took turns to attack, shrouding the entire base camp of the Tianlong gang in a doomsday scene. Wailing and despair intertwined. The territory of the Tianlong gang became a sure field, and Darius enjoyed the pleasure brought by power in this one-sided massacre. At the same time, a large amount of experience points poured into his body like a tide, making Darius more eager to kill. 34. Chapter 34. Conquering the Tianlong gang. Afterwards, the remnants of the Tianlong gang scattered like frightened birds, their eyes full of fear of Darius, Some of them began to flee directly toward the Tianfeng gang's front, shouting words like, "I surrender, and don't kill me." They knew very well that when facing Darius, who transformed into the Yamanoroki, a horror that only existed in legends, even bullets and artillery shells could not leave the slightest trace on him. Such an existence had long surpassed the scope of human comprehension, let alone defeating him. The members of the Tianfeng gang were also uneasy. Witnessing the scene of the Tianlong gang members being slaughtered, their hearts were filled with anxiety and fear. Even though Darius was their gang leader, he was unreasonable. Even if the members of the Tianlong gang surrendered, he still wanted to kill them. This unreasonable monster was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, making them fear that they would suffer an unexpected disaster in the next moment. After all, in their view, this power has surpassed humans. "I beg you, brothers, I don't want to die yet. I am willing to surrender. Please tie me up. I don't want to become a ghost under the hands of that monster." "Idiot, that's Lord Darius, our new gang leader. What are you talking about?" Yes, it's my fault. Please don't kill me. I will do anything you ask me to do." The members of the Tianlong gang knelt at the feet of the Tianfeng gang members one by one, tears and snot intertwined. The pleas came one after another. Now their thoughts were confused, almost collapsed. They just wanted to survive. Facing that kind of monster, it was really despairing. Some people from the Tenho gang tried to drive them away, but to no avail. They also looked at Darius, who had transformed into the Yamada no Orochi, with fearing that Darius would also shoot a beam of fire towards them. Ashen witnessed all this, and a deep sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. This battle was destined to be a crushing defeat due to the disparity in strength from the beginning. Numbers seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute strength. This was not a battle at all, but a one-sided, unsuspenseful massacre. Ashen knew very well that in the face of such power, any resistance would be futile. This also made Ashen abandon the last bit of fantasy in his heart, and he dared not have the slightest little thought. Under such absolute power, any strategy was useless. As time went on, more and more members of the Tianlong gang, driven by fear and despair, spontaneously flocked to the Tianfeng gang's camp. They laid down their weapons, knelt down and begged for mercy, expressing their willingness to surrender to the members of the Tianfeng gang. This scene filled the members of the Tianfeng gang with complex emotions. Even though they were enemies, they felt a sense of desolation when they saw these people being slaughtered. They were in deep awe of the powerful strength of Darius, the new leader. Before, they were a little skeptical about why Ashen was willing to give up the position of leader to Darius. Now they understood. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe that there was such a terrifying power in this world. That kind of power should only exist in myths. This shock far exceeded their imagination and tolerance, making them want to escape from it all. Darius witnessed all these changes. He noticed that as more and more Tianlong gang members surrendered, his killing intent gradually waned. He had already gained a lot of experience points, so there was no point in continuing to slaughter them. As his body gradually shrank, Darius finally returned to human form, but his aura still frightened the members of the Tianlong gang. They were afraid that Darius had not killed enough and wanted to kill them all. So they knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and begged for forgiveness from Darius. "Lord Darius, please forgive our crimes. We were all blinded by the tyrant and committed such a big mistake. We swear that from now on, we will never dare to be your enemy again. Yes, we were all deceived by the tyrant. Lord Darius, please forgive us. I have old people and young children to take care of. Please don't kill me, Lord Darius. I will do anything you ask me to do." In order to survive, members of the Tianlong gang begged for mercy one after another. Darius sneered. Facing these fearful surrenderers, Darius did not give an immediate reply. Instead, he jokingly said, "Have you forgotten? I took the initiative to attack you. It is normal for you to resist." No, it's the tyrant guy who deserves to die. Lord Darius had clearly given him a way to live, but he just didn't know how to live or die. Yes, Lord Darius, it's all the tyrant guy's fault. We are willing to surrender and join the Tianfeng gang. Please spare our lives, Lord Darius. The members of the Tianfeng gang still used the same words, looking at Darius with fear on their faces. After Darius returned to his human form, he no longer had any intention of killing anyone. He slowly said, All right, I get it. As long as you can be loyal, I will naturally give you a chance to reform. Yes, we will definitely mend our ways." After hearing that Darius would not kill them, everyone felt as if they had been pardoned. Darius looked at these people and complained in disappointment. I am too strong. They surrendered too quickly." Listening to Darius' words, all the members of the Tianlong gang still knelt on the ground. Although Darius said that he would not kill them, they still did not dare to speak in unison. At tea this time, a middle-aged man from the Tianlong gang, with a flattering look on his face, knelt on the ground and responded with a trembling voice. Lord Darius, your power is too terrifying, like a natural disaster. As mortals, we have no choice but to submit to you in order to survive. Darius looked at the cunning man in his 30s with a sharp gaze. He remembered that this man surrendered the fastest among all the people, but he was obviously quite powerful. At this time, Ashin stepped forward and introduced in a low voice, Sir, this man's name is Bo Chong, and he is known as Zombie Chong in the Jianghu. He is one of the 13 leaders of the Tianlong gang, and one of the 5 leaders of the gang. His fighting power should not be underestimated. I see, no wonder he escaped so quickly. Darius raised a scornful smile, then he put away his killing intent and said calmly, Well, since you have already surrendered, then don't kneel on the ground. Ashin, the job of recruiting you is up to you. Yes, Ashin responded, and then continued to analyze the situation. The tyrant Rujuin has been killed by Lord Darius, and the destruction of the Tianlong gang is just around the corner. However, we have to be on guard. The other 6 gangs may unite due to the common threat, forming an even more difficult situation. Darius just smiled lightly upon hearing this. His contempt and confidence were evident in his words. Oh, don't be ridiculous. After this battle, I have roughly figured out the strength of the various forces in Burrow City. To be honest, I'm disappointed. I thought you guys came up with some messed up titles like 3 kings for generals and 5 dragon heads, and I thought these people in Burrow City were such powerful hermit masters. In the end, it's just like this. Darius was even more disappointed when he said this. I was so cautious at the beginning. The so-called tyrant, one of the 3 kings, is only not even as strong as you. The 6 major gangs, they are just a bunch of garbage. 35, Chapter 35 Overwhelming Force. When Darius's merciless judgment echoed in the air, Ashin and the gang members around him all looked ashamed. This was not due to their incompetence, but because Darius's strength was too overwhelming and beyond their reach. Because I have never revealed the true power of the devil fruit to outsiders for a long time, Ashin's voice was mixed with a barely perceptible pride, and then quickly turned into a compliment to Darius. If I really use the power of the devil fruit, neither the tyrant nor the rat king can be my opponent. I used to be complacent about my power, but after I met you, Lord Darius, I knew what true power is. You are a legendary pirate who has returned from the Grand Line. It is a great honor and pride for us to serve under you. After hearing this, Darius smiled. It was true that Darius was still very young and liked to hear such compliment. He said calmly, Then the next matter will be left to you. You must eliminate the remaining forces of the Tianlong gang as soon as possible, and we will start to take action against the other gangs tomorrow. So soon. Ashin was a little surprised that Darius was about to take action against the rest of the gangs. Why? Do you have any objections? Darius looked at Ashin with cold eyes, which made Ashin shudder, and immediately answered no, which made Darius nodded in satisfaction. As for the other 6 gangs, Darius had already made up his mind and planned to take action himself. In his opinion, Ashin and others only needed to monitor and prevent any fish from escaping. Because as long as he uses the power of the Yamada no Orochi, he will be invincible in Burrow City, and no one can break his defense, so he doesn't need to hold back anymore. He can show his strength without hesitation and end all disputes with overwhelming advantage. Then, Ashin began to order his men to count the property of the Tianlong gang, preparing to take it into their possession. Just as Darius was about to leave, the word money instantly caught his attention. He stopped abruptly and ordered Ashin. Ashin, from today on, the Tianfeng gang needs to take on a new mission. He paused for a moment, his tone revealing an unquestionable determination. We are going to buy gold on a large scale at any price. Gold. Upon hearing this, Ashin's eyes flashed with surprise. He had never expected Darius to be so interested in gold, but gold was hard currency, so he did not ask any more questions and respectfully agreed. Yes, sir, I will take full responsibility for this matter. Under the rules of the League of Legends system, the exchange rate between gold and gold coins is 500 grams of gold equals 1 gold coin. The price of the finished equipment in the game is usually 2,000 to 3,000 gold coins. In other words, 1.5 tons of gold is needed to exchange for 3,000 gold coins in the League of Legends system. Darius had no money or gold before, so he had no way to buy equipment. But in the 3 years since he came here, he would open the system mall to look at the equipment whenever he had nothing to do. He knew very well that although the properties of these equipment in the real world were slightly different from those in the game, their core performance was exactly the same as in the game. So Darius had already thought about what the first piece of equipment to buy was. The Tianlong gang was wiped out overnight, and its overlord and tyrant were brutally killed. This shocking news was like a violent storm that quickly swept across the entire Burrow City. Burrow City was originally a chaotic city, Now, not only the gangs and pirates, but also the people on the streets were spreading the name Darius by word of mouth again throughout Burrow City and even in other cities in the Kingdom of Flowers. Only a few years ago, 8 major gangs had been in power in Burrow City. Now Darius had taken the position of leader of the Tianfeng gang, and he wiped out the second-ranked Tianlong gang right away. This change frightened the other 6 gangs and made them restless. Shen, the former leader of the Phoenix gang, was willing to abdicate, which undoubtedly silently announced Darius's immeasurable strength. With his thunderous momentum, he not only overturned the power structure of Burrow City, but also made everyone realize that a new order was about to be established, and the balance of the old 8 gangs was like a candle in the wind, shaky and crumbling. Faced with the strong rise of Darius, the other 6 gangs no longer sit idly by. They frequently contact each other privately, intending to form an alliance to jointly resist the threat of this emerging overlord. They know that if they don't act soon, they may follow the footsteps of the Tianlong gang and suffer a catastrophic disaster. However, Darius did not seem to care about this. His next move was swift and decisive. The next day, he set his sights on the Rat Gang, which ranked 3rd among the 8 major gangs. Tonight's massacre was about to begin. This time, he only brought 2 senior officials of the Tianfeng gang, Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal, and 3,000 members of the Tianfeng gang, while Shen and the rest of the 7 Ghosts of Purgatory stayed behind to prevent sneak attacks from other gangs. Darius' strategy is clear and concise. The Red Chain Snake and the Blue Crystal will be responsible for blocking the retreat route to ensure that the enemy has nowhere to escape, while he himself will fight against all the resistance of the Rat Gang on his own. This battle was a one-sided massacre from the beginning. Although the Rat Gang had certain strength, it was still inferior to the Tianlong Gang and even the Tianfeng Gang. Although the Rat King was cunning and tried to use the human wave tactics to consume Darius's physical strength, he failed in the end. In the face of Darius's almost hopeless strength, the Rat Gang members quickly lost their fighting spirit. After only an hour of fierce fighting, Darius alone fought against thousands of people, but was still completely crushed. Their attacks could not hurt Darius at all. Despair under the threat of Darius, they surrendered one after another and even turned against the supervisors behind them. Although the supervisors were armed with guns, they were just trembling mortals under Darius's terrifying pressure. In the end, the Rat Gang's base camp changed hands, and the Rat King fled in fear, and even the Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal failed to stop him. The members of the Phoenix Gang witnessed all of this and were all excited. They knew that under Darius' leadership, the Phoenix Gang would not only consolidate its dominant position in Burrow City, but also be expected to unify the underworld and create an unprecedented glorious era. For those potential enemies, Darius's nearly invincible power would undoubtedly become an eternal shadow and despair in their hearts. In the Rat Gang's base camp, those who died were the bravest and at the front. Most of them survived. Darius was lying on the big bed, enjoying the massage from the maid. Darius could feel that she had tried very hard, but he could still feel her trembling. At this time, Blue Crystal came to Darius in a charming manner and said respectfully, "Lord Darius, Red Star is here and wants to see you for something." 36. Chapter 36 Unification of Boluo City. Let him in. After the words fell, Blue Crystal took immediate action and led Red Star into the room. Xing walked into the room and was filled with emotion by the scene in front of him. Darius was reclining on the sofa leisurely shirtless, with 2 youthful beauties who seemed to be under 20 years old leaning on each side. The picture revealed an atmosphere of unruly and indulgent, which made Xing secretly criticize the casualness of this big man in his heart. "Xing, do you have something to talk to me about?" Darius raised a playful smile and glanced at Xing, motioning him to sit down casually. Xing didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. "Nancy just sent someone to find me. He begs you to consider signing an alliance with the Axe Gang for the sake of our past friendship." "Alliance? TSK, that's unnecessary for me." Darius' voice was filled with unquestionable indifference, and then he slowly added, "However, if Nancy surrenders now, I can't consider giving him a chance. I don't need to pay attention to him, and I can just deal with the Axe Gang tonight." Upon hearing this, Xing said to himself, as expected. Just yesterday, he suddenly received an urgent order from his superiors. The mission content suddenly changed. He was no longer required to lurk in Murong's house, but to continue hiding in the Tianfeng Gang and keep a close eye on Darius' every move. Although this sudden change made Xing confused, he knew the importance of obeying orders, so he accepted the new mission arrangement without hesitation. Xing did not linger for too long. He stood up, his tone was full of determination and firmness. "Okay, I came here this time to convey Nancy's intention. Unless he surrenders voluntarily, I will not contact his people. Then the next game is a highlight. Today is the final day. I'm leaving first." Darius nodded slightly after hearing this, his eyes revealing his expectations for Xing. "Then do your best. I am very optimistic about your ability. In Darius's eyes, although Red Star is not a person of extraordinary strength, the criteria for judging vary from person to person. Compare with Darius, who is a time traveler, has the League of Legends system, and possesses the animal snake fruit, mythical beast, and Yamada no Orochi form. Red Star is naturally inferior. However, among his peers, Akahoshi's brilliance is hard to conceal. He is only 21 years old, similar to Darius, but has already shown extraordinary potential. Darius's strength is largely due to the system and the devil fruit. If these external advantages are discarded, the strength comparison between the two may be different. I understand. Akahoshi's expression became extremely serious, his voice filled with unquestionable determination. No matter what, I will win this game. This is also the agreement between you and me. Don't worry, I will get that devil fruit. As a young man, Akahoshi also has his own pride. Victory in the game is not only an agreement with Darius, but also a way to complete the task so that he can better lurk beside Darius. In the ever-changing land of Boluo City, within a short month, the 8 major gangs that once stood side by side had become like candles in the wind, leaving only the Phoenix gang standing proudly. Darius, the powerful man who swept in with the force of thunder and lightning, wiped out the other 7 gangs in just a few days, and then after nearly a month of arduous encirclement and suppression, he completely eliminated the remaining forces and consolidated the absolute rule of the Phoenix gang. At the same time, another piece of news swept through Boluo City like a spring breeze. Qi Xing, the young rising star of the Tianfeng gang, defeated all the heroes and won the championship in the martial arts competition held by the Kingdom of Flowers. As a reward for his victory, he also obtained the final prize of the tournament, the devil fruit. However, when Akahoshi presented this devil fruit to Darius, the latter could not hide his disappointment. The reason is very simple, because this is a very rubbish devil fruit, called the Whispering Fruit, which was taken by a little girl in the original work. Its ability is to give the holder the ability to communicate with animals and even listen to their voices. But this devil fruit cannot listen to the inner voice of humans. It is only useful for animals, and those animals that are willing to communicate with it. Of course, it is also possible that the little girl is not yet proficient in the development of the Whispering Fruit, so she cannot listen to the inner thoughts of humans. But in any case, this devil fruit is a useless thing and is of no benefit in improving personal combat power. Instead, it will make people become landlubbers. Darius originally planned to give this gift to Qixing, but after understanding its essence, the latter chose to refuse without hesitation. In his opinion, such a devil fruit would not only fail to enhance strength, but would also create a weakness of being afraid of seawater. Afterwards, Darius tried to transfer this burden to Red Chain Snake and Blue Crystal. Although this devil fruit is indeed very useless, if it can be developed to listen to the inner voice of human beings, then this devil fruit will play a great role in intelligence. But they also declined. Even for them who long for power, this ability limited to communicating with animals seemed too useless and could not arouse their interest at all. In the end, Darius had to seal up the Whispering Fruit temporarily and decided to find a child to eat it later and then cultivate it from a young age. Perhaps he could unleash the power of the fruit. Today, Darius finally upgraded and heard the familiar system voice. Eternally burning wings, take me out of the mortal world. Fear the invisible power. Ding, the level is raised to level 7, unlocking a new skill, the passive skill of the Angel of Justice Kyle, Ascension to Godlong Stage. Roxas commanders are skill, Demonic Sublimation. God Ascending Steps. When Darius reaches level 6, he can release a powerful axe chi with each slash, with a maximum range of 50 meters. The attack distance increases by 10 meters for each level increase. When Darius reaches level 11, the attack distance of the axe chi can reach 100 meters, and the range of the axe chi slashed out is greatly increased, and the axe chi slashed out will have a flame wave effect. After that, the attack distance of the axe chi will increase by 100 meters for each level. Increase. When Darius reaches level 16, the attack distance of the axe chi can reach 600 meters, and the flame wave will have 10% true damage. After that, the attack distance of the axe chi will increase by 1,000 meters for each level increase and no cooldown time. Demon Ascension. When Darius uses Demon Ascension, thousands of shadow demons will be released from his body. Shadow demons are immune to physical attacks. After entering the human body to absorb the enemy's vitality, they will quickly return to Darius' body and convert the absorbed vitality into healing to restore Darius' health. Demon Radiance. When the life of humans within 500 meters around Darius is sucked dry, a ball of demon energy will explode with Darius as the center, destroying everything around. Cooldown time, 100 days. Soon, a property panel appeared in front of Darius. Darius, 21 years old. Level 7 experience points required to reach level 8, 1/6400 experience points, gold coins, 1558. Innate skills, bleeding, massive destruction, cooling time 5 hours, crippling strike, cooling time 1 hour, ruthless iron hands, Noxian guillotine, cooling time 120 hours. Other skills, natural phantom, cooling time 2 hours, destiny, cooling time 180 days, call of destiny, cooling time 150 hours, long steps to godhood, demonic sublimation, cooling time 100 days. Talents, grasp of the undying, cooldown 4 hours, conqueror, barrier, cooldown 240 hours. Summoner skills, mark, cooldown time 48 hours, flash, cooldown time 300 hours. Equipment column, detective guard, cooling time 240 hours, divine perspective, cooling time 180 hours, black spear. Darius was overjoyed when he saw the 2 new skills. These 2 skills were very powerful. The long steps to the gods was a typical skill with 1 skill for growth and the other for large-scale group battles. IT was also a skill with extremely strong durability. IT felt like Darius could easily destroy a city or even a country by himself with this skill. After all, once the skill of demonic sublimation is released, this skill will not end unless there is no human being within 500 meters around. This is a skill that devours all life, which can be said to be very perverted. At the top of the world, in the Red Earth continent, in the holy land of Marihoa, Panga City stands majestically. At this moment, the 5 supreme rulers of the world government, the 5 elders, were frowning as they faced a shocking news. The snake fruit, the most mysterious form of the Yamada no Orochi among the mythical beasts, ended up with Darius, a trainee crew member of the Roxas Pirates. The voice of the financial martial god Izambron v. Nasajuro say revealed an unconcealable solemnity. The power of this devil fruit was considered the strongest among the several devil fruits that were lost at that time. The god of law and war, Topman Vachali Saint, took over the conversation with an equally solemn tone. The catastrophe that occurred in the Valley of the Gods 3 years ago, the once-in-5-year indigenous elimination tournament, was interrupted by the sudden attack of the Roxas Pirates. That disaster not only caused the world government to suffer unprecedented losses, but also caused the 6 extremely precious devil fruits to fall into the hands of thieves. Even 127 world nobles died in this war. It is the greatest shame of the world government in its 800 years of existence. The environmental warrior god Maka's Maz Saint took over the topic, his eyes flashing with determination and firmness. After investigation, we have finally grasped the whereabouts of these 6 devil fruits. The meat puff fruit from the Parahuman series unfortunately fell into the hands of a slave of the Bacania tribe. The tremolo fruit and the bird fruit, mythical beast, phoenix form, were swallowed by Whitebeard Edward Newgate and his son Marco, respectively. Now Whitebeard has demonstrated a power that shocks the world, and the float fruit was taken by Shiki the Golden Lion, and in just a few years, the flying fleet he formed was not much less threatening than the Roxas Pirates back then. As for Kaido, the former trainee pirate of the Roxas Pirates, he swallowed the fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form, and now possesses considerable strength. Finally, there is Darius, who has taken the power of the most valuable snake fruit, the mythical beast, and the Yamada no Orochi into himself. If he continues to grow, he may become another huge threat to the world. Chapter 37 3 years. The face of the scientific defense god of war, Zygalucia Satan, was shrouded in an indescribable heaviness. He said in a deep voice, "It is really unexpected that the 3 devil fruit abilities that are hailed as the top have accidentally fallen into the hands of 3 trainee pirates of the Roxas Pirates. This is not just a coincidence, but more like a mockery of fate." In his opinion, the animal-type mythical beast devil fruits are undoubtedly the strongest of all devil fruits. They not only give the eaters a physique as strong as a beast, but also contain special powers that are beyond the ordinary and even comparable to superhuman and natural abilities. Precisely because he and the other 4 Elder Stars have abilities that are all of the mythical beast type, this personal experience has made him firmly believe in the value and potential of the mythical beast type devil fruit. The god of finance Izambron v. Nasajuro said solemnly, "Devil fruits all have their own will, and this is especially true for the devil fruits of the animal-type mythical beasts. Maybe this is fate." At this time, the god of agriculture Shepherd 10 Peter Saint took over the conversation, his tone revealing a seriousness that could not be ignored. Speaking of this, Kaido, who swallowed the azure dragon fruit, is now showing enough power to shake the sea. His current strength is far beyond our estimation and control. Darius, who ate the Yamada no Orochi fruit, has now established a foothold in Burrow City and even unified the 8 major gangs there. His ambitions are great if allowed to develop. They will surely become a major calamity in the future. Therefore, we must act immediately to nip this potential threat in the bud. The god of finance, Isambron V. Nasajuro, proposed a more careful consideration. The Flower Kingdom, where Buro City is located, is a rare military power among the many member countries of the world government. If the navy is dispatched rashly, it may anger King Ramen and cause unnecessary diplomatic turmoil. Besides, Buro City has a special geographical location and has long been in a regulatory blind spot. The Navy's intervention may not necessarily achieve the expected results. In my opinion, it is better to send agents from CP7 or CP8 to sneak in first and secretly monitor Darius's movement. If the situation requires, consider mobilizing the top forces of CP9 and strive to find and seize the opportunity to kill him without being detected. At this moment, the god of agriculture Shepherd 10 Peter Saint said in a deep voice, "There was a report before that the police academy had made a careful plan and sent an undercover agent deep into the Tenho gang. It was this undercover agent who first discovered the whereabouts of the Yamada no Orochi fruit and sent back key information." That's right. The god of finance Isambron V. Nasajuro nodded slightly and added, "This man is a rising star who just graduated from the police academy. His original mission was to infiltrate the Murong family, but because of the appearance of the snake fruit, I changed his mission. He is currently closely monitoring Darius' every move. However, this boy has little experience, and his strength may not be able to perform a task like assassinating Darius." The environmental warrior god Marcus Maz Saint's tone revealed some worry. It is said that the defense of the Yamada no Orochi fruit is so strong that ordinary bullets and shells cannot break the snake scales, even if we want to get rid of Darius. I am afraid that at least the elite agents of CP9 will be needed. I suggest that we first mobilize the elite members of CP7 and CP8 to secretly lurk around him and make sure to gain his trust. Only in this way can we get rid of him when he is off guard. If possible, try to capture it alive. The god of science defense, Jagaluja Satan, said seriously, "Now that the artificial devil fruit has begun, this ant is a good experimental subject." As soon as these words came out, the other four martial gods expressed their agreement, and their voices merged into a firm force. Agree. In March of the 1490th year of the Hyuan calendar, Darius had quietly sat on the Iron Throne in Buro City for 3 years. Since he wiped out the other 7 gangs in one fell swoop, Buro City had completely become the private territory of this new overlord. As time went by, although there were occasional emerging forces trying to get a piece of this land, they were all wiped out under Darius's dictatorial rule, and none of them could shake him in the slightest. Not only that, as a powerful country, the Kingdom of Flowers has also sent elite troops several times to wipe out the Tianfeng gang. However, these efforts were all in vain under Darius's powerful strength, and the army of the Kingdom of Flowers returned in defeat. What's more, some other forces in the Flower Kingdom tried to use the power of pirates to fight against the Tenho gang, but they never expected that these pirates were ultimately unable to escape Darius's clutches and eventually all became Darius's experience points. During these 3 years, Darius knew that he had the power, but he was an outsider after all. So once he came to power, he used dictatorial rule. Anyone who dared to resist, or even had the slightest thought of resisting, would be suppressed by Darius with thundering means. To this end, Darius adopted an extremely direct and effective way to consolidate his position. He regularly, even frequently, eliminated members who were disloyal to him as a warning to others to ensure absolute obedience of the entire organization. Although there were resistances during this period, what Darius wanted was resistance. Every time there was resistance, he would suppress it with absolute strength. In addition, in order to continuously improve his strength, Darius also turned his attention to those seemingly harmless large livestock and wild beasts. In his opinion, although these herbivorous animals such as yaks and bison are food for humans, the experience value of these yaks and bison is higher than that of adult men. Basically, an adult yak can gain 0.2 experience points, and an average adult male can only gain 0.1 experience points, while women and children do not even have any experience points. Therefore, Darius bought all the large farms in Buro City, and also purchased a large number of such animals from outside, and regarded them as a daily training project. Whenever night fell, bloody killings would take place around Buro City, and these livestock became an important source of experience points for Darius in the next 2 years. After all, apart from some people who rebelled and were dissatisfied with Darius' rule in the first year, basically no one dared to show up in the next 2 years, and Darius could not execute his subordinates at will. After Darius purchased a large number of cattle, he also asked the members of the Tianfeng gang to process the killed livestock into delicious food and sell them in Boluo City and even the Flower City. In this way, Darius not only gained experience points, but also processed and exported the beef for money, which was a two-pronged approach. In addition, members of the Tian Foam Gang would occasionally capture fierce beasts and send them over, such as lions, tigers, and bears, which had more experience points than yaks. Under Darius's almost dictatorial means, the greatest centralization was achieved. Afterwards, Darius established a new organization called Roxas, which was also the name of his future pirate group. Because Darius will definitely go to sea in the future, he needs to select elite members from the tens of thousands of gang members of the Tian Foam Gang as future cadres. The method of selecting elite members is also very simple, which is to use the elimination system to select powerful masters from the gang, and then train them. After that, let these people fight each other and kill each other. The weak will be killed by the strong in this cruel selection, and the strong will naturally survive. So far, Roxas has more than 40 members, including the high-end combat forces of the original Borough City, such as the 4 generals, 5 dragon heads, 6 demons, 7 ghosts, and others. After choosing to surrender to Darius, they also joined the Tian Foam Gang. Although there were some betrayals in the middle, most of them stayed. 3 years passed, and Borough City had completely become Darius's private territory. The gang members were both afraid and in awe of him. At the same time, in order to plunder more wealth, Darius issued a strict iron law. No one was allowed to wear gold jewelry, and violators would be severely punished. The enforcement of this iron law was so strong that almost all the gold in Borough City was plundered. In order to obtain gold coins, Darius not only bought the gold in Borough City at a low price, but also continued to buy large quantities of gold from other cities to enrich his own treasure house. On this day, Darius chopped off the heads of dozens of yaks again, and finally heard the familiar system voice. How about a magic trick? Ding, the level is raised to level 8, and a new skill is unlocked, Demon Clown Sarcos or skill Phantom. Unlock a new summoner skill, Purification. Phantom, Darius creates a Phantom clone. The Phantom clone has 50% of Darius's power. If the Phantom clone is fatally injured or 24 hours later, the Phantom clone will explode and split into 3 smaller clones. The smaller clones have 30% of Darius's power and will disappear after being fatally injured or 8 hours later. Cooldown time is 100 hours. Purification, remove all controls on the body. Cooling time 240 hours. Seeing these 2 skills, Darius nodded secretly in his heart. At least they were quite normal skills. Soon, the attribute panel appeared in front of Darius. Darius, 24 years old. Level 8, experience points required to reach level 9, 0.1/12800 experience points, gold coins, 3122. Innate skills, bleeding, massive destruction, cooling time 5 hours, crippling strike, cooling time 1 hour, ruthless iron hands, Noxian guillotine, cooling time 120 hours. Other skills, natural phantom, cooling time 2 hours, destiny, cooling time 180 days, call of destiny, cooling time 150 hours, long steps to godhood, demonic sublimation, cooling time 100 days, phantom, cooling time 100 hours. Talents, grasp of the undying, cooldown 4 hours, conqueror. Summoner skills, mark, cooling time 48 hours, flash, cooling time 300 hours, barrier, cooling time 240 hours, purification, cooling time 240 hours. Equipment column, detective guard, cooling time 240 hours, divine perspective, cooling time 180 hours, black spear. 38. Chapter 38, Gentle Land Hero's Tomb. I finally upgraded, Darius muttered to himself, shaking off the blood on the black cleaver. The blood remaining on the axe blade looked even more creepy under the sunlight. The workers around him continued to work, and Darius swung the black cleaver again and chopped off the head of a yak, gaining plus 0.1 experience points. Looking at the experience points, Darius smiled contemptuously. Although he stayed in Borough City, and there was a fixed place to gain experience points every day, Darius got tired of it after a long time. Now Darius has enough gold coins to buy equipment. After thinking for a long time, Darius hesitated for a long time between the 2 pieces of equipment, black cleaver and heart steel, because judging from the attributes alone, black cleaver can be said to be Darius' core equipment. Moreover, the attributes of the black cutter here are somewhat different from those of the black cutter in the game. Black cutter, price 3,000 gold coins. HP plus 400, attack power plus 55. Unique passive, slash. Dealing physical damage to an enemy will inflict 6% armor reduction for 10 minutes, stacking up to 5 times, up to 30% armor reduction. Unique passive, Soul Harvest. Killing a Devil Fruit ability user will increase attack power by 3 points. The black cleaver in the game does not have the passive skill of Soul Harvest, which means that the current black cleaver is an equipment that can grow. The heart steel is also an equipment that can grow. both in the game and in reality. Heart Steel, price 3,000 gold coins. HP plus 900, HP recovery plus 200%. Unique passive Huge Devour. When the distance to the Devil Fruit user is less than 700 meters, you can charge up for 3 minutes and then launch a powerful attack. The charged attack will cause 100 plus 10% of the health from the equipment, additional physical damage, and provide 5 maximum health points. Each target has a 30-hour cooldown. Unique passive Goliath. For every 1,000 HP provided, the height will increase by 1 centimeter. These two equipments have a characteristic. They are both equipments that can have growth attributes. And for the Devil Fruit user, Black Cleaver needs to kill the Devil Fruit user to gain attack power, while Heart Steel only needs to attack the Devil Fruit user to gain 12 health points. 2 days later, in the Manor Castle, Darius woke up from the big bed. And on the big bed, there were 3 women lying next to Darius. As soon as Darius got up, several women also got up, each of them looking charming and enchanting. "Master, you're up so early." "Yes, if you want to sleep, then sleep a little longer," Darius said and wanted to get up, but the 3 women showed a charming posture, and their slender arms hugged Darius like a koala. Owner. Looking at their seductive looks, Darius couldn't bear it any longer and started fighting with them immediately. After working for an hour, Darius got up and took a shower. Looking at himself in the mirror, he found that he was still strong, and his muscles were very obvious, but there was a hint of haggardness in his eyes. Shit, this won't do. How could I be so depraved? Hiding in such a small town every day to play with women. Damn, Darius, you're the man who is going to conquer this sea, Darius said to himself in the mirror. Since the unification of Boluo City 3 years ago, I have become addicted to enjoyment. Although I also gain experience points by slaughtering livestock, the experience points increase too slowly. Moreover, now that he has become the undisputed overlord of Boluo City, although he exercises every day, the time for exercise has changed from several hours a day in the beginning to 1 hour a day later, and even no practice all day. The reason was simple. Every day there were all kinds of women throwing themselves at him, and all kinds of delicious food waiting to be enjoyed, which made Darius indulge in the pleasure of the flesh and the joy of food every day. Even so, Darius's muscles were still strong, but in the past 3 years, Darius's strength did not improve much. It was probably only after the level was upgraded not long ago that his strength had a leap forward growth. This would not work in the long run. Darius clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, "No, I can't stay here any longer. I'm only level 8 now, and every time I level up, the experience points I need will double. Even if I slaughter livestock now, each one can only bring 0.1 experience points. We must go out to sea as soon as possible." After taking a quick shower, Darius walked out of the bathroom. Outside, a blonde woman looked at him seductively. Darius also looked at her calmly, then walked over and hugged her in his arms and said, "Lennis, why didn't you go to training today? When I go out to sea in the future, it will be very dangerous if my strength is not enough." Lannis also looked at Darius with a charming face, hugged his neck, and said, "Didn't you see Lord Darius? I really miss you so much. And why do you have to go out to sea? This Burrow City is already our world. Why do we have to go out and take risks?" Lannis joined the Tianfeng gang 2 years ago. Because she was beautiful and powerful, she soon became Darius's woman and a member of the Roxas organization. Although her strength was not as good as that of the Red Chain Snake, she was still a powerful woman, a rare talent. "There is not much meaning in staying here any longer. Going out to sea is a matter of time," Darius said solemnly. That was because Burrow City was now completely his territory, and he really couldn't find a place to gain experience that Darius wanted to choose to leave. "After all, there is still a lot of room for my growth, and the higher the level, the more experience points I need, so I must go out to sea." Maybe if he stayed in Boluo City and relied on the economic development of the Tianfeng gang, he might be able to buy 6 sets of equipment in a dozen years. However, this was too slow. He could rely on the Tianfeng gang to earn money to buy gold for the equipment, but he could only rely on himself for experience points. Lannis smiled charmingly and kissed him with her seductive red lips. "No matter where Lord Darius goes, I will follow you. I also believe that Lord Darius will become the king of this sea." Looking at the charming Lannis, Darius suddenly felt a burst of heat in his lower abdomen again. He directly pulled Lannis and threw her onto the big bed. The two of them quickly entered into physical pleasure. In the following days, Darius continued to train, eat, read newspapers, and slaughter cattle as usual. Whitebeard and Golden Lion have done something big again. Looking at the content on the newspaper, Darius sighed again and looked at Whitebeard's latest bounty, 3.944 billion berries. I remember that when Whitebeard was in the Rocks Pirates, his bounty was over 1 billion now. It has only been 6 years since the Rocks Pirates were disbanded, but his bounty has tripled to a terrifying level. The bounty for the Golden Lion has now reached 3.732 billion Baileys, almost 3 times more than before. You know, Rock's bounty at that time was only 5.5684 billion Baileys. After Rock's death, the pirate with the highest bounty became Roger. Roger's bounty was 4.3889 billion Baileys, making him the pirate with the highest bounty in the world today. And now in this ocean, the Roger Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Hiko Pirates have become the 3 most powerful pirate groups today. Apart from these, there is another person, the Lone Red, Barlow Redfield, whose bounty is also 3.56 billion Baileys, but he does not have a pirate group, but he can compete with the other 3 alone. Looking at today's newspaper, Darius felt anxious again. Hey, I have really been here for too long now. I feel out of tune with the world. What's wrong, Lord Darius? Just reading a newspaper. Why do you look so sad? A woman with long blue hair, sitting next to Darius, asked puzzledly. This woman's name is Yumi, and she is also one of Darius' women. She is a very gentle, charming, and soul-stirring woman. Darius did not answer, and Yumi looked at the content on the newspaper and encouraged him. I believe that Lord Darius is not weaker than them. As long as the time is right, Lord Darius will definitely make a big splash. He is just accumulating strength now. Darius didn't want to talk much. The longer he stayed in Burrow City, the more he saw his former companions on the same ship. Their names appeared frequently in the newspapers, and the bounty was rising rapidly. Darius felt an inexplicable panic and dissatisfaction in his heart. Having also left Rock's One Piece, I had a great start. Not only did I have the League of Legends system, I also had an extremely powerful mythical beast devil fruit. How come I have no ambition at all and just enjoy the present moment every day? I must have been greatly influenced by my past life. It's been almost 7 years since I came to this world, and I haven't changed yet. No, I have to get out of my comfort zone. It won't be too late to enjoy it slowly after I become the king of this sea. Thinking of this, Darius became more determined. Yumi, who was standing next to him, snuggled in Darius's arms, exhaling orchid fragrance, and said charmingly, Master, I want it. Suddenly, after hearing these words and smelling the fragrance of Yumi, all the thoughts just now disappeared. It can only be said that it is really a gentle place and a hero's grave. How can a young man like Darius, who is full of passion, withstand such temptation? He smiled evilly and said, What a charming little goblin. Okay, the master will satisfy you well today. With that, Darius walked directly into the room with Yumi in his arms, and soon there were bursts of joyful sounds in the room. 39. Chapter 39 Navy. In April 1492, another 2 years had passed. After several years of comfortable life, Darius was intoxicated with it, but he also had an indescribable sense of crisis in his heart, and it became stronger and stronger. But basically in his comfortable life, Darius also maintained the most basic exercise every day. That is for equipment, Darius finally chose Heart Steel. After all, there are still several people with special abilities in the Tenho gang, so Darius can stack the passive of Heart Steel through them. On this day, the crisis finally came. The Kingdom of Flowers Army, Navy, and police forces jointly raided the headquarters of the Tenho gang. After Darius learned about it, he immediately ran out with Black Cutter. Darius had been running Burrow City for 5 years and could be said to be the undisputed overlord of Burrow City. He had faced the Flower Kingdom army and pirates before, but he defeated them easily in the end. However, this time Darius had to take it seriously, because this time not only the Royal Army and police forces came, but also the Navy. At this time, Vice Admiral Lao Bai was commanding his Navy and police forces to arrest members of the Tian Feng gang, while Wang Guojun was also arresting members of the Tian Feng gang. If they encountered resistance, they would be executed on the spot. Faced with the joint attack of the Navy, the Kingdom's army, and the police, the Tian Feng gang gradually lost the battle and began to retreat into the manor. Ah, what a surprise! Isn't this the territory of the Flower Kingdom? It seems that the Flower Kingdom is given its permission. It's beyond my expectation. Just as the laughter had not died down, Darius, holding the black cleavers, stepped into the battlefield aggressively. His eyes were like torches, and he instantly locked onto the Vice Admiral of the opposite Navy. He immediately greeted him. Isn't this Vice Admiral Bai? Long time no see, but I guess you don't remember me at all. After all, I was just a pawn on the Beehive Island. Vice Admiral Lao Bai, an elite Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, is nearly 60 years old. He has been firmly in the position of Vice Admiral for 30 years. He is of the same generation as legendary figures such as Sengoku and Garp. Although he is slightly inferior in talent and strength, he is also an indispensable veteran in the Navy. It's Boss Darius. Great. Who can compete with Boss? These cops are doomed today. Boss is personally taking the field. The balance of victory has tilted towards us. The members of the Tian Feng gang around were shouting excitedly. Since the Tianfeng gang unified Baoyuo City 5 years ago, although they have been repeatedly besieged by the police and the kingdom army, they were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot in front of Darius's incomparable fighting power. They won every battle, which made the gang members full of unconditional trust and admiration for him. Vice Admiral Bai stared at Darius with a gloomy face. He knew Darius very well in his heart. He said coldly, "Darius, you are a remnant of the former Roxas pirates. I never thought you would hide here. Surrender quickly or you will die." Darius's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "What a big battle. In the past, it was just a small fight by the kingdom army, but today even the navy has been dispatched, which makes me a little excited. However, if you want me, Darius, to surrender, I am afraid of your ability." In the police team, an officer shouted angrily, "Darius, your Tianfeng gang is rampant in Baoyuo City, endangering everyone and even the peace of several surrounding cities. Such evil forces must be eliminated as soon as possible. Now lay down your weapons and surrender immediately, otherwise you will be severely punished." Facing this heavy siege, Darius was not afraid, but even more wild. He pointed his black cleaver at Lieutenant General Oldby with a grim smile and roared, "To be honest, it's been a long time since I met a decent opponent. I hope you can bring me some fun today. Guys, come on, kill him without leaving a single piece of armor." After saying that, Darius swung his axe suddenly. A sharp axe blade cut through the sky and went straight towards Lieutenant General Bai. This attack was not only a clarion call for war, but also ignited the fighting spirit in the hearts of the Tianfeng gang. They charged towards the navy, police, and the kingdom army like a tide. Soon, the navy, Wangguojun, and the police jointly started a gunfight with members of the Tianfeng gang. The Wangguojun had long wanted to eliminate the Tianfeng gang, a cancer in Baoyuo City, but the Tianfeng gang was too powerful. The Wangguojun once sent tens of thousands of troops to encircle and suppress them, but ultimately failed. Darius went straight to the strongest Vice Admiral Bai, because this is a world of sea, and the Navy is the strongest military force under the world government. The combined strength of the police force and the army is less than 1/3 of the Navy. Lieutenant General Bai was not afraid. He drew the sword at his waist and rushed towards Darius. With a ping sound, the domineering blade and the axe blade collided, and sparks flew out. Finger gone. When the first strike failed, Lieutenant General Bai immediately freed up one hand and launched an attack. Darius watched and quickly dodged, avoiding the attack and retreating, but Lieutenant General Bai was still strong and had extremely rich combat experience. As soon as Darius retreated, he immediately chased after him. Darius did not dare to be careless. After all, the strength of this veteran lieutenant general should not be underestimated. White snake scales immediately appeared on his body. 8 snake tails appeared behind his buttocks, and 7 snake heads grew out of his neck and shoulders. Suddenly, flames spewed out of one of the snake heads, forcing Lieutenant General Bai to retreat. Is this the animal-type mythical beast, Yamata Noroki form? And it's in human beast form. Lieutenant General Bai looked at Darius's current appearance. His feet and hands were still there, but there were 8 snake tails behind his buttocks, 7 snake heads on his shoulders, and his body was covered with white snake scales. There is also a pair of dragon horns. Ha ha ha, after all, you are the Vice Admiral of the Marine Headquarters. I will have to give my all to deal with you. Your body in beast form is too big, and I am not very flexible fighting against you. Darius grinned grimly. After entering the human beast form, Darius' height reached about 3 meters, not much bigger, and his hands and feet were very flexible. Darius grinned and said, "You are a veteran Vice Admiral in the Navy. Let me see, I can use you to test my strength." The two men fought again. Lieutenant General Bai fought very steadily, and his swordsmanship had reached the level of a great swordsman. His two-color domineering was also very strong. However, his observation haki could not foresee the future, and his armament haki could not achieve internal destruction, but the amount of domineering was 1 point stronger than Darius's. Another fight, Darius grabbed Lieutenant General Bai with one hand, and a snakehead on his neck sprayed out a poisonous mist, and Lieutenant General Bai was immediately surrounded by the poisonous mist. Darius tightly grasped Lieutenant General Bai's wrist and grinned. "We haven't played yet, Flamestorm." 2 more snake heads appeared, respectively emitting flames and hurricanes. With a loud bang, Darius retreated dozens of steps. However, Lieutenant General Bai, who was in the attack circle, was not so lucky. He rolled around in a very embarrassing manner, and the cloak of justice on his body was also singed by the flames. Cough, cough, cough. Lieutenant General Bai kept coughing, his face turning purple, and it was not only from the burning of the flames, but also from the poisonous gas he inhaled. Lieutenant General. The surrounding Navy men were also anxious. Damned pirates, go to hell. The surrounding Navy men immediately raised their guns and fired bullets continuously. With the sound of ping ping ping, the bullets hit Darius's snake scales and bounced off one after another, unable to break the scales on Darius' body. He looked at the Marines who were shooting at him with a grim smile, swung the black cutter in his hand, and chopped at them with axe energy. Suddenly, streaks of blood splattered on the Marines' bodies. The experience points were quickly credited to Darius, which made him very happy. As expected, the Navy was much stronger than the gangsters. The lowest experience points were all above 0.8, which made Darius very happy. If there weren't so many people from the Tianfeng gang around, Darius would have wanted to use the demon sublimation directly. Looking at the old lieutenant general by who was being protected by the soldiers, Darius grinned and said, "Ha ha ha, is that all? Old lieutenant general, bye. Humph, it's just the poison gas released by the devil fruit. It's not a natural poison gas. Let me tell you, hockey can restrain all devil fruits." As he said that, Lieutenant General Bai roared, and a terrifying armed color hockey burst out from his body, quickly clearing the poison gas in his body, and his face soon returned to normal. "Not bad. You are worthy of being an elite vice admiral in the Navy." Darius did not look surprised. If a vice admiral of the Navy headquarters could be defeated so easily by him, then the future of the Navy should be worried. Then let's continue. Darius rushed towards Lieutenant General Bai again. Lieutenant General Lao Bai was not afraid at all and rushed over again, and the two men fought again. The more they fought, the more excited Darius became, as so far he hadn't used any skills yet. But as time went on, his blood rage and conqueror were stacked up. The 7 snake heads kept spurting out various elemental attacks, forcing Lieutenant General Bai to dodge. His defeat was about to become apparent. Although Lieutenant General Bai has rich combat experience and is also a swordsman, he is not as talented as them. He can have the strength he has today only because of his own efforts. His strength has stagnated for more than 10 years, and in fact, with his age, his strength has even shown a downward trend in recent years. 40. Chapter 40. Traitors Must Die. Vice Admiral, please allow us to lend you a helping hand. Seeing that Vice Admiral Bai was in trouble, 3 young Commodores stepped forward without hesitation. They were all elites born in the Navy headquarters. Each of them was confident in their own strength and quickly joined the fierce battle against Darius. Come on, the more people the better, let's have a good fight." Darius laughed wildly. Fighting 1 against 4, his fighting spirit became higher and higher. However, the deepening of the battle quietly planted a strange seed in his body. An inexplicable feeling of weakness quietly spread and became stronger and stronger, making him wonder, "What is going on? Why do I feel so weak? Is it a side effect of the poisonous fog? No, it is my own poisonous fog. It can't hurt me. Is it some special devil fruit ability user, or are those guys secretly poisoning? Impossible. They don't stand a chance at all." The uneasiness in his heart spread like wildfire. At this moment, a Navy's sharp blade pierced his abdominal defense, forcing him to retreat again and again. The Navy is quite capable. Darius cursed in his heart and decided to fight quickly to get out of this unfavorable situation. At this moment, he was suddenly hit hard on the back, and an unprecedented wave of weakness swept over his body. He saw a beautiful woman with golden hair like a waterfall, holding a dagger inlaid with sea stone, standing coldly behind him. This person was his woman, Lannis. What's wrong with her? Her betrayal was like a bolt from the blue, leaving Darius in disbelief. The anger and pain of being betrayed by the woman he loved was intertwined. He looked at Lannis and asked, "Why?" As he spoke, Darius wanted to reach out and grab her. Shave. Lannis flashed and used the Navy 6 style's unique skill shave to easily avoid the attack. This familiar movement made Darius suddenly realize that she was actually an undercover agent of the world government. Being stabbed by the sea stone dagger, Darius could no longer use his abilities. The snake head, snake tail, and scales on his body gradually faded away. The suppression of the sea stone made him lose all his strength. Just as he tried to remove the dagger, a gunshot rang out. Yumi accurately hit his arm with a bullet wrapped in armed color domineering. This scene once again hit his psychological defense line. Yumi. Everything happened so fast that Darius' voice was full of disbelief, and the Navy took the opportunity to launch an offensive, with thick chains binding him tightly like a cage. The surrounding members of the Tianfeng gang were shocked when they saw this scene. They were confused and terrified. Boss Darius. Why did Sister Lannis do this? Yumi too. Did they have a misunderstanding? When Red Chain Snake saw Darius being caught, she felt very uncomfortable. Although this man whom she once loved deeply was very fickle, Red Chain Snake was still obsessed with Darius in her heart. Because of the Red Chain Snake's personality, she was less obedient to Darius, so except for the initial favor she received from Darius, Darius's love was later given to younger and more beautiful women like Lannis and Yumi. However, even though they were women who had long lost favor with Darius, Red Chain Snake's face was cold at the moment, and he said, "Don't you understand? These two women were undercover agents planted by the government beside Lord Darius from the very beginning." As soon as these words were spoken, panic quickly spread among the crowd. Some suggested running away, while others were already at a loss. The Red Chain Snake shouted at this time, "Don't be afraid. Find a way to save Lord Darius. Follow me." As he spoke, some of Darius's loyal subordinates followed the Red Chain Snake to try to rescue him. Darius was very moved when he saw that Red Chain Snake actually wanted to save him. He rarely touched Red Chain Snake now. Although Red Chain Snake was still Darius' woman in name, she had long been banished to the cold palace by Darius, and he only valued her strength. Thinking of this, Darius looked up at Lannis, his favorite woman, with anger and coldness in his eyes and said, "I didn't expect that the person closest to me would betray me." Lannis raised a complicated smile and looked at Darius with a barely perceptible apology in her voice. "I'm so sorry, Lord Darius. My loyalty always belongs to the world government." When Darius heard this, the anger in his chest erupted like a volcano. He had long suspected that there might be undercover agents planted by the Navy or the world government around him. After all, the number of people in the Tenho gang was as high as more than 30,000, so it would not be surprising if there were undercover agents. Therefore, he had been very careful over the years. However, he had never expected that the world government had already quietly placed people like Lannis and Yumi around him, and he had never noticed IT.no, or he had already noticed it before, but was attracted by their beauty and was unwilling to think about IT. Had to be said that this was his mistake. As the news of Darius's arrest spread quickly, the members of the Tion Phone gang fell into panic and despair, and they fled in all directions. After all, even Darius, the undefeated god of war in their minds, was not spared. So how could they have the courage to continue to compete with a powerful navy? Soon, Darius was tightly bound by heavy iron chains. His body seemed extremely weak due to the effects of the drugs, as if he was shrouded in a thick dark cloud, and his consciousness became blurred. At this moment, Darius suppressed his discomfort, looked at the two women with a sharp gaze, and asked in a hoarse but firm voice, "It was you who drugged me?" Lannis still maintained her charming charm, with a smile on her lips, the playful smile. "This is also a helpless move, Lord Darius. You are too powerful. How can I easily subdue you if I don't use some tricks?" Darius smiled bitterly when he heard this, and an indescribable sadness surged in his heart. He knew that even if he didn't want to provoke the Navy and the world government and wanted to live a rich life in Burrow City, the world government and the Navy would never let him go easily. As a pirate, especially a pirate with a bounty, it was impossible for him to really live the life of an ordinary person. "I already knew all this, but I still fell into the comfort of the gentle land, and finally it became like this," Darius asked coldly. "Next, how do you plan to deal with me? Will you execute me publicly or send me to impel down and lock me up?" Lannis's smile was still charming, but there was a hint of coldness in her words. Who can be sure? However, it seems that the superiors do not intend to take your life easily. Otherwise, you would have been dead long ago. Darius couldn't help but smile bitterly as he listened to Lannis's extremely gentle voice saying such vicious words. He deeply realized that a woman's heart is indeed as deep as the sea, gentle yet cruel. IT is indeed the tomb of heroes in the land of gentleness. The moment he became a pirate, there was only one way for him to go, and that was to reach the top of the world and pull the five elders and him down from the top of the world. IT was not that he did not have the ability to do so. He possessed the ability of the mythical beast Yamanoroki. And he also had the system, but IT was ridiculous that he would go back and yearn for stability just like in his previous life. "It's not that easy to kill me." Darius' eyes suddenly became extremely cold. Although he was bound by sea stone chains, preventing him from using the devil fruit, his skills would not be affected by the sea stone. Devil's Ascension. Instantly, countless shadow demons emerged from Darius' body, condensing into a pair of huge demon wings behind him, emitting a frightening aura. The shadows floating in his body shocked the Navy present. Purification. With Darius's low shout, the chains that bound him instantly turned into dots of light and dissipated into the air. At this moment, he was wearing a demon cloak formed by shadow demons, with wings spread out behind him like the king of the night. His eyes flashed with scarlet light as if a real demon had descended to the world. "Come on, Marines. The real battle has just begun." "What on earth are these black shadows? What are they? I can't even attack them. Are they ghosts? Damn it. What kind of monster is this? It has no entity at all, and yet it can be transmitted through the human body. I feel like the positive power in my body seems to be devoured bit by these black shadows. This black shadow seems to have the ability to deprive vitality." Soon, as Darius released these shadow demons, the battlefield became noisy again. Both the Navy and the Kingdom's soldiers were pierced through by these sudden shadow demons, and an indescribable feeling of weakness instantly swept over their bodies. A naval colonel, with determination flashing in his eyes, swiftly swung his saber wrapped in domineering power, cutting through the air, vowing to split the evil thing in two. "Use domineering power to kill it," he shouted excitedly. However, before he finished speaking, the shadow demon that seemed to be cut off miraculously split into two, and like a ghost, one on the left and one on the right invaded the colonel's body and suddenly passed through his back, but there was no wound on his body. Damn it, the power is disappearing. Are these monsters immortal? When the colonel was pierced through by these shadow demons, he felt that the strength in his body was taken away instantly. Shock and despair were intertwined in his heart. Faced with the devil's sublimation performed by Darius, this non-devil fruit but more terrifying power, the Navy, the Kingdom Army, the police, and even the members of the Tenho gang could not escape the doom. The shadow demon did not distinguish between friend and foe, and with Darius as the center, all living things within a 500-meter range became its target of devouring. This scene shocked everyone present, and they all exclaimed, "What kind of horrible existence is this?" Lieutenant General Bai, an experienced general, also looked incredulous at this moment. Is this the awakening of the devil fruit? But he is clearly bound by sea stone, so he should not be able to use the power of the fruit. What is going on? The members of the Tian Phone gang, who were in despair, saw that Darius not only did not fall, but stood up in an unprecedented manner. Hope was rekindled in their eyes. Boss Darius. I knew that Boss Darius was invincible. How could he be defeated by the Navy? Brothers, cheer up and follow Boss Darius to kill these cops. Their morale quickly recovered under the influence of Darius, as if they were injected with new vitality. At this time, Darius' body underwent another amazing change. It transformed into the human beast form of the Yamada no Orochi. His cold eyes stared straight at Lannis, causing the latter to involuntarily step back repeatedly. She was filled with fear and confusion. Darius was clearly chained. How did he break free? Just as she was about to beg for mercy, a sharp axe flashed like lightning and cut off her head in an instant. Then, Darius jumped up and stomped heavily, completely smashing Lannis's head, demonstrating his unparalleled dominance and determination. 41. Chapter 41 Killing. All betrayers must die. Darius' words revealed an unquestionable determination. Before he finished speaking, his three snake heads suddenly opened, spewing out flames, lightning, and hurricanes respectively. These three elemental forces instantly intertwined and merged in the air, condensing into a destructive energy cannon, which bombarded Yumi mercilessly. This woman who was still on the boat this morning and was gentle to Darius was destroyed in the dazzling light with a deafening explosion, leaving only a mess. A cruel smile appeared on Darius's lips, but this was only the beginning of the operation to eliminate the traitors. He hated these spies of the world government who were undercover beside him and made him be deceived after giving his feelings. Members of the Tian Phone gang, your mission is to track down and capture all the traitors. I will kill them all with my own hands. Darius' voice resounded through the sky with irresistible majesty. Yes. The responses came in unison, echoing throughout the battlefield. Then Darius's eyes were as sharp as an eagle, locked on Lieutenant General Lao Bai and others. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly jumped up and pounced forward. In the terrifying state of demonic sublimation, Darius's fountain of life seemed to never dry up, and he could recover quickly from every injury. This almost cheating healing ability made him a true immortal god of war on the battlefield. Ordinary soldiers were powerless against the shadow demons released by demon sublimation. These monsters had no substance, and every attack from them replenished Darius' strength. Vice Admiral Bai, a senior commander in the Navy, was not able to resist Darius at this moment, even though he was experienced. With the help of the demon sublimation, Darius recovered at an amazing speed, and even the scars just left disappeared in an instant. As for the weaker Navy and Kingdom soldiers, their vitality was drained away bit by bit under the continuous attacks of the shadow demons, and their bodies gradually withered and aged, as if they were being eroded by time. Run. As long as we get out of that range, we'll be safe. Some soldiers discovered the attack range of the shadow demons. With Darius as the center, 500 meters away was beyond their reach. However, for those who had already exhausted their strength, escaping became a luxury. Those monsters, they are devouring our lives. After witnessing the tragic plight of their companions, the surviving Marines finally realized that the inexplicable weakness they had felt before was a sign of their vitality being plundered. They were glad that they ran fast enough, but their hearts were filled with worry about the fate of their comrades. The Vice Admiral and the Brigadier General are still in there. What should we do? In the distance, The naval soldiers looked anxiously at the area shrouded in shadows. It was the territory of the sublimated demons and a forbidden area that they could not reach. I believe that the lieutenant general and his men will find a solution. At the critical moment, a naval captain stepped forward and stabilized the morale of the troops. What we need to do now is to concentrate our forces to deal with the other members of the Tianfeng gang. As for Darius, lead him to Lieutenant General Lao Bai and his men. At this moment, Darius stood in the center of the battlefield, facing Vice Admiral Old Bai and more than a dozen naval generals under his command who were proficient in domineering. He not only did not show the slightest fear, but in the state of demon sublimation, his injuries were recovering rapidly. Lieutenant General Lao Bai, a veteran warrior, also felt unprecedented pressure at this moment. His armament haki was consumed for a long time, and his haki was finally consumed. An invisible shadow demon silently penetrated his defense, like a kiss of death, instantly draining away more of his vitality and fighting spirit. Damn, actually. His words were full of reluctance and shock. Shadow demons, the product of the demon sublimation state, have no physical form, but they can be blocked by the armed color domineering. However, using domineering to protect the body for a long time means that even a domineering master like Lieutenant General Lao Bai will eventually run out of domineering as time goes by and fall into a desperate situation. Even Vice Admiral Old Bai is in this situation, and the situation of the other naval officers is even worse. Their domineering power is not as good as Vice Admiral Old Bai, and they have no way to deal with these unkillable shadow demons. Ha ha, it seems that your domineering aura is almost exhausted. Darius laughed wildly, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. If you can't kill me before my domineering aura is exhausted, then you will be the next to die. Don't worry, I don't have the habit of killing people cruelly. I will kill you with one axe and won't let you suffer too much. Darius licked his dry lips, his tone full of coldness and confidence. The surrounding Navy soldiers witnessed these horrific scenes, and their morale dropped to the freezing point. Those once majestic Navy generals became weak after being devoured by the shadow demons, and some were even directly sucked dry of their vitality and turned into shrunken corpses. This extraordinary power made everyone present feel terrified, and even their breathing became heavy. Retreat! Retreat quickly! Desperate cries echoed on the battlefield. However, how could Darius let them go so easily? Want to escape? Not so easy, Phantom. He growled and used his skill, Phantom. Although the Phantom clone only has 50% of the strength of the original body and cannot use its unique skills, it can use devil fruits and domineering, which is enough. Doppelganger, how many secrets does this guy have? Lieutenant General Bai's heart sank to the bottom. He knew that they all underestimated Darius's strength. At this moment, he was more like a terrifying monster from the New World, which made people afraid. Go away. Come and cover us. Lieutenant General Lao Bai held on to his exhausted body, tightly grasped his sword, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He knew very well that retreating at this moment was the only chance of survival, but this chance would come at the cost of his life. We must bring back Darius's information. This time, we underestimated the enemy. However, how could Darius give him this opportunity? Today, no one will escape. He roared, and the black cleaver in his hand was completely swallowed by the red light, emitting a terrifying aura. Noxian guillotine. With a roar, Darius leaped up like a raging wave and chopped down fiercely with black cleaver. The collision between the axe and Lieutenant General Lao Bai's sword caused an earth-shaking storm, and suddenly, where the two blades collided, dazzling lightning flashed. Lieutenant General Lao Bai gnashed his teeth and roared, "Go, I'll stop him." However, just as Lieutenant General Bai was concentrating his strength to face Darius's full-strength axe, the surrounding shadow demons once again played a fatal role. They penetrated Lieutenant General Bai's body, and Lieutenant General Bai suddenly felt a sense of weakness. Finally, the sword broke, and Lieutenant General Lao Bai's body was chopped down by the powerful force of the blow. It fell heavily to the ground, and blood spurted out of his body like a tide. Mr. Lieutenant General. The naval generals around witnessed this scene and were extremely sad. The elderly Lieutenant General Bai was lying powerlessly on the ground, with a shocking wound on his chest. The axe mark was so deep that one could even see the heart under the ribs. Darius stood beside old Vice Admiral Bai, staring at the scene. A smile of both admiration and cruelty appeared on the corner of his mouth. Haki is indeed powerful. He can still survive such a heavy blow. After that, he raised Black Cleaver high, chopped it down with one axe, and ended the life of the Vice Admiral. Soon, the words EXP plus 1433 appeared on the body of Lieutenant General Lao Bai. This was definitely the highest amount of experience Darius had ever gained since his time traveling through time. Then Darius glanced at the other alert naval commanders with cold eyes. Those generals, looking at the densely packed shadow demons around them, knew very well how terrifying the shadow demons were. Not only were these creatures impossible to kill, but there were also a large number of them. They all activated their full-body armament domineering aura in an attempt to resist the ubiquitous invasion of darkness. But now even their highest commander, Vice Admiral Albai, was dead. Facing Darius's strength, no one could match him. A Commodore was on the verge of collapse, but he had to stay calm because of his duty. He shouted with his last bit of strength, "Retreat! Everyone retreat! Send a distress signal to the Navy headquarters immediately. We must survive and fight for justice." As soon as these words were spoken, the generals responded as if they had grabbed a life-saving straw, turned around and wanted to flee, hoping to escape the shadow of death. However, how could Darius let these prey go so easily? "Humph, how could I let you escape?" Looking at the fleeing Navy, Darius and his phantom clone quickly pursued them like hunting beasts. Today, this burrow city will become his hunting ground, and any prey that tries to escape will not be able to escape the doom. He wants to use his actions to tell the Navy and the world government that since you won't let me live a stable life as a rich man, then don't blame me for standing completely against your world government until the world government is destroyed. 42. Chapter 42 Upgrade. In the Grand Line, at the Navy headquarters Marineford, the bastion of maritime justice, Admiral Sora was buried in a mountain of documents, meticulously processing every report concerning the peace of the ocean. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps broke the silence in the room, and a messenger rushed in with a panicked look, his voice trembling slightly due to nervousness. "Marshal Kong, emergency! Lieutenant General Lao Bai's life paper has been completely turned into ashes just now." As soon as these words came out, Marshal Kong's face suddenly changed, and his disbelief was beyond words, as if even the air froze for a moment. He was about to ask for details when the den mushi on the desk rang at an inopportune time. The urgent ringing sound was like a death warrant, because ordinary small matters would not be called to his office phone. He had no time to think about it and quickly answered the phone. "I am Navy Marshal Kong. What's the emergency?" On the other end of the den mushi, the operator's voice was somewhat solemn. "Marshal Kong, an urgent report has come from Burrow City in the West Sea Flower Country. The Navy led by Vice Admiral Lao Bai has encountered a major accident. Right now, immediately, connect me to Lieutenant General Lao Bai's direct communication." Marshal Kong's voice revealed unquestionable determination, and every word was like a heavy hammer hitting people's hearts. Following a few bulu-bulu sounds, the den mushi was activated again, but this time the voice that came was a mixture of panic and despair. "Marshal Kong, I am Navy Colonel Xiao. We are on a mission to arrest the serious criminal Darius in Burrow City in the West Sea. However, his strength is far beyond our expectations, and we are in an unprecedented predicament. Vice Admiral Lao Bai." At this point, the voice was suddenly interrupted, replaced by a heart-wrenching scream and chaotic noise, followed by the dull sound of the den mushi falling to the ground, and then everything returned to silence. "Colonel Xiao, Colonel Xiao." Marshal Kong called out to the den mushi anxiously, but the only response he got was cold silence. At this moment, an unexpected situation occurred. The den mushi was picked up again, and a calm and almost indifferent voice came from the other end. "Hello." This sudden voice, like a sharp blade in the cold wind, made Marshal Kong feel a strong sense of uneasiness and premonition. He immediately asked in a majestic tone, "Who are you? Where is Colonel Xiao?" The person on the other end of the den mushi still maintained his cold and indifferent voice and asked back, "Who are you?" As the supreme leader of the Navy, Kong spoke with an unquestionable dignity. "I am the Admiral of the Navy, Kong. Are you Darius?" There was both confirmation and temptation in his words. "Ha ha ha, it's me. I didn't expect the person on the other end of the line to be the man at the pinnacle of the Navy." After confirming his identity, Darius laughed arrogantly, and then his tone turned chilling. "To be honest, after 5 years of comfortable life in Burrow City, I once thought of retiring, but you guys in the Navy are determined to force me into a dead end. In this case, I have no choice but to return to my old job. Just wait. Sooner or later, I will kill you, Admiral of the Navy." As soon as these words came out, Marshal Kong was furious. His dignity and authority as a Navy officer had been challenged like never before. He wanted to yell back, but he saw that the other end of the den mushi was silent. Apparently, the other party had hung up the call. This sudden change made Kong even more furious. He angrily punched the table and shouted, "Arrogant! How arrogant! How dare a mere pirate speak such arrogant words to me?" However, as the leader of the Navy, Sora quickly suppressed his anger and regained his composure. He knew that anger could not solve any problems, so he turned to ask about the current strategic deployment. Where are Vice Admiral Garp and Admiral Zephyr now? The lieutenant at the side quickly and respectfully replied. Marshal, Vice Admiral Garp is currently in the New World hunting down the great pirate Roger, while Admiral Zephyr is stationed at the G1 base to ensure the stability and security of the New World. Kong frowned upon hearing this. Darius's strength was already extraordinary. Even the veteran Vice Admiral Oldby was defeated by him. If an ordinary Vice Admiral was sent, it would be ineffective. Only a strong man at the level of a general could be sent to fight him. At this moment, a steady and powerful voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, penetrating the silence in the room. Marshal Kong, do you need me to personally eliminate the arrogant pirates? After that, a Navy man wearing a cloak of justice and with a dignified face walked in. He was Admiral Sengoku. Facing Zhongguo's request, Marshal Kong shook his head slightly, his eyes deep. No, your duty is to stabilize the foundation of the Navy headquarters and ensure the safety here. As for the situation in the West Sea, let Vice Admiral Slit deal with it. With his strength, he should be able to arrest him. Slit, he is the Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, codenamed Xuanhu, and as the Admiral candidate of the Navy headquarters, his combat power is also outstanding among all the Navy. If it weren't for the prestige and strength of the hero Garp, Slit might have been promoted to the rank of Admiral. Meanwhile, Darius fought a long and brutal battle in the ruins of Burrow City. He alone destroyed the invading naval fleet in one day and one night, leaving the enemy no room to retreat. However, even he could not stop the scattered fleeing naval forces, Royal Army, and police. Boom! With the last loud bang, there was no life within a radius of 500 meters centered on Darius. Only the demonic light surrounding Darius released a destructive energy wave, sweeping around like the end of the world. At this time, Darius was on the edge of Burrow City, which was already deserted. The residents fled in fear. They were well aware of the indiscriminate attacks of the Shadow Demon, and no matter whether they were enemies or innocent civilians, they would have their lives sucked away indiscriminately by the Shadow Demon. Now Darius sat on the top of the ruins. Even after a day and a night of fighting, no, it should be said that it was a massacre. The battle was over in the first 2 hours, and the rest of the time was a one-sided massacre. Although the Shadow Demons released by the Demon Sublimation can quickly heal his physical injuries, the mental fatigue is difficult to erase. How many lives did he kill in this day and night? Thousands, tens of thousands, or more? He no longer has time to count them, but he knows that countless lives have disappeared in his hands, including many innocent civilians. However, for Darius, the Navy soldiers are his focus of hunting, because they have more experience points. As for the others, they were killed by Darius's attack, and they can only say that they were unlucky. At this time, Darius finally opened his attribute panel. Darius, 26 years old. Level 9 experience points required to reach level 10. 17222/25600 experience points. Gold coins, 722. Innate skills: Bleeding, Massive Destruction, cooling time 5 hours. Crippling Strike, cooling time 1 hour. Ruthless Iron Hands, Noxian Guillotine, cooling time 120 hours. Other skills: Natural Phantom, cooling time 2 hours. Destiny, cooling time 180 days. Call of Destiny, cooling time 150 hours. Long Steps to Godhood, Demonic Sublimation, cooling time 100 days. Phantom, cooling time 100 hours. Reincarnation Despair, cooling time 140 days. Talents: Grasp of the Undying, cooldown 4 hours. Conqueror, Second Wind. Summoner skills: Mark, cooling time 48 hours. Flash, cooling time 300 hours. Barrier, cooling time 240 hours. Purification, cooling time 240 hours. Equipment column: Detective Guard, cooling time 240 hours. Divine Perspective, cooling time 180 hours. Black Spear, Heartsteel, cooling time 30 hours. That's right, after a night of killing last night, Darius leveled up and gained a large amount of experience points, which was more than what he had gained in Burrow City in 5 years. It can only be said that Darius was too conservative before and thought that he had to develop in a defensive way. But in fact, his strength might have already been ranked among the best in the world, and now he has obtained the skill of Iron Wraith Mordekaiser, Desperate Reincarnation, and the Talent Wind of Recovery. Samsara Despair, pull the enemy into a different space for a one-on-one duel. Samsara Despair is a dark space. The vision of the enemy who enters Samsara Despair will be greatly hindered. Samsara Despair can last up to 7 hours. If the enemy is a Devil Fruit user, killing him in Samsara Despair can take away his Devil Fruit ability. Cooldown time is 140 days. Wind of Resurrection. After being attacked by an enemy, you will recover 4% of your lost health over the next 10 minutes. No cooldown. Not to mention Wind of Resurgence, Samsara Despair is definitely another magical skill. If Demon Sublimation is a large-scale AoE team battle skill, Then Samsara Despair is the strongest single-player skill that Darius possesses now. Not only can it kill the Devil Fruit user, but it can also seize the opponent's Devil Fruit ability. This is Darius' favorite, but the cooling time is a little long, and it can only be used twice a year. 43. Chapter 43, Going to Sea. After a long and depressing moment, the members of the Tian Feng gang, in extreme fear, approached Darius's location step by step and tremblingly. Although they had witnessed with their own eyes that the shadow demon surrounding Darius had dissipated without a trace, the lingering shadow in their hearts still made them hesitate. After all, the terrifying power displayed by those invisible and intangible shadow demons yesterday, the characteristics of being untouchable and irresistible, but able to quietly deprive lives, had been deeply imprinted in their hearts and minds, becoming a lingering nightmare. After making sure that the ominous creatures had completely gone away, the members of the Tian Feng gang mustered up their courage and cautiously approached Darius, who was sitting on top of the ruins. His figure seemed particularly lonely and majestic among the ruins, and people dared not look directly at him. Lord Darius. A gang member summoned up his courage and called out with a trembling voice. Darius heard the voice and slowly stood up. His steady and powerful movements once again made everyone's hearts tense. His eyes were calm, as if the thrilling battle just now had nothing to do with him. Have those traitors been caught? His voice was low and powerful, without a trace of emotion. Hearing Darius's question, the members of the Tian Feng gang finally woke up and realized that Darius in front of them had returned to normal. The red-chained snake hurried forward and replied respectfully, "Yes, sir, all the traitors have been captured." "Very well, let's go back," Darius ordered briefly. Back at the Tian Feng gang headquarters, everything was shocking. The once prosperous headquarters had now become a ruin, filled with the smoke of war. More than 20 traitors were tied up, covered in blood, and lying powerlessly on the ground. Darius looked at the people in front of him, feeling mixed emotions. He was surprised to find that there were many elite cadres in the Tian Feng gang, including Chixing, who he had placed high hopes on. "Red Star, I never thought that you were a pawn planted by the world government next to me." Darius looked at the scarred Red Star with a cold light in his eyes. They had high hopes for Red Star and thought that Red Star could replace Shen in the future and become his right-hand man. Although Red Star is not Shen's opponent now, he is young and did not expect that the other party is actually an undercover planted by the world government next to him. Akahoshi was now unrecognizable, his face blurred by blood, but he still maintained a stubborn look as Shen stepped forward and explained, "This man is from the police academy and is an agent of the world government CP organization. It was he who infiltrated the world government's power into us step by step. It turns out that the biggest undercover agent in the Phoenix gang was someone I brought in myself." Darius laughed bitterly, his heart full of bitterness and helplessness. He knew very well that although he conquered the Phoenix gang by force, he also inadvertently opened the door for the enemy. With anger and disappointment intertwined, Darius raised the black cleaver in his hand and chopped down mercilessly, beheading the traitors. Darius was never merciful to the traitors. Darius had not studied the study of emperors, nor did he have any profound skills to control people, but he knew that an iron fist could definitely deter all potential traitors. After executing these 20 or so spies of the world government, Darius gently swung the axe, splashing the blood and the blade onto the ground, and then asked Ashen in a low voice, "Ashen, what are the casualties of the Tenho gang?" Hearing this, Ashen's face was solemn, and he slowly said, "We have suffered nearly 30,000 casualties, and more than 15,000 deaths have been confirmed." Darius frowned when he heard that, and after a moment he was a little angry and disdainful. "Waste, they don't train normally. And this is the end at the critical moment. Well, just bury them properly." His words revealed his indifference to the passing of life, as if those sacrificed lives were nothing but insignificant dust. As soon as this was said, Ashen also nodded in agreement. In fact, the death of many brothers was not entirely due to the hands of external enemies, but the shadow demons summoned by Darius during the fierce battle devoured the vitality of a large number of seriously injured people. This led to the brothers who could have been treated being killed by Darius's shadow demons. However, when Ashen recalled Darius's terrifying power, his heart trembled. He felt that Darius's power seemed endless and he had no idea where his limit was. "So, how many people are left now?" Darius asked again, with unquestionable authority in his tone. Ashen responded quickly, "There are still about 17,000 of us, but there are many brothers who are seriously injured or have lost limbs, and some brothers have been deprived of part of their lifespan due to your power, sir." Darius nodded slightly, and his eyes swept over the members of the Tian Feng gang present, many of whom were wrapped in bandages. He said in a deep voice, "We have dealt a heavy blow to the Navy this time, and the world government will never give up easily. Burrow City is no longer a place to stay for long, and the only way to survive is to go to sea. You are all brothers who have been together for several years. Are you willing to go to sea with me, or choose to stay in Burrow City and wait for the world government's army to arrive?" Upon hearing this, the red-banded snake expressed its position without hesitation. "I swear to follow Lord Darius to the death and go out to sea." Bakugawa also agreed with a grim smile, and the other members of the 7 Demons of Purgatory and the top leaders of the Tianfeng gang expressed their willingness to follow. Under Darius's iron-fisted rule for 5 years, no one in Burrow City dared to have second thoughts. Moreover, they witnessed his heroic act of beheading the Vice Admiral yesterday. They knew that staying in the city would only lead to more violent retaliation. Only by following Darius could they have a glimmer of hope. Moreover, people go to higher places and water flows to lower places, so they naturally want to follow the strong. Darius stood there, his ears ringing with the passionate shouts of his men as they vowed to sail out to sea with him. Such loyalty and passion made him smile with satisfaction. Darius cleared his throat, his voice firm and powerful. "Very good. I officially declare that the Roxas pirates are established today. Former members of the Tenho gang, your positions will remain unchanged, and Ashen will be the vice-captain of the Roxas pirates." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an immediate burst of boiling cheers. "Oh, long live Lord Darius! Long live the Roxas pirates!" The former members of the Tenho gang, now crew members of the Roxas pirates, their common shouts resounded through the sky. Darius raised his hand at the right time, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then turned his gaze to Ashen beside him, with a bit of expectation in his tone. "Ashen, are all the things you have prepared over the years ready?" Upon hearing this, Ashen immediately bowed and replied, "Yes, Captain, everything is ready. I carefully recruited 122 of the top navigators in the West Sea and gave them rigorous and professional training. In addition, we are equipped with 55 pirate ships. Although many of them were seized from other pirate groups and then modified, they have different shapes. But these ships have also been tested by the sea and waves and are absolutely solid and reliable. In addition, the flagship you specially ordered to be built has been completed and can set sail at any time." After hearing this, Darius nodded with satisfaction and immediately gave an order. "Then let's prepare to go out to sea immediately. Pass the order down and quickly load food, fresh water, and other supplies onto the ship and prepare to set sail." As soon as these words came out, the red-chained snake couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. "Captain, are we leaving right away?" Darius's eyes were like torches, and his tone revealed an unquestionable determination. "Well, time is running out. It didn't matter before, but it doesn't matter now. I killed Vice Admiral Bai. His position in the Navy is very important. His death will definitely cause a strong reaction from the Navy. If the next attack is by a Navy Admiral, it will be troublesome." Although Darius can defeat Old Bai with the power of demon sublimation, the cooldown period of that skill is as long as 100 days. If he continues to stay in Burrow City, once a strong man like Sengoku or Garp comes, the consequences will be disastrous. Why then, even if Darius can escape with the help of the Destiny skill, the others will not be able to escape. They are all the foundations Darius has worked hard to build in the past 5 years. In the Grand Line, the Navy headquarters, Marineford. Admiral Kong stared at the photo of Darius, his brows furrowed, his eyes revealing uncontrollable indignation and determination. He said in a low and powerful voice, "Damn the remnants of the Rocks pirates. I didn't expect that they actually had such power. How hateful." The atmosphere in the Admiral's office was solemn and dignified. In addition to Admiral Sora himself, there were 2 heavyweights in the Navy. One was Admiral Sengoku with an afro, his eyes sparkling with wisdom and determination. The other was a beautiful middle-aged woman with an upright figure and blue hair hanging in a ponytail, Vice Admiral and Admiral Candidate Saru. After putting the photo down, Kong looked at Zhanghua and He in front of him and asked seriously, "The 5 elders asked me to issue a new bounty order for him as soon as possible. What do you think about his new bounty and those cadres of the Tianfeng gang? Should they also be issued a bounty?" Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke slowly at this moment. His voice was soft, but every word was sonorous. "Marshal Kong, we must reevaluate the bounty on this pirate. The 30 million berries in the past are obviously a joke to him. His strength is definitely not something that can be measured by a mere 30 million. Even those pirates with a bounty of 300 million may not be able to cause such a major setback to the Navy. As for those gang members, they are the scourge of the local people. This time, so many of our Navy personnel have died in the line of duty. Let's also issue a wanted notice for them." Upon hearing this, General Zhang's expression became more solemn. He said in a deep voice, "With Darius's strength, the bounty must be increased to at least 500 million, or even more than 800 million. According to the information sent back by the Navy soldiers who retreated, Darius's devil fruit is a mythical beast Yamata no Orochi, and its ability is also very strong. Each snake head contains a special ability, and is accompanied by an indescribable strange power. Although I have not yet confirmed whether the power of the black shadow that can devour human life mentioned by the soldiers is the awakened form of the devil fruit, the strength of the mythical beast ability user should not be underestimated. What is more worrying is that although he has not shown the domineering color domineering, his terrifying strength is already astonishing. I have even begun to sweat for Vice Admiral Slit. Whether he can successfully deal with Darius is indeed an unknown. Marshal Kong couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, with a trace of self-blame in his eyes. Indeed, I underestimated his strength. This 30 million bounty is just an old account from 8 years ago. Now we must face reality and increase his bounty to 500 million Baileys. At the same time, be sure to inform Lieutenant General Slit that when facing Darius, we must act cautiously and not be careless at all. Chapter 44. Roxas Pirates. On the other side, in the city of West Sea Borough, Darius quickly drew the pirate flag. This is it, have someone make it quickly. Darius ordered Ashen. Ashen looked at the pirate flag. It was called a pirate flag, but there was no skull on it. The flag was in the shape of an axe, which was very consistent with Darius' identity. After all, Darius' weapon was an axe. However, what Darius drew was not his weapon, Black Cleaver, but the logo of Roxas. Ashen didn't ask any more questions and immediately ordered people to start making the pirate flag. A few hours later, the Roxas pirates took all the money of the former Tenho gang. Because the crew members were former gangsters and had basically never been to sea, they only knew about the sea from hearsay. However, they were also aware of the dangers of the sea, so they also brought enough food and fresh water. At this time, Darius was standing on the Iron Blood, a medium to large pirate ship, 123 meters long, 31 meters wide, a multi-masted sailing ship. The ship was built with wood from the precious tree Adam, and the facilities inside were also the best. As for the other 55 pirate ships, many of them were transformed from looted pirate ships, so they are of different sizes, but basically they are medium-sized or medium to large pirate ships, a total of 56 pirate ships, and the number of people in the Roxas pirates is as high as more than 17,000, although it has just been established. Darius dares to guarantee that his pirate group is definitely the strongest pirate group in the West Sea. Although the official crew of the Nox pirates is more than 17,000, the actual number is indeed more than 20,000, because the predecessor of the Roxas pirates was the Tenho gang, and many of those gang members have families. Some of them left their families in Borough City and chose to go to sea alone with Darius, while others directly took their families to sea. Therefore, although it is said that there are more than 17,000 people, the actual number of people in the Roxas pirates is more than 20,000. However, among these 20,000 people, half of them actually have no combat capability, except for the families of some crew members that in addition, many members were seriously injured or even had broken limbs when they were in Boluo City in the Navy. These people cannot fight until their injuries are recovered. Those crew members who went out to sea with their families all knew that they had become a thorn in the eyes and flesh of the world government. The world government would no longer tolerate them, and staying in Borough City would lead to death. So, even though they knew it was dangerous to go out to sea, they still chose to go out to sea. Set sail. With the order, 56 pirate ships set sail one after another. The members of the Roxas pirates were also very excited. They were all gangsters before, and they would not go too far away from Borough City, even if they took a ship. But this time, they were going to the New World, the great waterway known as the Devil's Sea. After setting out to sea, everything was relatively normal. But Darius also knew that the more people there were in a pirate group, the more likely accidents would occur. The waters on the West Sea were relatively normal, but once they reached the Grand Line, the waters and weather there would be extremely strange, and only those who could survive at that time would be the elites. After setting off, Darius quickly returned to the ship to rest. When he was the leader of the Tian Phone gang, he preferred to be a hands-off boss and leave everything to Ashen, Red Chain Snake, and the others. It is the same now. Although Ashen has never been a pirate, when Darius told him that he would go to sea sooner or later, Ashen began to catch up on the relevant knowledge about the sea. So Darius was more confident in handing over many things to him. Because even if Darius handled it himself, he might not do it better than Ashen. Although he was a former crew member of the Rox Pirates, he was just a trainee pirate and had no sailing experience at all. Back in the room, Lily immediately began to massage Darius' shoulders. Darius took out a Den Mushi and quickly called Shen, saying, Shen, next we need to have the brothers be on high alert to prevent any spies from the world government from making calls on the ship. If they want to make calls, have them use a public Den Mushi and not make private calls. Yes. Shen nodded and said, now on the sea, if there are really undercover agents on the ship, it won't be easy for them to tip off. After hanging up the phone, Darius immediately took out the devil fruit. This was the whispering fruit that he got 5 years ago. However, no one was willing to eat this rubbish fruit. After all, this devil fruit could only communicate with animals and was of no help to combat power. Now that he has become a pirate, no one is willing to eat this devil fruit. Lioli, come and eat this devil fruit, Darius said to Lioli. Aye. Lioli was also stunned when she heard it. She had followed Darius for several years. When they were in the Axe Gang, Lioli was already his maid. It was only because Lioli had no fighting ability that Darius had always treated her as an ordinary maid. After all, after Darius became the Lord of Burrow City, there were too many women. Yes, Darius said seriously. Although the whisper fruit is very useless, it can at least communicate with animals, right? Then Darius said solemnly, the sea is different from the land. After entering the Great Channel, the magnetic field will be different from that of the four seas. There is a possibility that the fleet will lose its way. When the whisper fruit is available, it can be used to communicate with birds and fish. Okay, I'll eat it. Lioli nodded, or rather, she couldn't refuse. After Darius handed the whisper fruit to Lioli, he continued, besides that, I also hope that you could develop this devil fruit well. Logically speaking, this devil fruit should be able to listen to the inner voice of humans. It will depend on your level of development at that time. Yes. Lioli listened and began to peel the skin, and Darius reminded, by the way, the taste of the devil fruit is not very good. Don't spit it out after eating it, understand? Lioli nodded cutely, then took the fruit pulp and started eating it, but it was obvious that the taste of devil fruits was not very good. At this time, in the New World, Honeycomb Island, Shiki, the captain of the Flying Pirates, looked at today's latest newspaper and grinned. This is really surprising. I thought you were dead a long time ago. I didn't expect you're still alive. Isn't this Darius? I miss him so much. He is still a pirate now. A middle-aged man next to Shiki was looking at the bounty in Shiki's hand with some emotion. If Darius saw this middle-aged man here, he would recognize him. He is Urkong, a former crew member of the second squad of the Rox Pirates. After the Rox Pirates were disbanded, he followed Shiki and is now also a senior officer of the Flying Pirates. I'm really looking forward to it. I hope we can meet again in the future. After Shichi finished speaking, he threw the newspaper aside and said to Urkong, send someone to contact him. Darius was once one of my subordinates, so go ask him if he is interested in joining my Flying Pirates. Urkong nodded and said, okay, leave this to me. However, some problems have arisen in the Roxas Pirates, as many crew members have never been on a ship before, and facing the wind and waves on the sea, many of them suffer from seasickness. The answer Darius gave was also very simple and clear. Let them spit. They will get used to it over time. After listening to this, Ashen did not dwell on this question anymore, and then asked, Captain, what is the goal of the next voyage? Let's go around the West Sea first. Although the Noxus Pirates have a large number of members, this is their first time at sea. They should first adapt to life at sea. Darius said this and then said seriously, also, naval battles are different from land battles. Once the ship is destroyed, if you can't swim, you will definitely be wiped out. Ashen also immediately assured, don't worry about this. Although the members of the Rox Pirates are not very good at swimming, at least they will not be easily drowned by the sea water. Let's build a reputation in the West Sea first. At the same time, we should also recruit some other pirate forces. It won't be too late to go to the Grand Line after 3 months when we have accumulated enough troops. Darius made a decision very quickly. He planned to wait until the cooldown time of the Devil Sublimation skill was up before marching to the Grand Line. It would also give the members of the Roxas Pirates a period of adaptation to the sea. Otherwise, they would be seasick every day and have no fighting power. If they encountered any emergencies in the Grand Line, that would be terrible. After hanging up the phone, Darius lay on the lounge chair again, enjoying the sunbath. Even if he was out at sea, Darius couldn't treat himself badly. As for the elite route like the Roger Pirates, the Red Hair Pirates, and the Straw Hat Pirates in the original work, he didn't want to follow it. The so-called elites were all honed in fighting. Lioli came over with a newspaper and said, Master, this is today's newspaper, and it also contains your new bounty. Only 500 million berries. Darius looked a little disappointed, feeling that the bounty was too low. Seeing that his nickname was still Axe, Darius was very dissatisfied. What the hell was this title? It was too ugly. Next time he encountered the Navy, he must ask them to change their title. Is it just me? The rest of the people don't have bounties yet. Yes, at the moment it seems that there is only a bounty on your behalf, Master. Lioli answered honestly. Darius didn't care too much about it. After sailing on the sea for a few days, he finally arrived at Pamir Town, which is also a small island called Pamir Island. The crew members of the Roxas Pirates also fully demonstrated their nature as pirates They used to be gang members, and collecting protection fees can be said to be innate. However, as a gang, in order to achieve sustainable development, they also knew how to exercise restraint when collecting protection fees from those who do business. But now that they have become pirates, they have let themselves go, infinitely magnifying the evil in their hearts and basically robbing the residents of the island. Darius did not try to stop them. We're pirates. Pirates are evil. As for pirates being brave sea warriors, free adventurers, etc., it is just a kind of beautification among pirates. Darius never thought of himself as a good person. If his men want to rob, let them go. Anyway, they just need to rob the gold on the island. 45, Chapter 45, Boy. As time went by, the members of the Roxas pirates gradually found their own rhythm on the vast ocean, and the trouble of seasickness became a thing of the past. Compared with the constraints of their former gangster career, the identity of pirates gave them unprecedented freedom and uninhibitedness. In this vast world, every thought and every action of theirs is no longer interfered by any external force. Whether it is the pursuit of wealth, excitement, or the release of the wildness deep in their hearts, it has become the norm of their lives. In the past, as the overlord of Boluo City, the Tianfeng gang, even though it was so powerful, had to always pay attention to the movements of the Kingdom of Flower Kingdom's army. The majesty of the law was still like a sword hanging over one's head. Now, as pirates, they have completely broken free from the shackles of the law and no longer have to worry about robbing property, committing murder and arson, or satisfying any needs. This complete freedom has also allowed the evil and greed deep in their hearts to be released and satisfied as never before. The actions of the Roxas pirates became more and more rampant. They not only plundered money and food, but also extended their greedy hands to innocent villagers, with young women as their main target. However, while expanding their influence, they also learned from past lessons and became more cautious and strict in recruiting new members to prevent undercover agents from infiltrating the world government again. Today, the Roxas pirates looted another village, not only stealing money and food, but also abducting all the young and beautiful women in the village. Asshole, damn pirate, let my sister go. At this moment, a little boy came towards the pirates with a wooden stick, knocked one of the pirates to the ground, and shouted angrily, "You are not allowed to hurt my sister." The members of the Roxas pirates around were also a little surprised when they saw the boy suddenly jumping out, and then they laughed out loud. Lao, what's wrong with you? Are you still drunk? You were hit by a little devil? The pirate named Lao was also very angry at this time. He drew out the long sword from his back and looked at the boy ferociously. "You little brat, you are looking for death. Don't." The girl immediately protected the little boy and said loudly, "Xiao Yu is just a child, don't hurt him." The boy named Xiao Yu once again stood in front of the girl. Although he was young, his eyes were very determined. "I'm fine, sister, I will protect you." Then he stood in front of the girl like a chicken and angrily said to the pirates in front of him, "You guys, are you really pirates? Why did you capture my sister? Why did you capture the rest of the villagers? Why did you steal our food and money? Are you still pirates like this?" Hearing this, the surrounding pirates were also stunned, and then all the pirates burst into laughter. This time, Quanlong in the distance also heard this. He was also very curious and walked over and asked, "Little ghost, according to you, we are not pirates, then what is considered a pirate?" Hearing this, the little boy said with a determined and yearning look on his face, "Pirates are the freest warriors on the sea." The pirates around were stunned again, and then they laughed even louder. I'm dying of laughter. Is this kid serious?" No, this joke is too funny. Who told you this, kid?" After hearing this, Quan Long sneered and said with a ferocious look on his face, "The freest warrior, kid, let me tell you, pirates are not good people. They are evil, absolutely evil. Also, you actually said that pirates are the freest warriors, which is indeed true. So we came to rob you of your food, money, and women, because all of this is our freedom. As for your crying, your begging for mercy, your anger, what does it have to do with us? We are pirates." After hearing this, the little boy was shocked at first, and then he roared even more angrily. "You guys don't deserve to be called pirates. Only Roger and his friends are real pirates. You are just a bunch of villains." All of a sudden, the pirates of the Roxas pirates were startled when they heard the name Roger. Quan Long asked, "Roger, do you know Roger?" "Well, Roger came to our village 3 years ago," the little boy said proudly. "It's really surprising. That big pirate would actually come to such a small village. DSK, I can't believe that such a big pirate would have such an idea. It's really disgusting. Who cares? It has nothing to do with us anyway." The pirates around were still laughing wantonly. Quan Long snorted and said in a cold voice, "Little devil, while I'm in a good mood now, go back and drink milk. Okay, take him away quickly." "Yes." Several pirates immediately went up and tried to capture the girl. "Damn it. I won't let you bad guys hurt my sister." The boy raised the stick again and attacked the surrounding pirates. What surprised Quan Long was that although this kid was young, he had some skills. He knocked down several pirates in a row with a long stick. This made the pirates of the Roxas pirates look a little ugly and cursed. Damn, this stinky kid seems to be a martial artist and has some kung fu skills. In that case, I won't be polite either. As they spoke, the pirates picked up their weapons one after another, but the boy was not afraid at all. Facing the siege of several people, he kept dodging and avoiding the attacks, looking for opportunities to counterattack. For a while, several big men were unable to take down a little kid and instead felt like they were being fooled. This made the pirates even angrier, and they no longer held back, beginning to use all their strength, hitting the boy hard with the scabbard, causing the boy to spit blood and fall to the ground, and eventually being stepped onto the ground by the pirates. "Let me go, you bunch of pirates, let me go." The boy who was being stepped on was still struggling, resisting, and shouting. But his resistance soon angered the pirates, and they started punching and kicking the boy. "No, don't hit him, I'll go with you." The girl saw her brother being beaten, and she threw herself on him. Her weak body knocked a pirate to the ground, and she used her body to protect the boy. Damn it, this stinky woman. The pirate who was knocked down was very angry. He was accidentally knocked to the ground by a woman just now, and he immediately wanted to teach her a lesson. Quan Long looked at him and immediately scolded. "What do you want to do?" Listening to Quan Long's words, the pirate was immediately frightened by Quan Long's eyes. Quan Long said in a cold voice, "This woman is also a rare and high-quality commodity. When the time comes, we will present her to the captain. What if she is damaged?" After hearing what Quan said, the pirate shuddered, thinking of his captain's invincible monster power, and smiled awkwardly. "Yes, Boss Quan Long is right, sister." At this time, the boy lying on the ground struggled, watching his sister being taken away, and forced himself to stand up. Quan Long looked at her with some appreciation in his eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips as he said, "You have quite a bit of perseverance. How about it, kid? Do you want to come with me? This way you won't have to be separated from your sister." After listening and hesitating for a moment, the boy did not answer, but looked at Quan Long with anger. A pirate next to him asked curiously, "Brother Long, you need to take this kid with you." "Well, although he is just a little devil, he seems to have some abilities. Anyway, one more little devil on the ship is not too much." Quan Long replied indifferently, and then said to the pirate next to him, "Give him some medicine." When the ship's doctor was applying medicine to the boy's wound, Quan Long asked curiously, "Little boy, what's your name and how old are you?" "Games, 10 years old." The boy replied, "Game. Ha, this name is quite interesting." Quan Long grinned after hearing the name. Yugi also looked up at Quan Long and asked, "What are you going to do to my sister? Are you going to kill her?" Quan Long also explained, "No, your sister is very young and very beautiful. If Lord Darius appreciates her, she will probably serve him as his maid. If Lord Darius doesn't like your sister, she will probably be arranged to serve those cadres, or at worst become a ship prostitute on the ship." The concept of hierarchy is very strong in the Roxas pirates, or rather, the concept of hierarchy in the Tenho gang, the predecessor of the Roxas pirates, is very strong. First of all, there is Captain Darius, who enjoys the best resources of the Roxas pirates, and then it decreases layer by layer. And the women that ordinary crew members of the Roxas pirates can only meet are basically very ordinary-looking women, who can only be used as tools for sexual gratification. As for those good-looking high-class ones, maybe they will be given to them after the captain or other cadres get tired of playing with those women. When Yugi heard this, his expression changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "What are you going to do to my sister?" Quan Long ignored his impotent rage and said in a cold voice, "I've already told you that if you're lucky, you might become our captain's maid. Your status on the ship will certainly not be too low. But if you're unlucky, it's hard to say. Okay, kid, I'll ask you again, do you want to join our pirate group? I invited you because I see how capable you are." Yugi thought for a moment and said seriously, "Okay, I can join your pirate group, but you have to let my sister go." Quan Long listened and grinned. "I have no say in this matter, and you are not qualified to bargain with us now. Keep reading." 46. Chapter 46 Games. In a very short time, the Roxas pirates completed the looting of the village. After loading all the food and treasures onto the ship, they set sail again. Standing on the huge fleet of Roxas, Yugi saw the densely packed pirate ships all around him. Each one was more majestic and spectacular than the pirate ships of the Roger pirates that he was familiar with. He could not help but stare in amazement and asked in disbelief, "Are all these huge pirate ships from your Roxas pirates?" Hearing this, Quan Long raised a proud smile on his face. He nodded, with a bit of majesty in his tone. "That's right. Well, now that we are on this ship, let's get to work. Shall we? This new kid is called Yoshi, taken to the laundry room." "Understood, Brother Long." A young pirate named Xiao Wei came over. He glanced at Yugi with disdain and indifference in his eyes and said stiffly, "Little ghost, come with me, don't dawdle." Yugi was extremely anxious and shouted eagerly, "Wait, where's my sister? I want to see her." He turned to Quanlong, his eyes flashing with persistence and desire. Quanlong glanced at Yugi lightly and said in a cold and indifferent tone, "She should be on the Iron Blood right now. That is Lord Darius's flagship and the heart of the Roxas pirates." Iron Blood. Yugi frowned, feeling unfamiliar and curious about the name. Seeing this, Quanlong briefly explained, "The Iron Blood is the captain's flagship." After hearing this, Yugi became even more determined to see his sister. "Please take me to see her. I must see my sister." Quanlong's face darkened and his tone revealed obvious displeasure. "Don't joke, kid. You can't see the captain just because you want to. If you want to see your sister, you must first prove that you are qualified to stay here, and then you must be alive. Now go to work immediately, otherwise you will bear the consequences." Xiao Wei, take him down. "As you command, Brother Long." Xiao Wei sneered and urged again. "Let's go, kid. Don't waste time." Yugi still didn't give up. He shouted, "So what am I going to do to see my sister?" Quanlong spread his hands. His expression was extremely cold. "Who can tell? You should worry about how to survive on this ship. Since you have chosen this path, you have no way out except death. Now go to work. This is your only way to survive." Yugi wanted to continue asking questions, but Xiao Wei grabbed his arm and took him to the laundry room. Xiao Wei's voice was as cold as iron. "Enough, kid. You're already on the ship. It's time to face reality. Here, except for the captain, everyone else has to work." An uncontrollable rage suddenly ignited in Yugi's heart. He turned around abruptly and swung his fist toward Xiao Wei like an arrow, confident that this blow would definitely hit the target. However, Xiao Wei seemed to have anticipated this and easily used his hands as a shield to neutralize Yugi's attack. Yugi's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he tensed his leg muscles, ready to launch a fierce kick. But Xiao Wei's reaction was even faster. Instead of giving in, he took advantage of the situation to counterattack and kick Yugi hard in the face. The powerful force made Yugi lose his balance instantly, and he flew out like a kite with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground. "Don't be so arrogant, you little brat." Xiao Wei's voice was cold. He slowly walked towards the game that fell to the ground with a disdainful smile on his lips. Yugi covered his bleeding nose and curled up in pain. Xiao Wei continued in a cold tone, "Now stand up immediately and go to the laundry room to start your work today. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you know what real pain is." The surrounding pirates laughed at the scene, mocking and gloating over Yugi's misfortune. This kid really doesn't know what he can do. Yeah, Lao Wu and the others all fell into his hands. It's time to teach him a lesson, otherwise he won't know how much he can handle." Xiao Wei's face became even gloomier. He stared at Yugi with a fierce light flashing in his eyes. "Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Brother Long has a favorable opinion of you. Here, newcomers must have the awareness of newcomers and learn to respect their predecessors. This is the most basic rule." After that, he swung his fist again. Although Yugi tried to resist this time, due to the disparity in strength, he was knocked away again and hit the wall heavily. Xiao Wei spat, his face full of disdain. "A country boy, relying on a few tricks of kung fu and daring to be arrogant. You have no idea how cruel and vast this world is. How could Brother Long be so blind to fall for you?" After saying that, he picked up the game, walked towards the laundry room, and then threw him into the laundry room like throwing away garbage. In the laundry room, an indescribable sour smell hit his nose, and several baskets of smelly socks piled up like mountains came into view. Yugi's face had just come into close contact with these filth, and now he was so disgusted that he almost vomited. Xiao Wei stood outside the door and coldly ordered, "Your task is to wash all these socks. If you don't finish it, don't think about eating today." Although Yugi was furious, he also realized the cruelty of reality. He tried to calm down, as the place was filled with a disgusting sour smell. Xiao Wei took off his dirty socks and threw them to Yoshi without hesitation. "I'll give you this pair of mine as well." After that, he turned and left, leaving Yoshi with an angry look on his face. For several days in a row, Yugi had no chance to meet his sister, let alone Quanlong, a cadre. Every day, there was endless work for the group to do. If he wanted to quit, he would soon be after a round of punches and kicks. He didn't even have the space to complain because the law of the jungle prevails on the ship. In the past, people of his age in the village were no match for him, and even the adults in the village could not beat him. However, after coming to the Roxas pirates, even his direct superior Xiao Wei was able to crush him. Xiao Wei's strength was not even ranked among the top on the ship. This feeling of powerlessness, instead, aroused his extreme desire for power deep in his heart. At the same time, Xiao Wei and several pirates were sitting on the side of the ship, chatting and laughing. It's strange, after being a pirate for so long, it feels like the old days are no different. I've been at sea for almost 2 months, and I haven't even seen the shadow of the Navy. I was expecting an exciting chase, but it's really disappointing." There was a bit of self-mockery in his words. The pirates on the side sneered when they heard this. "If those Navy officers really dare to come and cause trouble for us, they are really crazy. Our captain is Lord Darius, a pirate with a bounty of 500 million berries, which is unmatched in the West Sea. I heard that the bounty for the captain of the former West Sea Overlord, the highest bounty pirate group, the Iron Pirates, is only 95 million berries. Compared with our captain, it is nothing compared to the light of a firefly and the brilliance of the bright moon. The Iron Pirates have been rampant in the West Sea for many years without any harm, which shows how incompetent those Navy officers are. How dare they provoke us?" Just then, a pirate's voice interrupted their chat. "Hey, Xiaowei, the new kid is looking for you." Hearing this, Xiaowei turned his gaze towards Yoshi, who was walking towards him with a playful smile on his face. "Hey, kid, you finished today's work so quickly? It seems you worked really hard." Yugi looked at Xiaowei seriously, with a determined light in his eyes. "You said you would teach me to become stronger." Xiaowei chuckled. His tone was full of joking and helplessness. "You are so serious that it gives me a headache. Kid, it was obviously your brother-in-law who brought you on board, but you left it to me to take care of you. I'm not a babysitter." Despite his complaints, Xiaowei still led Yugi to the training room on the ship. "There are also some pirates training here." Xiaowei looked around and sighed. "As for me, I used to be a boxer. What I can teach you is nothing more than some fighting skills and swordsmanship. However, my swordsmanship is just some experience I gained from chopping people over the years." After that, he threw a set of protective gear to Yugi. "Come on, let's have a competition. Let me see how good you are." 47. Chapter 47, Iron Fruit. West Sea, Jiulong Town. This once peaceful harbor has now become the mighty territory of the Steel Pirates. The flagship of the Steel Pirates stands tall. Its captain, Iron Sword, is the most powerful pirate in the West Sea and is known as the Admiral of the West Sea. He not only conquered Jiulong Town, but also extended his tentacles to dozens of villages on the surrounding islands, weaving a huge network of power. He cleverly used bribery to win the Steel Pirates the right to do whatever they want in the sea area. At this moment, in the sea area outside Kowloon Town, other pirate groups witnessed the majestic fleet of the Steel Pirates and were all terrified. In panic, they hurriedly reported to their captains through Den Mushi. "It's bad, the Roxas pirates are approaching us." On the flagship of the Roxas pirates, Captain Darius was sweating profusely in the gym. He was not very concerned about the Roxas pirates' upcoming attack on the Steel Pirates, and instead left this matter to Wei Shin. Even though the captain of the Iron Pirates, Iron Sword, was the overlord of the West Sea, Darius did not take him seriously. At this time, a pirate hurried in and reported respectfully, "Captain, we have arrived at the waters of Jiulong Town." Vice Captain Wei Shin asked if you have any special instructions. If not, he will order a general attack on the Steel Pirates. Darius wiped the sweat off his face with a towel, his eyes revealing an unquestionable determination. "Everything remains the same. The person with special abilities must be captured alive, and all gold and treasures must be brought back. As for the rest of the matters, leave it to Ashen to handle. As for the Iron Sword, I will only give him half an hour. If he can't handle it, I will take action." "Yes." The pirate retreated. Then, wearing a tight yoga suit, Blue Crystal walked into the gym. Although she was over 30 years old, time seemed to be particularly tolerant to her, and her figure was still graceful. She asked gently, "Master, don't worry. When Ashan was not yet a power user, he killed more than 70 million pirates, and that was more than a decade ago. I believe he will live up to your expectations." Darius smiled and nodded, put down the barbell in his hand, and turned his gaze to the Blue Crystal. "By the way, you don't plan to go. I deliberately restrained my murderous intention to give you a chance to gain experience." Blue Crystal gently nestled in Darius's arms, her eyes sparkling with tenderness and coquettishness. "I just want to be with you. Isn't this the best choice? And Master, you haven't been with me for a long time. Do you think I'm too old?" Upon hearing this, Darius also gently hugged the Blue Crystal and said teasingly, "Although young girls are good, I also like warm-hearted and gentle sisters like you. Let's go and witness the end of this battle together." At this moment, the Roxas pirates have launched an attack, leaving no room for their opponents to beg for peace. This is exactly Darius' usual style. In his view, meaningless negotiations are just a waste of time, and only by using absolute force to make the other party surrender can the true power be revealed. Even if there were voices within the Steel Pirates who wanted to negotiate, it had vanished at this moment. With a round of fierce artillery fire from the Rox pirates, the Steel Pirates were caught off guard, and their defenses collapsed instantly. By the time they recovered from the shock, the elite of the Rox pirates had already approached the shore like a tide, preparing to land and fight. "How unreasonable! This is too much." Captain Tai Jian of the Iron Pirates was furious. As the recognized overlord of the West Sea, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? He had heard that the Roxas pirates had risen to the top of the West Sea, and he was dissatisfied. He had never thought that the other party would be so arrogant and domineering and directly launch an attack. Moreover, the two sides had no old grudges or new hatreds. This move was really puzzling and infuriating. However, the enemy had already made their move and caught them off guard. "Brothers, follow me," and charged to kill the Roxas pirates. Tai Jian roared, and then his left hand turned into an iron stick as thick as a bowl, and his whole body was covered with metallic luster. He is the eater of the iron fruit, which can transform any part of his body into steel, making him indestructible. Ashen, the vice captain of the Roxas pirates, quickly locked onto Tai Jian as his opponent, and in a flash, he approached and slashed with his sword. As a pirate with a bounty of 95 million Baileys, Tai Jian was naturally very powerful. He easily resolved Ashen's attack and looked at the man in front of him, wondering, "Who are you?" Ashen calmly responded, "My name is Ashen, the vice captain of the Roxas pirates." Upon hearing this, Tai Jian was furious. "Where is Darius? I have no grudges against your Roxas pirates. Why are you invading my territory?" Ashen raised a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. "Things are unpredictable in this world. I can only say that you are unlucky and are destined to become a stepping stone on our road." After saying that, Ashen's attack became more fierce. However, Tai Jian was no ordinary man. Before Darius appeared, he dominated the West Sea for many years. He used his iron body to counter Ashen's sword and sneered, "Swordsman, humph, I'm the Iron Man who ate the iron fruit, and my iron body is your nemesis." After saying that, his other arm turned into a giant sword and swept across. However, Ashen was agile and easily dodged, with a hint of contempt on his lips. "Iron Man? Interesting, but even steel can't stop the sword in my hand." The two were fighting fiercely, and a full-scale conflict between Roxas and the Steel Pirates broke out. The Steel Pirates were able to dominate the West Sea, and they naturally had their own strengths, especially their large number of people. Although they were not as many as Roxas, they also had 50 warships and more than 7,000 people. Jolong Town, as its core stronghold, also had 4,000 to 5,000 soldiers left behind. At the beginning of the battle, the two sides were evenly matched, and the situation was stalemate. Ashen, the contest with Tai Jian was particularly fierce. Ashen seemed to be intent on testing his years of hard training. He had not yet used the power of the devil fruit, but his swordsmanship alone was enough to distinguish him from Tai Jian, the overlord of the West Sea. At this time, Darius stood on the Iron Blood, overlooking the battlefield. Because the opponent was just a pirate from the West Sea, Darius gave his subordinates room to grow. If he went on the battlefield himself, it would undoubtedly deprive his subordinates of the opportunity to train. The battlefield is a ruthless testing ground. Only by going through the test of life and death can one become a true strong man. The strong survive and the weak die. This is the rule of the Roxas pirates. On the battleship, Kuang also ordered his crew members to join the melee. Xiaowei looked at Yoshi, who was beside him, with a look of astonishment on his face, and his tone was full of unquestionable determination. "Boy, just stay on the boat. This kind of war is not something a kid like you can participate in." After that, Xiaowei resolutely followed Kuanglong's footsteps and threw himself into the center of the vortex of fierce battle. "Hey, this fight is really fierce. It seems that if I am eliminated, the combat effectiveness of the Roxas pirates will not be much different from that of the Steel Pirates." A ferocious smile appeared on Darius's lips. "The officers under the Iron Pirates are all good fighters. Look at the Red Chain Snake, Crocodile, Qinghai, and others, who were all top masters in Burrow City before, and are now fighting with the enemy officers. Both sides are evenly matched, and it is difficult to decide." In fact, the elite force of the Roxas pirates also inherited the high-end combat power system of Burrow City, such as the existence of the 4 generals, 5 dragons, 6 demons, 7 demons, etc. Although they have not yet been rewarded, if measured by the standards of the sea, each of them is worth more than 30 million Baileys. Darius watched the battle with a cold eye. Although he saw that the Roxas pirates had a temporary advantage, this advantage was more due to the suppression of numbers. The duel between Ashen and Tai Jian became the focus of everyone's attention. The battle between the two constantly collided with sparks and sword energy, and ordinary people had no way to get close to them. "Damn it! I'm made of steel. How did your sword hurt me?" Tai Jian was covering his abdomen at this time. His steel body had been injured by Ashen's sword energy. "I've already told you, it's just steel. It can't stop my sword." Ashen smiled confidently. The iron sword was indeed very powerful. If other people faced the steel body, they might not have any good way to deal with it. But he was different. He was not only a swordsman, but also a master of domineering power. Stop looking down on me. Tai Jin roared, and a layer of lines appeared on the steel on his body, raising his defense to a higher level. On the Iron Blood, seeing that the battle had not yet ended, Darius finally couldn't hold back any longer and used his observation haki to spread his voice far away. "I got a quick victory." Darius' voice was soft, but it reached everyone's heart through his observation haki. Upon hearing this, Ashin smiled bitterly with a hint of helplessness and looked at Tai Jin and said, "It seems that our captain is getting impatient. This battle must be ended as soon as possible." After saying this, Ashin's body began to undergo amazing changes. Gray hair began to grow on his body, and within a few seconds, he expanded to 5 meters tall and transformed into a ferocious werewolf. Tai Jin looked at him in shock. "So you are also a person with special abilities?" "I am a person who has eaten the animal-type gray wolf fruit." After saying this, Ashin started to attack. The power of the devil fruit doubled his strength. Tai Jin was already at a disadvantage in front of Ashin. Although Tai Jin had a body of steel, he knew nothing about domineering. Facing Ashin, who mastered the dual-color domineering, even a body of steel could not withstand it and was quickly defeated. In the end, with the defeat of Iron Sword, the morale of the Steel Pirates was severely damaged, and the remaining cadres and members also lost their fighting spirit. The entire battle situation quickly tilted, and a large number of pirates chose to surrender in despair. The seriously injured Tai Jin was pressed over, his eyes filled with anger. Although he wanted to struggle, he was ruthlessly bound by the cold sea stone handcuffs. Darius showed a familiar playful smile, looking down at the unwilling Iron Sword. "I give you a choice, surrender to me, and I won't kill you." Tiejin's eyes were wide open, his chest was heaving violently with anger. He angrily retorted, "Darius, you shameless man, I have no hatred or grudge against you, but you carried out this sneak attack. How can I accept it? Let me go. Let us fight fairly and see who is better. If I lose, I will let you do whatever you want." He was full of disdain for Darius, but he was in awe of the other person, Ashin. After all, Ashin defeated him in a head-on confrontation, while Darius was hiding behind the scenes, which made him feel humiliated. Darius raised a scornful smile. This was just a temporary test. He did not want all the strong men to be his subordinates. Seeing that Tai Jin was so stubborn, he had made up his mind and decided to personally verify the power of his new ability. "You are not worthy enough. Ashin can easily deal with you. Why do I need to take action? But as a pirate, I admire your toughness." Darius' words were full of admiration, but then he changed the subject. "However, you are destined to be my test subject today. Take him to my room." After that, he turned around leisurely and walked into the depths of the cabin. Tai Jin was stunned by the sudden change, and then he was pushed by a force from behind and followed Darius into the cabin. He thought to himself that perhaps this was a prelude to Darius recruiting him, and he couldn't help but feel a little proud. Although Tai Jin just said that he was not convinced, Darius was a pirate with a bounty of 500 million. His power was unfathomable, and even his deputy, Ashin, could easily defeat him. Darius himself made him feel awed. He had already begun to think about how to gain the greatest benefit in the next conversation. However, Darius's order shattered his fantasy. "You step back. No one is allowed to enter without my order." As the bunny-eared maids left, only he and Darius were left in the room. Tai Jin thought Darius was about to start recruiting him, but he just stared at him coldly, then whispered the frightening spell, "Reincarnation Despair." Instantly, the room seemed to be torn apart, and they were in a completely different space. Darius was like a cheetah with night vision, clearly seeing everything around him, while Iron Sword fell into endless darkness. "Where is this? Darius, hurry up and get someone to turn on the lights." The darkness made Tai Jin panic, and he shouted angrily. Darius remained unmoved, waiting for time to pass. 3 minutes passed in a flash. He gripped the giant axe tightly. The power of the heart steel surged, and with one swing of the axe, the Iron Sword's head was chopped off in an instant. As Tai Jin died, his body emitted a dazzling white light and gradually condensed into a white devil fruit, the steel fruit. The different space slowly dissipated, and everything returned to its original state. There was an extra devil fruit in Darius's hand, which was the superhuman steel fruit. 48, Chapter 48, Let Them Go. Looking at the iron fruit in his hand, Darius smiled with satisfaction. It was true that after killing the ability user, he could seize the devil fruit. In this way, he could seize those powerful devil fruits in the future. It was a pity that the cooldown time of the reincarnation despair was 140 days, which was a bit too long. "Someone come." Soon, the maid outside the door heard Darius' voice and pushed the door open. Seeing the corpse on the ground, she was also shocked, but quickly regained her composure. Then the two pirates came in, and Darius ordered, "Hand the body over to the steel pirates and call Red Chain Snake over." "Yes." After a while, the body was dragged out, and the maids began to clean up the blood on the ground. The red-chained snake also walked in at this time, looked at Darius and said respectfully, "Lord Darius?" Darius looked at the red-banded snake and said jokingly, "You are really unfamiliar. You are my woman, you should call me master." "Yes, master." The red-chained snake also said respectfully and then sat next to Darius. She also knew Darius' possessiveness, but she also knew that with her own strength, it would be impossible for her to monopolize Darius, so she wanted to show her powerful strength in front of Darius and let Darius see that she was completely different from those vase women. What's more, she was once the strongest woman in Shishiburo City, and her pride would not let her sit on the same level as the rest of those vases. Darius hugged the red-chained snake's slender waist, took out the devil fruit in his hand and said, "Don't you want to become stronger? This is the steel fruit. Eat it." "Iron fruit? Isn't this iron sword's devil fruit?" The red-chained snake was also shocked when he saw the devil fruit in Darius' hand. "Yes, how about it? Do you want it?" Darius asked. Red-chained snake looked at the white devil fruit in Darius's hand. She was smart and thought about the corpse of Tai Jian that had just been carried out. She asked, "Master, do you have the ability to take away other people's devil fruits?" Darius also admitted it directly. "Well, I guess so, but you have to keep this a secret for me for the time being." "Yes." The red-chained snake said respectfully. She was more like a warrior than a woman. She was absolutely obedient to Darius' orders. Looking at the devil fruit in Darius's hand, red-chained snake hesitated. If Darius had the ability to take away the abilities of the devil fruit user, then could she go and find the devil fruit she wanted? The iron fruit was indeed very strong. If you eat it, you can get a steel body. At least the defense will be greatly improved. However, this devil fruit may not be suitable for you. Darius could tell at a glance that red-chained snake was hesitating. "What are you thinking? Although I can take away other people's abilities, this ability cannot be used at any time. If you want to improve your strength, it's best to eat this devil fruit directly. Besides, the steel fruit is not too weak. It can only be said that iron sword is too useless. If he has armament hockey and combines it with this devil fruit, both his attack and defense will be greatly improved." After listening to this, red-chained snake nodded in agreement. She was good at swordsmanship, and if she could really get a devil fruit, she wanted a devil fruit that could enhance her swordsmanship or assist her swordsmanship. However, the steel fruit was also a devil fruit that could improve defense and attack power in all aspects. In the end, the red-banded snake took the iron fruit and ate it. In Kowloon Town, the battle was over by this time. In addition to those who were directly killed, more than 3,000 people were captured. The Roxas pirates also began to plunder the treasures accumulated by the steel pirates over the years. At this time, Darius also got off the boat and came to the dock of Kowloon Town. Usse Shin's deputy, and also the financial minister of the Roxas pirates, Monkey, also came to report the situation to Darius. Monkey is a middle-aged man who is almost 50 years old and wears a pair of glasses. He used to be the boss of the killer gang. Although his own strength is not that good, he has a younger brother, Crocodile, who is very powerful. Among all the cadres of the Roxas pirates, his strength is also among the best. Although Monkey's fighting ability is not good, he has a good brain since the killer gang was destroyed. He has been working as a staff officer under Darius, handling logistics work. The cadres of the Roxas pirates have actually always maintained the same strength as when they were in Burrow City, with a lineup of 4 generals, 5 dragons, 6 demons, and 7 ghosts, but a challenge mechanism has also been added. If the people below want to rise, as long as they get the approval of Darius, they can challenge the cadres, and if they win, they can take the cadres down during those years in Burrow City. Some cadres were pulled down in this way. 2,300,000,000. This guy is pretty rich. Darius was amused as he listened to the treasures that were looted. The monkey pushed up his glasses and continued to answer, "This is just a preliminary calculation of the money in the treasury. There are also many antiques and various weapons in it. Moreover, we also found another ability user, Iron Bull, the captain of the Steel Pirates combat team. He ate the animal-type bulbul fruit, the antelope form." Darius was also interested and asked, "A devil fruit user? This Iron Pirates is a large pirate group with thousands of people, but there are only 2 users. Forget it, let's lock up this Iron Bull first." "Yes." The monkey received the order and gave an order to his subordinates, and then continued. He said, "Sir, the prisoners are now being held in the square. What are we going to do with them next? Let's go and take a look." When they arrived at the square, the members of the Steel Pirates were disarmed one by one. They knelt helplessly on the ground with fear in their eyes. Most of them were injured, and in front of them was the body of Iron Sword of the Steel Pirates. Darius looked at the pirates below and said coldly, "A god, prepare a ship for them and let them go." "Yes." Ashen immediately obeyed the order after hearing it. The members of the Iron Pirates below were also in disbelief. They had thought they would be killed or recruited, but they didn't expect Darius to let them go. They asked, "You won't kill us?" "The Iron Pirates are gone. It doesn't matter whether I kill you or not." Darius said calmly, "You are free now, and I will give you a ship. You can go wherever you want." The members of the Iron Pirates were also somewhat skeptical of the truthfulness of Darius's words at this time, and asked, "What about Captain Iron Bull?" Ashen said coldly, "Do you still have the mood to care about others now? Get out of here. This is our territory now. If you don't want to leave, then go to hell." After listening to Ashen's words, all the pirates were glad that they survived. They expressed their gratitude to Darius, and then started to board the ship one by one. "Captain, are we just going to let them go?" Shanghai asked with some confusion. Bakugawa was also somewhat dissatisfied and said, "Captain, are you really going to let them go like this? More than 200 of our brothers died this time, and the number of injured exceeded 1,000. They deserve it." Darius said contemptuously, then glanced at the explosion ghost coldly. "Why do you object to my decision?" Instantly, the 2.5-meter-tall giant Bagu broke out in a cold sweat on his back. He dared not say anything more and quickly admitted his mistake. "No, I dare not," Darius said coldly. This time the Roxas pirates had more people than the other side, but they still had more than 200 people killed. This can only mean that there are too many unqualified people in the Roxas pirates. Let them die, it's too easy to find more people. "Yes, you are right." Hearing Darius's cold-blooded words and his disregard for the lives of his subordinates, even a cadre like Gui knew in his heart that if they died one day in the future, Darius probably wouldn't even look at them and would be as indifferent to them as a dead dog on the roadside. But even so, they worshipped Darius from the bottom of their hearts. There was nothing else to it but worship of Darius's power, the kind of absolute terror that could crush anyone no matter who he faced. Although he was sometimes ruthless to his subordinates and didn't care about their lives at all, it was this ruthlessness that made them very odd and more willing to follow him. Mr. Darius." At this time, a crew member of the Iron Pirates ran over and said, "Can I join your Roxas pirates?" "Hey, Ash, you want to join them? Are you kidding me?" At this time, a crew member of the Steel Pirates shouted to the man named Ash. Ash listened and nodded seriously. "Well, I was a free man in the beginning. I joined the Steel Pirates because I was defeated by Iron Sword. Now Iron Sword is dead, so there is no need for me to stay in the Steel Pirates. In that case, I'll join the Roxas Pirates, since they are stronger than the Steel Pirates anyway." "Me too, Captain Darius. Please accept us." "Yes, please accept us." All of a sudden, with Ash taking the lead, many pirates decided to join the Roxas Pirates. They were the lowest-ranking pirates in the Steel Pirates before, so it didn't matter who they were. And since they were going to be younger brothers, why not find a powerful older brother? "Okay, but it requires an assessment. Shouldn't you handle this matter?" Darius did not refuse, or rather, these talents made the most correct choice.